success, and I'm pretty sure this one will be too. We've got players of all skill levels, some newer players. We've also got two players, I think, from the Super Metroid community in Wild Anaconda and Fuzda. But now it's Mirror Shield. Um, Mirror Shield. It's a very interesting category. The way we came up with it was probably a year and a half ago. We were trying to find a fun race goal. Timon, Real Geok, and myself, and we started racing pretty much anything, and we came up with Mirror Shield, and it turned out a really fun race goal. Unfortunately, Light World, since this is no major glitches pretty much and no save and quit, Light World is the same as the no major glitches category, to the exception that you can skip one arrow pot in Aghanim's Tower. That's the only difference, really. But in Dark World, that's where it gets interesting. You go in almost every dungeon, get the dungeon item, and get out. I think these four players will do the run with the Master Sword, so it'll make up for some interesting differences in the overworld, because some enemies you can't kill in one hit when you dash through them. You get Ether, you get Quake. Ether to enter Mire, Quake to enter T-Rock. And there's a few different rooms in T-Rock, a few different strats that you're gonna see. And yeah, T-Rock itself is pretty hard, or at least harder than in NMG, because you have the Master Sword, so there's a few enemies you cannot kill the way we do normally. And yeah, now this is Escape, and I believe we don't have to to explain all the tricks like pumping.
Do you want to explain pumping?
Well, if you've watched the tournament, you're good to go.
Like, we could talk about a little bit about like the team constellation, like which player, how we balanced it and stuff. So we kind of tried to balance the teams so that it's kind of an even fight between those four teams. And I think all the PBs summed together are not even separated by 10 minutes around. So everything can happen, every team can win, and hope it's gonna be a close race.
Yeah, I mean, we try to balance the teams the best we could, but in the relay, anything can happen. You can have a very experienced runner like, I don't know, Blunt Bunny or Josh or like whoever. Anybody can die. Like, nobody's immune to death.
No. Especially not a low percent, which is run late of the night or the day.
The last category of this race is any person, no EG. And if you've watched a run of that, that's a really hard category. It's probably the category where you'll see, I don't know, I don't want to, predict, but there could be some deaths in any person, no EG, a few of them.
Yeah, struggle with tricks and stuff.
Alright, so they rescued Zelda, good stuff.
This sequence you will see 6 times, so Escape is kind of repeating, so you can talk over other stuff in Escape. The problem for balancing, or what I was about to say, that there were some like newer runners or runners who didn't really had a time to their skill level. For example, Wild Anaconda, as we balanced the teams, he had like a 140 or 139, and now he beat even today or yesterday with a 133.
Yeah,
not sure, but like he improved a lot. And for example, we got in low percent, no save and quit later. We got Fooster, and we don't know how he will do. I bet he's been practicing, but we don't know. So
he's been practicing cold stare, I think, a week ago. But as far as runs go, I've never seen him do a run, so it's gonna be interesting to watch him.
Yeah, exactly. in before he gets the best time, 0%. We don't know your PB, yes.
All right, so Scrivo was standing at 1 heart, so he had to grab the safety heart pod there. It's it's a good decision. Rather do that than die. And everybody else is standing at good health, which is good. Yeah, this layout is very awesome. It was made by Kaznode himself, so give him a shout out.
Shoutouts to Kazno. He made the layout for last year too, I believe.
Yeah, he made the last one too. If you want to know what categories are going to be run during this race, you can click on the link in the stream title.
Oh wait, you see it on the layout even. So.
Oh yeah, that's even better.
You see it right there, even twice. You see it double. Okay, so we finished escape here. Everyone looks like has a sub 6 escape, so not too bad escape for everyone.
And everybody grabs a sank heart.
I highly recommend the Sankard in this category. It's like you will have, what is it, 7 hearts if you when you enter the dark world, and you will never get a refill or never grab any more hearts. So it's
Oh yeah, that's another thing we forgot to mention is that in this category, since you just get the dungeon item and leave, you don't kill any bosses, so you don't get any magic refill, no heart refill. So it kind of teaches the player health and magic management, if anything.
yeah, here and there are a couple of like refill stations, if people know it. For example, after or before Feast on, we have a tree you can bonk in which drops apples for refill or whatever. So if people know that, it's quite of an advantage if something happens and you're like very low life.
Yeah, the apple tree is a good one. Also, on your way to Quake, when you mirror to Light World after, there's a rock, and there's potentially a heart under. It's like 50-50, and 1 or 2 crabs you can kill for heart drops.
Yeah.
But then if you try to kill that crab and the crab hits you, then you lose 2 hearts. So like, what's that? So, try not to get hit.
So it's kind of a good sync still on, if I look on the restream. Everyone in the same room, basically. Saban and Joe D'Amelio frame for frame, and Scrivo and Greenham frame for frame, so pretty exciting. So coming up a little trick, as is this is the first race, could talk a little bit about it. The key skip, or rather, we do a damage boost to like avoid killing every enemy in this room, so you can grab the big key early. It saves a good amount of time. Hopefully, no one dies here, but they all have good amount of hearts.
And even if you fail the damage boost, there's 2 hard pots below the
Yeah.
empty fairies.
Saban had to grab the hard parts, but reacted fine, so he didn't die. It's pretty good. I wondered, Zelda, did Joe ever did a run of this category?
He did like 2, 3 yesterday, right before going to bed.
Okay. So he did some. I was about to say if he never did a run and went in raw on this.
Yeah, I think his second run was at 50 minutes after dying to chumps. Like he was on 49 pace but died.
That's really good.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really surprise me because he's a 125 player and yeah, he's really good at the game. So
So I think Saban and Greenham's PB are just like 5 seconds apart from each other. So that will be close. Wow. Nice save from Greenham in the bottom left there. He kind of messed up the Armos fight, but he got back into it and finished it off quite good.
whoa, and a gold Eastern for Joe D'Amelio. It's a fake goal, but still. Okay, so now they're on their way to get the boots, and for me, this is really when it separates early game from the actual game, because it goes from slow to faster.
Wait until you play a randomizer with no boots.
Gotta pump it up.
Yeah, so this trick is called spin speed, and I believe it needs no introduction. And yeah, they're on their way to the book now, the book of Medora, or Medora, or I don't know how you pronounce it. And it's the only way to open Desert Palace in a non-glitch category, unfortunately.
So D'Amelio catching a little bit of a lead now here. It's not too surprising. He's by far the best player of those four first.
Yeah, about 15 seconds lead maybe.
And all other threes are in the library at the same time. So at the end of this dungeon, the first real big hard part in the run is coming up.
I'm sorry, I was just laughing because I was thinking that the overworld screen where you dash after you go around the big rock, you dash left, down, and left, and I was just thinking about Scrivo getting hit by the hopping bunny or whatever, and you bunked in a bush and got hit right after. So.
Yeah,
yeah,
what I
sorry.
was saying, like we got the first real hard part in the game, which can separate people from each other. It's called the boss Lemolus, and he's a hard boss. Like you can get good RNG to finish him off quite quick, and you can have bad RNG, but you kind of wanna react to bad RNG. So it's a practice intense boss. Let me tell you that. So we see what we get. We're looking most likely for Joe D'Amelio getting around a 3 cycle. 2 cycle would be absolutely perfect.
And yeah, just to show how hard an RNG Lenmo is, top players of this game probably put over hundreds of hours into this boss alone. And even still, even after hundreds of hours, you're still gonna get 5 or 6 cycles from time to time. Just one boss that you have to keep practicing.
Yeah, you basically before you go to bed, do half an hour Lamolas practice, and you're good to go.
Oh yeah. If you go for Desert 2 spin speed, gotta be careful not to fall off. I think if you fall, it's over a minute time loss, or like 50 seconds, and you look really dumb.
Yeah.
Especially if you use a pause buffer and still fall.
Who does that?
I don't know. It happened to everybody at least once.
Oh yeah, for sure. So Jodemillo is gone. Is in Lamolas now. Let's see how it goes.
Three arrows on the first landmo, but 1 arrow on the second one.
The last Lamo was still not hit, but he got quite a few of them. Could finish it off with a 4th cycle, and he does. So that's not too bad. Fast 4th cycle is still it's fine. This is fine. We got a lot of Lamolas on the screen right now, so hard to keep track
Yeah.
how many cycles those guys are doing. I have no clue. I think Greenham had a pretty solid one.
Yeah.
Skriva has a little bit of a struggle here. He has 1 down. He's on down to 1 heart, so he has to be a little bit careful to not die. Because Lemo
1 heart.
himself,
1 heart. So if he runs into a landmo, he's dead. So he's gotta be careful.
yeah. The rocks flying around, they do half the damage. But
Nice short hop.
finish it off. And Jodemillo going for fake flippers right now. Hope he doesn't soft lock. Gets the bad spawn, but handles it fine.
And yeah, for this race, even if you soft lock, don't move and save and quit to Link's house and go back to fake flippers. Because we don't want to see 18 minutes resets. Like, it would suck for the viewers and it would suck for the player too.
Sabin gets through, and now Skrivo coming up. See how he does. Gets the setup. Gets the bad spawn, but got in there. Good, so no soft lock. Let's hope we get no soft lock the whole relay. That would be great.
Yeah, but if you soft lock, you just load a save state like Kira.
So that's the came up.
Okay, so everybody on that mountain, or on their way to. Joe's doing fine with 4 hearts on top of that mountain, which is okay. Like, he lost 2 hearts, but that's no big deal. I feel that. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just about to say, like, this segment, the Hera segment, is actually like, it's not easy. you can screw it over by RNG from those boulders and get hit a couple of times and get like into the dungeon with 2 or 1 heart even. Um, it's kind of scary sometimes. A lot of things can go wrong.
Yeah, I feel that if you grab the Sanctuary Heart, Hera is like the second place that it really helps. The first place being the boss key skipping Eastern, and then Hera just surviving that mountain and not dying in the
Like,
dungeon.
oh my, oh. As we talk, as so
Yeah.
I might have jinxed it. I'm sorry. So that's the team high rollers, but Spreebo took a death. It's not the worst death. You respawn at the top of Death Mountain, or at the bottom of Death Mountain, rather. So it's not a big time lose. I'm sorry.
One of the very annoying enemies in this dungeon is the mini Moldorms. They have unpredictable movement patterns. Like they go around in circles and sometimes straight line, and they follow you for like 4 tiles.
Oh, Joe having a little bit of trouble in the beetle room, trying to fix it. Taking another hit and another hit. He's down to 1 heart right now. So he has to take a safety heart 2 floors higher to proceed to do the bomb jump. You need 2 hearts for the bomb jump to get the moon pearl.
It's
Hitting
gonna be
his-
interesting for sure.
Yeah, hitting a safety switch. It's no shame on that.
And full hearts for Team Unmatched Ruggedness.
Oh, the petting zoo. So the okay. that was scary. That's the bomb jump and nice. Second one for the bomb jump. Gets it. Pretty good.
Scrivo chilling in the best room in the game, the tile room.
And if you want to have more of those, they parallel works.
Yeah.
I heard they got some tile rooms in there.
Yeah, Parallel Worlds has like 1 billion of them.
So you get Joe finishing off Moldorm, and at the same time Greenham is fighting him. So not the biggest difference.
Greenham tried to dash through Moldorm, but sometimes his head can knock you off. And yeah, he fell. So that's gonna put him back by what, 20 seconds, 25. Ooh, that was close to falling from Sabin.
Oh, but Greenham falls down. No. He's not having a good time right now. Hope he recovers well. He still has a lot of hearts, so don't worry about dying here.
Scrivo gets the bumper skip.
And alright. Got it. Now one last Moldom fight. Alright, so everyone past Hera right now. Gonna grab the Master Sword next and go to Aghanim, the biggest RNG factor in this game. Where you can lose a minute due to RNG.
Now that we got a little break here, let's try to see if we can sync all the streams. I refreshed Scrivo's stream, so he's now up with everybody else. Looking at Joe's timer, it's at 38, 39, 40, 41,
I'm sick
42.
to that. So all 3 timers are at Joe's timer?
Yes, they should be.
Okay. Let's see. And Saban grabs this master sword. Well,
Yeah, there's no way to tell where he's at. He just,
yeah, it's hard.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can't really put Scrivo like 3 seconds ahead, advancing the timer really, but still pretty close. Yeah, synced with Joe. Alright, so everybody got the Master Sword, the Blade of Evil's Bane, to repel evil forces.
Oh, we didn't cut that actually, like the rupees. So just saw Saban finishing off the ruby route. Everyone looks fine, but Joe D'Amelio needs 2 more rupees actually, so he has to keep that in mind. Let's see if he takes a backup rupee pot soonish in this dungeon, because you need 110 rupees to pay Kiki to open Palace of Darkness, and you will get 6 rupees in this dungeon every time.
Wow, that was a weird spot to bonk on from Scrivo. I don't know what route he's taking through this overworld.
Let's see then. This room where Joe is in as a backup pot, and I think he realized. Okay, got it. I think he realized that he needs rupees when he got into the room. That's why he struggled a little bit where to go, which strat to use.
So Sabin got the fairy drop in the 3rd room of Aghanim's Tower. In this category, you really want to do the fairy manipulation drop thing by killing the 2 guards with a dash. When you kill enemies with a dash, the drop rate is 0%. And it's a way for us to manipulate the drops to get a fairy later on in T-Rock. And yeah, since you don't get any heart refills in the Dark World in this category, a fairy drop is surely appreciated. Well, I mean, you can still get a fairy under the rocks right before the dungeon.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
like if we talk about optimizing this category, right before you get to jumps, you will never have full hearts, because you fall down in a torch room, so you take it heart of damage, so you will not have full hearts in any way.
Well, you don't fall in torch room because you don't have the hook shot, but if you go optimally, you take 3 hearts of damage in the roller room. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, mistaking that. But if, for example, if you get the fairy drop before the jumps, you don't even have to menu back to the cane, to the jump room. You can just use sword beam, which saves 2 menus, and so for optimal would be great to get a fairy drop there. But the unfortunate part about killing pokies with the fire rod, you only have 1 drop. You only can get 1 drop of a whole pokey. If you kill it with a spin, you can get 2 to 3. I think it varies. I'm not sure.
Joe is on Aghanim. He just got done with the first cycle, I believe. I saw 1 blue ball, but I didn't count because I wasn't watching. Sabin for Team Squatty Potty. It's a great name. Enters Aghanim right now. Yeah, I don't know. It just sounds good.
Shout out to the people who know what that is.
Okay, Joe done with Light World. Now he's entering the best part of this category.
Yeah. Fun and harder. But how many blue whites were there? That was less than 3 for sure.
Yeah, I didn't count, but
Well, according to his split time. Yeah, it's pretty good. One blue ball, Chet
Okay.
says. So
Okay.
nice. That's pretty nice. He's actually tied with his PB right now. So we might see the first PB.
Yeah, he's tied with his PB and he died in Turtle Rock. He lost like 50 seconds to Chomps, or 40.
All the three other racers still at the England fight.
The three of them.
Greenham right behind Saban. Not a huge difference, not even about 10 seconds, I'd say. And Libo. Let's see when. I don't know how many blue balls we got here. Let's see if the chat counted some blue balls. 1,000 blue balls from Saban. I don't think that's real, but. So now you see, like, Joe is going in Palace of Darkness, the same, like, in no major glitches, but right after you do the hammer jump, right after you get the hammer, you would just mirror out and don't go to the boss. You don't need the boss, you don't need to kill him. Just get out after the item.
And one of the funny things about this category is that since you mirror out right after getting the hammer, well, you have the mirror selected, okay? And yeah, you need to remember to switch to the hammer for the hammer dash on the bridge, or else you will mirror to the light world and look like an idiot.
Yeah. Can happen. So Scribo finishing off Aghanim. It's about a minute behind. I think he had a lot of blue balls. Zolby said 8-7-3-1. Wow. So the best skill player gets one blue ball, and well, according to PB, the lowest skill gets 8 blue balls. That's kind of unfair in my opinion. Game, please. We got some high timestamps in the chat. So we got 2.5 minutes difference between Joe and Scribo. And Joe gets the hammer jump perfectly. Mirrors out.
If Scrivo doesn't die, I think he can still PB. He can he's still sub 1 hour pace, yeah. Okay, so Joe leaves Palace of Darkness and he's 3 hearts down. So that's 2 hits from the Ropas.
Remembers to menu to hammer.
And he does.
So we see Greenham and right after him Saban coming up for the hammer jump. Let's hope nobody gets screwed over and loads a safe state. Kappa. Looks like Greenham got it. Sabin having a little bit of a trouble there, finding the right position with his buffers, but finished it off.
Well, I mean, it's still better than RPG's 18 buffers that he got like 2 days ago.
So if you see at the hard, look at the
Wow.
hard count, no one is screwed yet.
It was a very action-packed pod exit by Saban. There was
The Saban, yeah.
the bomb
Yeah.
throwing guy, the spear dude, and yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure if I'm ahead in Saban's stream, but he just got hit and he's down to 2 hearts right now. So that's scary. He will probably, as Joe just did it, bonk into this tree and get some apples for refill. Very wise decision. It's a pretty fast refill.
Yeah, sometimes you can bonk on this tree and all the apples will drop on the opposite side.
Yeah. Oh no, Screamer was a pixel too low for both positions, so he couldn't get on their hammer. Now falls off. Having a little bit of a struggle here. Let's hope he gets it now.
And wow, okay. That was weird. Just walk straight off.
Deep at RNG, so.
Okay, he's got the first pixel. Looks good.
So Saban basically now is out of the danger zone. We'll get some apples now, and it's very scary. The part overworld, if you get hit, and you basically, if you get hit once more, you die. It's not the worst death because you start on a pure. I guess I just stopped talk, right? Scream unfortunately takes a death from the birds.
Yeah, we're not
I feel
laughing.
like I don't like this team. No, I'm not laughing at Screamer, not at all. Please don't.
Yeah, we're just laughing in this situation.
I'm laughing about myself because I jinxed twice, I think. And I hope it stops.
Wow, everybody used Apple Bapple. Did you see Greenham? Did he get apples?
I think he didn't because he's 1 heart down, and I think he was 1 heart down before.
Okay.
I think he skipped it. Yeah, with 1 heart down, you don't really need to get it. I think like if you have 3 hearts down, it's a good decision.
Wow, Fuzda, that's radical.
Yeah. So then you're going for a very high spin speed there out of Thief Zone.
It looks cool and it's faster, so.
So this is a very short segment in Skullwoods. You just get the big key real quick and mirror out, do a bomb jump to the fire rod.
Oh,
that's
nice.
pretty
Greenham
short.
getting the Hellway.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so this is the part of the run where dying is easy. Like when you're about to get the fire rod, you got to do the bomb jump, and then there's 2 mini Moldorms, and then you have to dash through the lottery on your way to Quake, the Ropo lottery.
What happened to Joe? I didn't see it actually.
He died to a mini Moldorm.
Oh
he did-
no! After
he
the
had-
bomb jump.
Yeah, he had 2 hearts and then 1 heart and dead.
Yeah.
But it's not a big time loss. He respawns right there, so.
Oh yeah, he's having a little bit of a mosh pit with the mini Moldorms here.
Mosh pit.
Sorry, but kind of look like it.
I'm sorry.
That looked funny. Takes the death wall, which was
Oh, man.
a good Good decision. Yeah, just 1 heart. So. So we see Scrivo entering Thief Stone. In the meantime, I'm getting the big key and save about 10 seconds behind Greenham, I'd say. So pretty close race between those two guys. The bottom left and top right. And now one interesting part is I'm curious what Joe is about to do when, as we call the lottery. So there's an RNG factor in it. You might get hit, and it's 2 hearts of damage. Fortunately, he didn't get hit, but you never know if you want to take the gamble, especially when you don't just have 2 hearts. Greenham took a death warp as well after the fire rod, because he just was on 1 heart. So if you respawn, you have 5 hearts. And so Saban caught up a little bit. And now it's just they get both medallions, Quake and Ether, and then go straight to the Misery Mire. And after that, we got the Mirror Shield.
So you saw Scrivo get the small key in Thief's Town, and that's that's all you have to do in that dungeon. You get the small key, you go in the basement, get the Titan's Myths, and get out. You don't even need to go to the attic and bomb the floor. Don't even need to rescue the maiden. So it's a really short dungeon.
It's for new runners for Mirror Shield. It's kind of a confusing part when you get the small key and no magic glitches. You get the small key, dash up or whatever strat you're using, and you open the key door. But you don't want to do that in this category. If you open that door, you have to grab the backup key in the basement where the maiden is, or the blind. So that's a good time lose if you do it.
The reason the players get the flute in this category is only to get to the Mire area, but it also speeds up the overworld. Like as far as requirements go, that's the only reason to get to Mire.
Oh, Scrivo has trouble in the mummy room. He killed 1 mummy, and you just have the Master Sword, and it's 8 slashes that a mummy dies. So
yeah, just boomerang them
time.
and ignore them. The best is when you kill both mummies with the Master Sword and get grabbed.
So another point, I'm not sure, I've never timed it, but in my Greenham somehow doesn't use the book, but he talks to the tablet there. Press the wrong button. No, I meant in Mire where Joe Demelior is right now. Unfortunately, he doesn't have full hearts, but if you have full hearts and you get the big key, you can actually mirror and do Mire 2 again with sword beams, so you conserve magic, which is faster than going back. Not sure how much, but
yeah, just a few seconds.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out that Team Unmatched Ruggedness and Squatty Putty are really close.
Oh yeah, they are. Bertos, do you see it? And we see both sync Bertos. Nice. And in the meantime, Joe died on a bunk in the slug room. The slug room is very dangerous in this category. It's because they do 4 hearts of damage, and you never have more than 4 hearts. So that actually means that Joe is behind of them. Now he's still a little bit ahead because he has the key already, but he has no magic. He needs to get magic somewhere. Like you need 2 small magic pots to use Quake, and you use Quake right after this dungeon, and you don't have a refill anywhere. I'm curious. Oh
Oh,
wait,
he's gonna. Yeah, okay. He's
yeah.
gonna. Yeah.
Here's a magic pot. Never mind.
I guess if you
I
run
did
out
that.
of magic after Meyer, the best option would be to jump down in Dark World that mountain and go in the fairy fountain. Unless the fairy doesn't replenish your magic. I forgot.
I don't think if I
Okay, so yeah.
refills magic.
So I don't know what the backup would be.
I think you would never be. I don't know. Like, and the easiest backup obviously is flute to 3 to Kakariko and bonk into a tree.
Yeah, that's probably yeah. Okay, yeah.
But I don't know of any other spot right now really.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the tree.
Oh, Saban just got hit from a Rizrop, so he's down 4 hearts. And let's see. Greenham has full health and he mirrors back. So basically, if you don't have full health and mirror back, you have to use the fire rod to save time in Maya 2. But you can't use the fire rod. Like, he can use it twice, I think.
Yeah.
To have still magic for Quake. And that's why you kind of need Sword Beams here. We actually see Greenham is just a second ahead of Saban now. So it might have not been faster for him to mirror. Not sure. Or it might not be synced correctly as well.
Well, it's hard to tell because he doesn't have a timer. So.
Yeah. Trying to refresh Saban's stream. And now one more interesting part about this category. You don't have a hook shot. So you normally say, okay, go to Terror Rock, yeah, just go over the bridge. Well, you can't. You don't have a hook shot. So you have to go the upper route. To it. And the upper route can be quite RNG, like scary, because you come into a scribble screen where 2 scribbles are on a wrong angle. You see it at Joe's stream right now. Like,
and a bunch of tektites.
Yeah, and as you said, he just got squirrel block there. It's pretty hard to get through there without losing time. It's a hard screen. Oh no, what happened? I think Greenham blocked himself out of the bridge.
Okay, so Joe was really far ahead after agging him, and now the other 2, Saban and Greenham, are catching up.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is happening here at the squirrels. Like 2 out of 3 people already got squirrel.
Oh, huh? Greenham! He just pushed the squirrel right in the middle.
Oh, Squirrel got hit from a slug, but fortunately he has 2 hearts left.
Yeah, as long as you can get the boss key, it's good. Like, you can die after the boss key, it's not a big deal.
Squirrel messed up the... You can shoot fire rod through a moving block, because it's not an object, it's a sprite then, or I don't know which direction. But he messed it up and had to get to the torch, which was kind of scary because of the Wizard spawning.
This is the best room of the whole run right here.
Yeah, it's feels casual, man. You don't have the hook shot, so you.
Really funny to see somebody do this category for the first time, and they go do that room normally, and then they realize that they don't have the hook shot.
Yeah, they go all the way around once, and they waste half magic, and then they try it again, and they don't have enough magic, so they have to try it a 3rd time.
Yeah. Fortunately, there's a full magic refill in the room.
Yeah.
And so, look at the sync. Like, we got 3 people very close to each other. So it's a pretty close race for the opening race of this relay today.
And the roller room without hookshot is a lot different. You can use bombs to damage boost through the rollers, but it's not really safe. Or you can just walk on the side and wait.
Oh, Scrivo did die somewhere, but I think he death warped actually. After he got the cane. Yeah, he death warped.
Okay.
Everyone makes it through the jump room, which is pretty neat. They have good amount of health, so I think I don't say anything. And
Ooh, Joe. Wow, okay.
Joe got sniped.
He's dancing around the bunny star.
Shout out to Brown Bunny.
You guys are going to have to bear with me a bit as everybody finishes here to switch streams. It takes a little bit, so we might miss the beginning of a few of the runs. Don't worry, it's probably just text matching.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first 2 minutes of escape. We all know how it looks. And
So they're about to finish in like
and
30 seconds.
actually what's the biggest thing coming up now, who's actually winning this race, is who gets the chest turn on the mirror shield. That's now the... I know Greenham will get it, even if he loses like a second. So Joe is finishing the race off without the chest turn. Yo, Fusta, this time I didn't say anything, please. So we got a first finisher, and Parisian hopefully started already. Parisian player next racer for Team Parmesan Express. With all dungeons, no EG. Okay, so let me close.
Yeah,
this
we're gonna
one.
switch streams.
And in the meantime, oh, Greenham missed the chest turn. Oh, he's gonna be disappointed.
All right, Sabin and Greenham are done.
It's just Parisian player, I think, right? No
Yeah.
number or something. So for Tween Squatty Potty, it's Chris's own lovely British friend. Chris does.
Okay. And then we have X-Release starting up all dungeons for Team Unmatched Ruggedness. Bottom left corner.
In the meantime, Scrivo is in the roller room, has one of hearts, gets hit once. He's still on PB pay, so he definitely.
Yeah, it's still sub 1
can-
hour.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I mean, considering he died, I mean, like 3 times or twice.
How do you write X released? Oh, okay.
All right, so
Alright.
they're all 3 in escape, so nothing to talk about really.
You could talk about the category.
Yeah, I guess. All
sweet.
dungeons. It's the first glitch category that we're gonna have in this relay race. Yeah, it's a full game category this time. Mirror Shield was just a partial. Now this is a full game category. You're gonna see a bunch of weird clips. I think Parisian player will do a few different strats. I know for one thing that he's gonna do the Meyer clip, with the mirror, which was the original Meyer clip, like in 2010. But the others, I believe, will do the regular boot clip, like through the cliff or the ledge. Uh, they will probably do Kiki skip, saves a bunch of time, and you don't have to get 110 rupees to open Past the Darkness. You just clip straight into it. Uh, and yeah, a bunch of other clips. So it's gonna be interesting.
So as you can see on the stream, Saban, Greenham, and Joe D'Amelio finished within 23 seconds. So it's a very close race for the first opening relay race. It's really cool. So go Scrivo, you got this. He's low heart, but he got it.
Did he get his fairy?
He got it a while ago. I think he got the ferry actually at Hammer Jump.
Okay. Oh yeah. Let's hope he remembers not to look up in the laser room, or else he's dead.
We will talk about the clips when they appear for sure. The code.
Yeah, it's just that right now it's kind of hard to explain without a visual.
Yeah. And as I said earlier, Parisian player is using a lot of different strats in like close to every category, and even in NMG he gets like either early and uses it in Skullwoods and stuff like that. Really funky stuff. Scrivo searching for a heart, barely getting hit, but makes it through with a bunny.
Oh yeah, that's one thing you got to be careful about when you fire those Oh wow, you almost died. No, I guess you had 2 hearts. Never mind.
Oh,
but yeah, that's
he's
one
really,
thing. Yeah, when you fire out the pokies, their balls like fly across the screen, so you got to be really careful.
All right, looks like Scrivo finishes it off.
It's a 3-minute PB for him, sub 1 hour. So congrats to Scrivo.
GG. Somewhere I've beeping.
All right, next one is Malibu Ken.
Is it 2N or
3 N's?
3N. Alright. Alright, Malibu Ken just started. So it's about a 6-minute deficit for the team high rollers, but I believe in Malibu Ken, he's gonna hover the time back. He's gonna hover everywhere and save those 6 minutes easy.
Oh yeah, 6 minutes to hover.
So as we say, it's a glitch category, and in a glitch category, save and quit is allowed. So you will see some save and quits early on and everywhere to save a little bit of time. Here it saves about 20 seconds. See that minor difference. Parisian player took Sank card, but Christus and X-Release didn't. And it's actually more optimized that you don't take the Sank card. Now, they would take it after you get the boots, before you clip to Death Mountain. So you get a heart refill. So you have 6 hearts instead of 4 hearts for Death Mountain. Because that is kind of scary area.
I'm not sure if X Release splits are his PB splits. It says 114.37, I think. I know he had a 116 like yesterday, but 114 I didn't see his video. So
Sum of best maybe.
Oh, okay.
Might be the sum of best. He got a 116 yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, just to remind you guys, for Team High Rollers, in the top left corner, we have Malibu Ken. Top right corner for Team Squatty Potty, Christos Owen. Bottom left, Team Unmatched Ruggedness, we have X Released. And bottom right, Parisian Player for Team Parmesan Express. And can we get a sync, Ash? Or oh, Parisian Player froze.
Not. Yeah. He's back for me. Like I got Parisian play on 842, but he's lagging out.
837.
No.
Yeah, he's lagging right now. Let's wait until he recovers.
Yeah.
Josh is at 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Okay.
Christos just got the big key.
Yeah.
And then Malibu is at 58, 59, 3 minutes.
Yes.
Alright.
Let me refresh Fusion right now. Hope he got more frames.
Actually, he's down to half a heart here. And he's done. That's the scary part about skipping Sankard early. It's just you only have 3 hearts for Easton, but those guys should be comfortable with it.
So X Release has 2 options now. He can skip the safety hard pot in the first room upstairs and roll deep in the cannonball room, or he can grab the pot.
Every time when I grab the pot, I get hit from anti-fairy. I should actually practice that. Because it messes up. You don't know how they move if you pick up that pot.
Okay, so it's really close between Parisian Player and Christos Owen, like really close.
Yeah, for me, Chris, this is a little bit ahead, but we don't actually know because Parisian Player's stream is a little bit lagging. It's fine.
420 in the throne room for Malibu Ken. Ooh, Armos with half a heart for X Released. No problem. Blunt Bunny's taking notes.
Wow. Why is Parisian playing at 1x speed? Yeah, that's a good question, but we unfortunately don't allow 2x in this. Parisian player is used to known for his double speed runs, like 2x. It's kind of crazy.
Maybe in the
He's
next
doing it
relay.
regularly. Maybe in the next relay. If you find other people, if you get a ROM hack done which runs 2x speed, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm sure a CMLM would run that.
Alright, it looks like Parisian is stabilized a bit. He's at 40, 41, 42, 43.
Perfect for me.
Just wondering how do you refresh in live stream, because mine is at like 11:43.
If you hit the you're in VLC,
Yeah.
hit the stop button and then hit the play button. It'll take a second to come back.
Okay,
Just real quick, they are actually doing the first clip in the run now, which is called DMA. Parisian is doing it. And wow, he's doing it RBO style, no dash boots. Chris just did it with dash buffering.
Can't do it with boots for some reason.
Oh, really?
I just cannot do it. That's weird. But
That's
whatever
weird.
works,
Yeah.
man.
Does he play on
Yeah.
keyboard?
I think he does. I think he does. Yeah. Like you can hear the keyboard if you have his sound most of the time. But yeah, dash clipping is most likely easier, and he's down to 1 heart, but makes it into the cave, which is the most important part. And this,
And
so
here you want to scroll the screen a little bit up, because if you don't, you'll hit the cave transition and you'll get a painfully slow, transition. Like slow as in like 30 seconds probably.
Yeah.
20-30 seconds. It's really
Shout out,
slow.
shout outs to Matsuki who got that the first time yesterday, and he was a little bit surprised. Like if you don't know what's going on, you're asking yourself, can I continue or what's going on here?
Yeah.
It depends on how close you are to the cave, and sometimes it's worth waiting out, sometimes it's faster just to reset.
And now the second clip. This is actually a very hard clip called Kiki Skip. So it's called by its name because you don't need to open Palace of Darkness with a monkey Kiki, and you basically can clip from this cave into Palace of Darkness. And Christos got a very solid one. Not too bad. Let's see how Extra Liz is doing. It's basically you need to clipping works. You only can move one frame diagonal. If you move 2 frames, you clip out. So you move 1 frame diagonal, go down, and that's about 9 times for this clip. So most people use like select buffering to just allow 1 frame of input in the game. Some people use sword buffering, which is harder but faster.
So I'd
So
like
it's
to
a
point
very
out,
hard clip.
in Pod here, you notice it looks like a cave, and he just opened a door without getting a key. So when you clip from a cave into a dungeon, the game doesn't keep track of your keys, so it sets it to like 255 keys. So what you can do is you saw Josh there, X-Released, he just opened that 1 key door, exited the dungeon, re-entered it normally, and then that door was open.
And the way clipping works in indoors area, like if you look at that cave that Parisian player is in, he's trying to clip and he's gonna clip down, hit the screen transition down, and on the EG map, this cave happens to be on the very bottom of the EG map. And so when he clips, it's gonna scroll him back all the way to the top, which happens to be Palace of Darkness basement.
Yeah, the game is created like that every dungeon and cave basically is on the same map. So with that you can clip around and use out of bounds for your purpose, for your advantage. And this is the Palace of Darkness. Look at the heart count. They have 5 hearts. They just have the fighter sword. So it's actually a very hard place. It's not too easy to not die here, especially the boss hammer swords. Pretty scary fight.
Yeah, unless you're going for like the record at them or something, you really want to sank hard in this category, especially for the boss, because the boss of this dungeon, Helmasaur King, does 2 hearts of damage. Like whatever attack he does, it's 2 hearts. And so with the sank hard, you'll have 5 hearts, and assuming you make it to the boss with full health, then you can tank 2 hits instead of 1, which makes a huge difference. And as a safe strat for the second phase of the boss, you can shoot 8 arrows on his green eye instead of trying to walk in with the hammer.
Looks like Christos is the first making it to the statue. X released about 20 seconds behind.
And Malibu Ken just got done with Eastern Palace. I think he's gonna catch up on clips, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
he's
not
done
sure,
80% no EG a lot before.
Does Malibu can get the gold sword in this category? He gets the
Uh,
gold sword in any percent OEG and an NMG.
The last run I saw him do of this category, he did get the gold sword.
He's one of the, I'd say, skill-based best players who gets the gold sword still. And he's the hover god. So it's gonna be exciting when he pulls out some hovers. I'm not sure if there are any special hovers in this category. It's could be fun.
There's the one in Meyer after you get the King of Samaria. You go back on the bridge and hover to the left. But it's like a 2-tile hover, it's not too bad.
Mm.
It does save minimal time.
The only thing you basically, Christos got a very good hammer so far. It's got in a couple of hammer hits. You can't slash him with a fighter sword. You only can spin him, and it's eight spins. So
It's
you
really
kind of
slow.
don't want to do it. You want to use optimally the hammer, or when you're not comfortable with the hammer, you want to use those arrows.
There's a bunch of arrow pods in this dungeon, so like whatever. You can just go out of your way for like 5 seconds.
Especially
Instead of
for
dying.
a marathon run.
Oh, he took a hit on the last hammer hit, but killed Helmasaur at the same time. X released bottom left corner.
That was weird. that he got the hit in after he got hit. So I didn't see Malibucan's clip, but it seemed like it was pretty good.
He's about to do kicky skip, so depending on how it goes, he can save a bunch of time on the others. Like if he does sword buffers.
I'm actually not sure if he does sword buffers. I would like to see someone doing sword buffer clips in this race. So let's hope. Looks like it. And there you see he's actually using a kind of a different method on sword buffer. Like he slashes once. While the slash, he starts holding the diagonal input, and then he slashes again to buffer. So you got he's doing like a hybrid way.
A hybrid?
A hybrid clip.
Yeah, that's the way I used to do it as well, since select buffering is obviously slower, but it's a little safer.
Yeah, I used to try to get like 5 pixels in, or just how you feel, and then finish
Yeah.
it off with select buffer.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you clip out on the last pixel, it's very frustrating. So we saw a little small clip there from X Release just right now. To enter Hera real quick. Those types of clips are pretty easy. You just activate the spin speed glitch, and you can like run off the cliff. So you screen wrap to the top to enter Hera. We will see this couple more times.
Normally, you're not supposed to access the Dark World before actually killing Aghanim. But in this category, since we're using glitches, the runners went to Pass the Darkness first to get the hammer, then kill Helmasaur. And so they're going to use the hammer on Moldorm. And instead of 6 slashes, it's only going to be 3 hammer hits, which speeds up the fight a little bit. And just looks cool. Like, you don't see that often.
In the bottom right, you will see the Hera clip now one more time. Pay attention. And Chris is attempting the hammer jump. No, the bump jump in Hera.
And easy every time for one person in the world.
Wait, did he fall down after? Like, was it on accident or was it?
Wait, who are you talking about? I was talking about Malibucan. Like, he hovered the hammer jump.
Oh, no, I didn't even pay attention to that. Damn. Christus fell down after the bomb jump to the moon pearl, or like,
Ouch.
It looked like he just jumped into the hole. I don't know.
That's a nice hammer dash there in the moon pearl room.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that 2 days ago. He was trying to get it faster than not hammer dashing so hard. I think it's slower, but it's cool.
Oh, yeah, the hammer hitbox, when you try to hit something, when you're facing up and down, it's really weird. Like, it's really small hitbox.
Okay, so Christus now you see him doing a little bit of a clip to enter the Dark World Kakariko, like the West Dark World early, and he's gonna get to Thief's Town and get the Titan. It's a separate sword, so you get like a sword upgrade early.
Well, that turtle room though, by Malibu Ken.
Turtle Party.
So Team Unmatched Ruggedness and Team Squatty Potty are really close together, and Team Parmesan Express not too far behind. And Malibu Ken holding it down in Paths of Darkness, but he's about to get to Helmasaur, so.
See how this Helmasaur fight is going.
Ooh, okay, good.
Whew. Little bit scary, but fortunately he didn't get a fireball late.
He could have taken one more hit.
And now we see Feast Down with Fighter Sword, which is actually in some parts it's kind of scary because you don't kill those Zedeks basically. You need like a million hits for them. So you have to really know how to avoid everything.
And the boss of this dungeon, Blind, it doesn't matter what weapon you hit him with, like fighter sword, tempered sword, like doesn't matter. All you need is 3 hits per phase. Pain of Brian.
Oh, and one point where you see in the top right now, Christus has to kill all those enemies and go to the left door because we don't have the gloves, the power gloves yet, because we didn't do desert yet. So we basically skip the gloves and get the Titan Mid soon, instantly. So that's a pretty good time save as well. You can skip the gloves in this category. A little bit of a high five here on the conveyor bridge.
The dungeon order in this category are all mixed up, and even in a dungeon you do rooms in reverse order sometimes.
Yeah, it's a really cool category. Like, it's a lot of fun if you can do clips and stuff. It's kind of hard to get used to it first, but with select buffing you can get the hang of it pretty fast.
And you know, even if you can do Kiki Skip, even if there's some clips that you can do, there's always a way around that by using safer strats or easier strats. So yeah, even if you're a beginner, you can still pick up this category and run it.
You could do an NMG run with save and quit and like one clip and call it all dungeons. Oh, Parisian player actually tried to pick up the rock, but nope, that doesn't work.
Was doing some push-ups there.
And Malibu Ken hovers had to wait during the hover because the spark was like above him. He couldn't go further. So just chilling around in the air. He's just a god. He has a highlight where he hovers straight for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Just imagine that. It's insane. And now while we are here at getting the frog, we can actually get the book too. We need it.
Ooh. Okay. Okay, Moldorm's
Hold on,
down.
it's a little bit... Moldorm didn't want to die at first. Should hover over the hole above the bumper. Yeah. So now we're getting the tempered sword and we finally can do some damage to the enemies here.
The book is really easy to forget in this run.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because you don't need it to open desert, just clip into desert. But you need the book for Ether and Quake.
Well, not for Quake.
Yeah, just Ether.
Just
I don't know
Ether.
what I was. Yeah. Ether.
Gonna throw the book to the catfish. So what is actually after this? Oh, Skulls. I don't think anything in Skulls changed in comparison to no major glitches.
I don't think so. No.
I missed Crystal's get the fence dash. Let's hope. Let's see if X released. We'll go for the fence dash to save a huge amount of 20 frames. Oh baby, we got it. We're in there. Shout out to fence dash.
Still really close for the three teams: Squatty, Parmesan, and Unmatched Ruggedness. High Rollers, one dungeon behind, maybe.
I don't know if he caught up or I think he, but he didn't lose much time to the other teams. That's for sure. Malibu Ken, I'm talking about.
And he felt the bumper skip, but that's minor.
Yeah. Chris is getting the fire rod. And so after Skullwoods, stuff will get funky. I tell you that. A lot of clips will happen after Skullwoods, and a lot of weird like mechanics in the game with unlocking doors and stuff. But we'll explain that when it comes up. This is like I think my favorite part about this run, like the Meyer Desert segment. It's really
Well,
funny with the clips.
Everything after Skullwoods is really fun. But one thing that do suck about this category is all the RNGs at the end, Ganon and Aghanim.
Yeah. That's true. Chris is the first runner attempting to fight Mothula. Shouldn't be a huge problem here. Got plenty of hearts. Sometimes this fight can go wrong, really wrong, but it's not the worst fight in this game. was a little bit clenched, but clutched it out. So,
Let's see if Josh, also known as X Released, watched the Josh Moth tutorial.
if he gets Joshua done. Like, show us how to fight this guy. Come on.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Oh, yeah, dude. This is how do we want to see.
Okay, so last team is basically one dungeon behind because they just killed the boss of their respective dungeon. One on blind, one on moth. Well, two on moth actually, and the Parisian player like half a dungeon behind maybe. Okay, so this next part is really fun. You should all watch it. Well, if you're here, it's because you're watching, Kappa. Like, what I meant is pay attention. Pay close attention, okay? It's a bunch of weird clips, weird stuff happening.
Attention to Crystals messing up spin speed twice. Oh no! Shout out to Team Squatty Body. So after he gets Ether, you might think, wait, where is he going? Like, we need an item which is very far away, which is Flippers into his domain, but found a way to just clip there. So we kind of combined this together because it's really far away, the item.
Ooh, I'm not sure if Malibu Ken will be able to re-enter his warp portal after the book. Let's see.
So you will see Chris on the top right doing the clip, and he's in the domain. Oh, wait, he wasn't?
No, he warped. Like the warp was on top of the thing.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
The layout is all messed up in Zora's River. Wow, it looks like X Released is 53 seconds ahead of his PB, and his PB is at 1:16:39. So we might see 150 in this race. I don't want to speak too soon, but that's a really good pace so far.
That's a really good pace he's on right now. But same as Christos' pace. Christos just started 10 seconds before X Released, so he's on kind of the same pace right now, actually. In the top right, you see a little bit of a clip which saves like 2-3 seconds, but
that clip is so funny with spin speed.
Yeah. And now we see how we get into the Maya area, and yeah, it's raining. Just think that this is rain. What you see right there, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
The clip that Christos just did to reach Maya area, X Release will do the same. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, okay. And Malibu Ken will do it too, probably. But Parisian player will use the mirror in a different location. It's gonna be fun to watch.
I don't actually know that clip, so I'm excited for that. So as we are here in Maya, we actually just do desert, because why not? It's fast, and we need to do it. The good thing about this desert segment is you see soon at Christos, you need to get the big key to unlock the last door. But after the big key, you can just use the mirror and get out pretty quick. One thing is, if you don't run this a lot and try to do a rusty run of this, you have to be careful to not randomly walk in the power glove room and pick up the gloves. Like, I think that kills your run actually. If you get the power gloves.
I have no idea. Which is why you shouldn't pick out power gloves.
Yeah. It's not too bad. You just mirror though. You don't get.
And normally in Desert Palace, there's an item that you don't have. Well, you don't have the mirror, but there's another item in the fire rod. It's gonna speed up lighting the torches before Lanmolas, and it's gonna give you a 1 cycle, almost guaranteed, or a 2 cycle. So yeah.
Oh, the top left guy's quality. Yeah. Oh no, Parisian is bottom right. Never mind.
Yeah, Parisian is bottom right.
Yeah, Malibu has an RGB setup.
Oh, really?
That looks really sharp. Can't
quite
wait for my race.
Yeah,
Well,
it's,
like,
it's
my
quite
quality is
expensive
like-
to get all that, but it's pretty nice once you have it all set up.
Just unfortunately misses the 1 cycle.
Yeah, Evil Ash would know about stream setups a little bit.
Little bit.
Just a little.
And oh, actually, pay attention to the bottom right. You see the clip you're talking about. I've not seen this before.
Oh, he's doing the old fluteless Mire.
Yeah. That's kind of funny. To see a variation of what clip you can do.
I like the dash paths in the mire area because you never know like where to go. There's there's so much stuff in the way.
So the Mire segment is one of my favorite spots in the run because there's so much that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Like, one big point right now you see on the top right, Christus getting this spiky first, too. Usually you don't do it. This is because you'll see soon that he will clip into a different dungeon and has to get this key to open a key door. Otherwise, he would be locked in the dungeon. So you need an additional key. So he will first get the big key now and then revisit the same room to clip. Fun stuff happen.
Yeah, so Christos is gonna get the boss key, and he's gonna revisit the torch room. He's gonna clip to what is it, Hera, in the Hera warp room for the fairy room, then clip again to Swamp. So it's nice to see that you can go from dungeon to dungeon just like that.
How? Just looking on the splits of Josh. How did he save 42nd on desert?
Wait, Josh is what?
Yeah, he in his PB he had died on trying to do the cliff jump. The bombers got him.
Oh,
okay.
That's very scary, actually. Yeah.
Dude, he's on like 114 pace, or yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. Let's hope he keeps it up, and let's hope Christus as well. Like, it's a pretty good pace too. So now we see Christus just head back to the torches, and you see him clipping to Hera, to Swamp, and in Swamp, why is he doing that? Because if you clip to a different dungeon, the game doesn't load the dungeon, so it thinks Christus has the big key, but he's in Swamp, he has the big key of Mire, so the game thinks, okay, you have the big key, you can open big chests and big doors, and he's gonna take the advantage of that and gonna get the hook shot early, so he can skip the big key and Swamp later, which saves a good amount of time.
Even with how quick it is to get the hook shot, it's pretty close in time. It's what, like maybe 30 seconds at best if your clips are good.
Wait, just 30 seconds? I felt
Yeah,
more.
it. Well, maybe it's a little bit more. I know ACM had looked at it a while back.
So now you see the second clip. You see both clipping. One is a Meyer, one is an Hera. Those left indoor clips are always the same, and just showing off the Jaden clip style without Slash buffers at the end. Pretty nice.
Okay, so they're basically tied right now. Or yeah, like 5-10 seconds
Well,
difference.
Yeah. A clip difference.
Yeah. They're like, oh, okay, Christo's got it.
So on the top right, you see now that's why you had to grab the key, because in this room there's a key door and you can't unlock it otherwise.
And fun fact, you cannot key dash on north-facing locked doors for whatever reason.
Now we got the hook shot, and he will mirror. So the game thinks it's still Meyer. You will get to the entrance of Meyer. Fun stuff.
I was watching Josh run this the other day, and I was wondering if it might be possible to pick up the extra key in Swamp, but you need that for later anyway, unfortunately. Now, the key routing in this is kind of interesting just because you're crossing keys over different dungeons.
Yeah.
I like the routing in Meyer. Because after the Cane of Samaria, you just either you hover or you fall off the bridge to go back. And then you take the warp that nobody takes in NMG unless you die to Vitreous.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can't go the other route because you don't have a key anymore. Well, you could go for the bridge and hover, I guess.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to watch Malibu Ken's Meyer. You might be in for a surprise, so make sure to pay attention to top left corner or top left screen.
Yeah, the original route for Meyer, actually, they used to get the backup key and use that in Swamp instead of the spike key, and then take the right path to Vitreous. But I had tested this route, and it was just a little bit faster.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think Malibu can caught up because X-Release and Chris's own are playing super well right now. Like, this is a really good gameplay they're showing off here. And as well as Parisian player. As you see,
It's not
he's
too
like,
far behind. Yeah, still keeping up with
he's ahead of his PB too, which is good.
Yeah, Ken unfortunately, like, he had a few mistakes, like falling bumper skip, mirroring on top of the cliff, so he couldn't warp back to Dark World. He had to do a trip around Kakariko to enter the other blue warp.
That was actually a very costly mistake. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we see Parisian player doing the clips, and he's only select buffering this because it's easier. Definitely easier. See, Josh doesn't get a 0-second
problem on
video.
Vitreous.
Oh!
Well, so much for bird toss.
Well, that was close on an X-Release stream. Did you see it? Like he shot only 7 arrows and barely got Andied.
Yeah, that was a little close.
Andy. And we see Christus is actually doing this clip. And what's so special about this clip to Swamp? You are on a time window. Like, you just saw the fireball like that one Zora guy from the Dark World shooting at you frequently. So you need to hurry up at this clip, or you will get hit and clip out. So if people are not comfortable with clipping fast, you can save and quit and get to here. It's obviously slower. But both of our first runners do this clip. Fortunately, the aiming of the Zora wasn't on point today for at least, so
Zora's aim is not on point. Okay.
he stood still and he shot even like next to him. Please.
Ooh. Okay. He could have get hit by the slug there, and he would have died, but he's fine. Malibu Ken.
Wait, is my Malibu Ken stream off sync? Like it's lagging out for me a little bit. What's the time at?
It's at
43,
11,
12.
12, 13,
Yeah.
14.
43:11. I'm at 42:11. Wait.
Refresh.
Oh yeah, you were way behind.
Ah, there we go.
Save Warpipe. Okay, so now they're doing the real swan.
Yeah, which is actually pretty fast because you just go to the boss. You don't have to get the boss key because this is one of the 2 dungeons with Skullwoods, which doesn't actually need the boss key if you have the item of the dungeon. So it doesn't have a boss door.
And it's a really cool skip because you get to skip one of the most annoying rooms in the game. You know, the room that you visit 4 times with a fire snake, jellies, and Stalfos. And it's just like overall, it's just a like boring section of the game that you skip.
Let's see how Malibu Ken's in the top left corner, how the clip is going. First one was pretty good. Fortunately, you are in Ferium, so you get a full refill. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, fairy refill before Vitreous. Very nice.
And Parisian player having a very good Vitreous fight. Oh, he didn't go for the arrow for the 0 cycle, but he got a double spin on Vitreous, so he only has to hit 6 arrows instead of 8.
Yep, nice Vitreous.
Does Josh not go for 0 cycle? Oh. Damn.
Okay, so I don't know if these players will do the screen wrap or screen scroll for Ice Palace, but there's a way to enter Ice Palace from the screen on the left. You're gonna see that in a few seconds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure both are do this. It's a very scary screen wrap.
Well, the
like,
window it's a very lenient window, so it's not too scary. But yeah, if you do mess it up, you have to reset or
like if
from
you
the
go to
last
hide
time
a
you
bit-
save and quit. Yeah.
Yeah. And the
Which
last
is
time
before
you
Swan.
save and quit is yeah. It's even before Meyer. If you do the Swamp clip.
It's
just-
pretty far back.
Just want to point out that Malibu Ken just hovered over the eye bridge room there and back.
Yeah. Oh, he hovered to the nice.
Let's see if he hovers the other bridge, which
I
looks
think
like
he
he's
will.
gonna do.
Like,
Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah.
going there, not even split second of a thought. And on the top right, we just saw the screen wrap to enter ice. And here's the hover. Just why not, dude?
Easy every time, right?
Unbelievable. Oh, Josh actually doesn't do the screen map. Okay. It's actually not the biggest time save. And we got both players tied because Chris has a little bit trouble here. So please pay close attention to the bottom left clip. Like he's doing it kind of Jaden style at the end of the clip, which looks pretty cool with a menu buffer. Like he just moves in without even a buffer. It looks really tough.
Okay, so X released, or I should say unmatched ruggedness past Squatty Potty now.
Yep. So they are on pretty similar pace because they started like 10 seconds apart.
Ooh. Okay, well.
Oh no. Malibu Ken died. That's unfortunate. But we do see the hover again. Just tried with the hook shot you can skip the spike. It's a really, really hard trick. And you don't take damage. Okay, Malibu Ken doesn't go for the hover again. No blame, no shame. Wow, Christus and Josh are pretty much tied. Let's hope they both get a good cold step fight.
Chris checking the map there.
He's still on track. Oh, just got hit. Okay. 100,
Little
but he survived. So.
Little scary. Malibu's making his way back to Vidi. So this time it's even going to be more risky because he's going to be lower on hearts than he was previously. I hope this doesn't screw him, but he did not mirror outside the dungeon.
Oh yeah, if the crystal drops or not.
Does it actually in this category? I'm not sure.
I guess we're gonna see.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
So there's a chance here the crystal might not drop from Vitreous. Because he's actually in the fake Dark World. You can tell by the pots in the dungeon.
I actually think it doesn't drop because the thing is there are only 3 palaces. I think Ice Palace, Mire, and the third one, which are connected to like Light World dungeons. So if you and he did all 3 Light World dungeons already. So the game thinks the dungeon already finished or something. Wish we had Scutch here right now.
And no.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Damn it. Does he know it? He has to reset now. I think there's no way to get out, is there? Can't menu. I think
should we just let
he's
him
not aware
continue?
of that. It's not to me.
I just told him to continue.
He can't continue though.
Why?
If he resets, he's gonna have to redo what, Desert and Mire?
I think there's no other way.
We're just trying to figure out what options we have here.
Yeah, I guess he's gonna use a NMG save state and do all dungeons.
Does it mess up something with the
Well, I mean, in
items
this
and stuff?
situation, we don't really have the choice, so yeah, it's
Yeah,
fine.
that's true.
Well, it depends on where his states are, because usually you do swamp first.
After Maya, he skips like whole swamp and ice now. So now if he uses after Maya.
I don't think it's gonna work.
After school, maybe.
Then he might as well just reset and continued where he was.
Yeah, I think there's really no other solution right now to that.
I mean, just reset and redo Desert and Mire. It's actually going to be the fastest option.
Yeah. I totally forgot.
Oh, he
the
died and
last
it's
thing.
saved in Mire.
Oh, he can do just that then.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
He
But will
died,
the crystal drop this time? Probably.
He'll
He'll
tell him
just have
this
to-
mirror and
Yeah, he'll
mirror
have to
outside.
clip to Mire anyway.
True.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, at least he's not completely screwed, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, so Malibu didn't know that could happen. I'm guessing in his practice he didn't retry a dungeon if he ever died to Vitreous. And like we were saying, the crystal won't drop if you've completed the Light World dungeon equivalents. That can happen in both Ice and Mire in this.
And I didn't realize as well. Otherwise, could have told him. I didn't think about it at all. Oh well.
I mean,
Yeah, but
even if it's pretty far back now, the next category is 100%, so you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the time I realized it was probably going to be too late with the stream delay anyway. And either way, he's going to be at the same spot here.
Oh well. In the meantime, we actually missed complete Turtle Rock clip stuff and etc. of that. So there were some clips in Turtle Rock, but we will see them from Parisian Player now, fortunately. So we don't have Quake, that's the thing. Because we clipped to Zora's domain, but we never visited that area in the Dark World. So we don't have Quake, but we can clip into Turtle Rock in a way. And you will see it in a second on the bottom right corner of the stream. Yeah, let's wish some good RNG for AgeNet 174 and 100% run.
No pressure.
Oh well. How can RNG be pressure, huh?
Oh wow.
Wait, where did...
So Parisian Player just got destroyed there on Upper Death Mountain.
Wait, doesn't he do a Turtle Rock clip? Or does he... I'm not sure what he's doing.
He might be doing the other route, which is just the easy mirror jump.
Oh, the mirror jump down, okay. And now we see from Chris's zone in the top right, he's attempting to Ganon Tower clip. though. This is our clip in Ganon Tower. You do like 2 screen wraps, basically.
Okay, good luck to Malibu Ken.
You see his confidence is kind of low right now. He's pretty careful on that side. Let's hope he gets it back. So give Malibu Ken a huge shout out.
Ooh, okay. Well, you got lightning once, but that's okay.
Okay. He finished with the end. We do see a crystal. Alright.
Okay, so meanwhile, Christos Owen looks like he passed Josh again, but they're both in Ganon's Tower now, just near the end. But after Ganon's Tower, you have Aghanim's Tower because we skipped it earlier in the run. And then it's Ganon, and the funny thing about doing Ganon right after Aghanim's Tower is that you get a hard refill on top of the pyramid right before the fight, and so you have Sword Beam for Ganon. So chances of dying are pretty low.
So Malibu Ken attempting for the swamp clip here. And yeah, there we go. That's the aiming I'm talking about, that guy. Oh, nope. So you're really under pressure at this clip. What is he shooting at? Alright, he got it. Nice. I'm not sure what happened in the Turtle Rock segment to Josh, but he lost over a minute to his PB. Maybe got stuck in the clips or something.
In Ganon's Tower, there's not much that changed compared to NMG, I believe, but in Aghanim's Tower, you will have the Tempered Sword. So you can just like kill guards in 1 slash or 2 slashes.
Oh, okay. He died. So in the meantime, Parisian player fighting Trinex and gets a good phase 1.
Actually, he's having some fun with the mimics here.
Deeps would not be proud. Chris is getting a really nice 1-cycle Lemmo too. So you basically fight Lemmolas twice the same way in this run. Which is kind of funny.
Dude, it's so close between Christos and Extralis right now. They're like a minute apart. It's really good.
Yeah. And Parisian player not too far behind, actually. He's coming up for Ganon Tower. Gets a little smooch there to refill some hearts.
The funny thing is that you have all the crystals to open Ganon's Tower normally, but you still clip into it because you skip the cutscene. The cutscene takes forever. So. Plus, you don't have to travel. I don't know why I pronounce travel like travel, whatever. you don't have to dash. You know where the Lionels are. So yeah.
Yeah, and like, how do you even get there? Like, you don't have Quake, so you're stuck into the rock. You can't even. You have to save and quit anyway after Turtle Rock. So. Travel.
Yeah, travel.
Gotta get that thrash. So I'm curious right now on the top left if we might see the mirror clip again to ice. And probably another hover in ice for the...
Wow, that's some really sick Aghanim 2 pattern for crystals right now.
It's a nice 3 cycle. Could have really been a 2 cycle, but he kind of messed up the first one.
Okay, Kenny's doing the mirror clip to ice and looks like he's got it.
Isn't that too low?
No, he's got it.
No.
He's good.
I think I always pressed like the wrong input after the mirror clip then. Like, I got stuck there so often. And nope, we don't fight Ganon yet. We have to do Aghanim's Tower now.
Yeah, people tend to forget Aghanim's Tower. Even in, a normal run, you think about the 3 Light World dungeons, the one that drops pendants, but yeah, like people just tend to forget Aghanim's Tower. I don't know why, myself included.
I will.
Thankfully, Aghanim's Tower is a lot more fun with the Tempered Sword.
Oh, yeah. And like, Ganon is not really a big problem in this category because after Aghanim's Tower, there's a cutscene which refills your hearts. Not like in Ganon's Tower, you don't get the refill. So you always have full hearts for Ganon in this category.
Yeah, the only disadvantage about full hearts for Ganon is sword beams during the fight. That can lag a little bit. It would be funny if, like, one of the players dropped into the bat hole and go straight for Ganon without doing Aghanim's Tower.
Yo, maybe we don't see.
Oh, he tried to clink the wall with the hookshot to attract the guards, but it didn't work. Okay.
Wow, did you see that on Christus right now in Circle of Pots? Like, the hookshot doesn't go through those railings, but the key bounces so high that he got the key with a hookshot to the railing because the key bounced like high. It's actually pretty cool.
So Ken.
No. Oh, that's unfortunate. He's not having a great day. Give him some love in the chat. Some hearts.
Well, you gotta, yeah, okay, you got a magic drop at least. He's gonna try to do a run back.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, let's see how many blue balls Christos gets.
Okay, Ben replies with an easy every time to get his team back in the race. We'll see. Ben is a pretty consistent player though. Like, if he gets some good RNG, he can pull off like a 147, 148 pretty easily.
Oh, and I saw that ACMLM did a 100% run yesterday. What was your time, ACM? I didn't catch the run.
Chris is still on the fight, so that's more than 3. I think it's so. I think it was 4 rewards. Does Malibu can hover again, or yeah? Well, just go over that pit. Call why not? Yeah.
Another thing he has to pay attention to is his bomb count, because he needs one to bomb the wall as he's entering T-Rock from the bottom door.
Oh.
He has
true,
one
yeah.
right now. I'm not sure if he needs more than that. Probably not.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he does
the other
the
walls he
ice
can
rod clip.
break open by just bonking into them.
Well, ice rod is there still, but he might do the ice rod clip.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But what I was talking about, Malibu Ken, it's just so funny. If he doesn't have a setup time for hover, I don't know how he does it. Everyone is like, okay, change your grip to the controller and stuff. Like, wait 2 seconds, then hover, and he's like instantly hovering.
You can change your controller grip during the door transition.
I mean, in general, you see
Yeah.
by Malibu Ken, it's pretty so fast. It's lightning speed.
Okay. Ooh.
Come on, Malibu Ken, you got this. Oh my god. Feels low percent, man. Alright, Coach there is dead. Whew.
Okay, the next runner for Team Squatty Potty is going to be Salatman92 for 100%. In about a minute or so.
Was kind of funny right now for Parisian player and Exodus were at the top of the pyramids. So Parisian player could have jumped into the pyramid to be ahead.
Yeah.
But I think we would have noticed that. One dungeon missing. Oh, just not getting the 1-1. But gets good RNG here on the second phase, so he can finish at least the 2-1 cycle.
Okay, so
And Chris just finished.
Yep.
It was a one. Was it? It could have been even a 115 from Chris's. I'm not sure right now. Like if you see it, X-Release timer, 116.14. So that's a very huge PB for Chris's own. GG's to him.
Okay, crystals.
And Malibu Ken just like Malibu Ken did the ice clip to. He knew he was a bomb short.
I'm trying to load Salatman's stream, but it doesn't work.
It's loaded from me. I don't know.
Okay,
it's online.
Hold on. Yeah, never mind, it works. Okay, M-Chan.
We got MC Han 338 for Team Unmatched Ruggedness.
Shout out to MC Han.
Do you see how focused he is?
Yeah.
The nerves, probably. I bet he's nervous. Like, he was so hyped for this. But I guess I'm pretty nervous.
Yeah, it's understandable.
All right, so we got about what is it, 1.5 minutes lead for Team Squatty Potty right now. But we're just 2 hours in. It's like it's a long way to go. All right, so Parisian player for Team Parmesan Express. What's a Parmesan Express? Going to Gannon soon, and he's on a good PB pace. He's about a minute ahead of his PB.
Oh, and Josh, if you want to hop in the commentary, just do that.
Yeah, I think it was it for me first, and I really need to do some small practice before the run.
Yeah, okay.
That was fun commentating. So
yeah, thanks for being here, and good luck with your runs and practice.
See you guys later.
Bye-bye. And we're also going to have Super Scooch in the commentary later on. Parisian player is about to finish his run. 2 hearts on Ganon. He's got to be careful. 1 hit from any fire bats at this point will kill him. No problem on Trinex for Malibu Ken. Easy peasy. Now this next category is 100%, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with that category. There's a lot of RNG in it, especially, well, blue balls don't matter too much, but there's digging game that can cost you minutes and minutes. Same for chess game. And especially on the Japanese version for chess game, you can only find the heart piece in the second chess, so that's even worse than in English. Let's hope for good RNG for all of our players here, but especially for Ben, who's going to play in a few minutes here, so he can catch up to the other teams. And yeah, Parisian player done with all dungeons. That was a nice run. I think he PB'd. Oh yeah, he PB'd by 48.2 seconds. So that's a really nice run for him. Now time to switch for ACMLM for 100% for Team Parmesan Express. Yeah, ACMLM stream setup is so good. And he's using S video, like just S video, and it looks that good. But he has a bunch of filters. I mean, I can't really explain how it works his setup, but if you want to know how, he has a link on his Twitch page. Yo, Wild Anaconda, congrats on the PB yesterday, 133.01. And how 100% works, you basically have to collect everything minus the 70-50 bombs and arrow upgrade. So you get all the heart pieces, the double magic upgrade, or the half magic upgrade, however you want to call it. All inventory item to their maximum level. So you don't get the blue boomerang, you don't get the red shield, because they get replaced with higher level equipment in the mirror shield, red mail, and red boomerang. They're not picking up the blue boomerang in escape because they're gonna get the red boomerang in a chest in a house in Kakariko village later on in the run. They're also not picking up the blue mail because red mail is sitting in the big chest right there in Ganon's tower. It takes, what, 20 seconds to get rather than 2-3 minutes for blue mail? Alright, talk to you later, Scrivo. Alright, so two teams are in 100% Eastern, Squatty Potty and Unmatched Ruggedness. I feel so dumb for saying Squatty Potty, excuse me, but it's it's really funny actually. Give a big shout out to Salatman for coming up with that name. M-Chan getting the boss key skip easy peasy. And Salatman finishing up Eastern. No problem. So if we'd have to guess right now, Team Squatty Potty would be ahead by what, 1-2 minutes maybe? Over Team Unmatched Ruggedness, and then ACMLM on Team Parmesan is
About
I don't
5
know.
minutes back.
Yeah.
Yeah, ACM can definitely easily make up that time by the end of 100%.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's a really good player. And Ben too, coming up on 100% is a really good player. So hopefully he's gonna make up some time. But again, it depends on what RNG you get, so you can't really predict. And what's cool about this category is that it changes stuff in Light World a little bit. You have to go out of your way for some heart pieces, get the mushroom. I mean, it's not a big difference, but it's still different than NMG. So you don't get to see the same thing over and over.
A nice little change until you get to the chess game and digging game.
Oh yeah, a huge reset point when you're going for a PB in that category.
Then Malibu Ken's doing his last hover here.
Of course.
Yeah, like Timon was saying, it's surprising how fast he can set up for that, because like he was saying, usually you get up to the edge and then you turn your controller sideways, and then you do the thing, and then after you get on the other side, you gotta readjust. He just flies right through it.
Some pretty good patterns on Aghanim too for Malibu Ken. Like, what you really don't want is have the real Aghanim in one of the corners, because it's really hard to do anything in that situation. I don't think ACM's gonna catch up to the other two player in Past the Darkness, but maybe at the end of the run, depending on the RNG. Because his execution is a little better than the other two, in my opinion. Oh, sorry, Josh.
I just
that's
moved
fine.
him in.
Congrats on your run.
I think it went pretty well.
Yeah, at some point you were like a minute and a half ahead, but then you
Yeah.
died of T-Rock, so it was kind of
It was
fortunate,
still
I guess.
probably surpassed my expectations, even with that death. I was pretty nervous and worried that I was going to choke somewhere.
You had some pretty good clips, especially the down left clips and indoor clips.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I practice those a lot with Jaden Strat.
And Christos had a really good run too. He was keeping up with you for the entire run. It
Yeah.
was, like, you were neck and neck for almost the entire race. That was fun to watch. Hopefully Malibu Ken gets good Aghanim RNG. It's about to finish up his run here.
Yeah, and even though he's a good bit behind, and his team is a good bit behind, 100% has a way of screwing people over, so they could easily get right back in it. With good minigame RNG.
Like, really, the only reason he's that far behind is because of Vitreous.
Yeah.
Well, he also died to cold and to
Oh,
Trinex
yeah, that's
as
true.
well. So,
Wait, he died to Trinex?
yes, he did.
Oh, I missed that. Well, never mind.
At least you come in from the late entrance, though, in this category every time. So
Yeah.
it's not the worst boss fight to die to.
A Parisian player actually did the old mirror jump.
Oh, really?
Not the hard one, the easy one from Dark World from the top.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Also did the Mirror Cliptomeyer, the one like 2012, 2010. It's funny because he cannot do the boots clip, like DMA with boots, he cannot do it for his life. Same for the boot Cliptomeyer. And I think it's weird because it's for us it's easy, but for him it just doesn't work.
Does he play on keyboard?
I'm not sure because he talked recently that he switched to controller, but he might be playing on keyboard for this race just because he's used to it. So I have no idea.
Okay, yeah. So this will actually be interesting because I think a lot of people are doing different routes, or at least I know ACM does the old route still.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what route M-Chan uses.
ACM might get the heart piece from the maze like right now.
Yeah. It's a few seconds slower, but any route that does this has to have very particular heart piece routing because of a health refill you need later in the run.
Okay, well he skipped the heart piece, so I don't know what
Yeah.
route.
I guess he might be doing... I don't know. He's definitely doing something weird, because on his splits he has Swamp before Skullwoods, Ice, Turok. So maybe it's like a hybrid route that he likes. Ken's on Ganon. This might be the first time I've ever seen Ken fight Ganon with the Tempered Sword.
Yeah, he might have decided on the spot to skip Golden Sword just to make up time for what happened earlier.
Didn't he get a PB without it? I thought was that him this morning, or is that somebody else?
Well, the last runs I saw from him was getting Gold Sword, so I just assumed he was gonna get Gold Sword, but yeah. Might have PB'd with Timber, if that's possible.
Maybe it
Nice
was
top
somebody
right
else.
spin. It was better Ganon than I did.
Well, at least he finished the run. He pulled through after those deaths. Next one is Ben for 100%.
Alright, once I get this cropped here, we can all sync.
Okay. Wait, he's not streaming on his main account?
No, I'll PM it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that too. You're gonna do it on IRC or Discord.
I have IRC up.
Okay.
A pretty good name.
Okay, so everybody's on 100% now. Every team. I like how ACM fights Landmolas. He always goes for like 1 or 2 arrows and slash like a madman.
He usually has pretty good fights though. Yeah, he has an interesting approach.
Alright, you guys ready for some sync?
Yep.
Let's start with Salatmon. He's at 24 now. 1, 01 to 02, 03, 04, 05.
Okay.
MC Han is at 45, 46, 47, 48, 49.
22, 15.
Yes.
Okay.
ACM is at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Okay.
And Ben is...
He doesn't have a
Timer.
Yeah, I'll tell you when he goes up these little stairs here. Now.
Okay.
Then he transitions now.
Yep. So Salatman is about to get a hard piece there. You have the option to get that hard piece before going in Hera. That requires a hover on both sides, so on the way there and on the way back. It's a really large pit, so you need to be confident in your hovering abilities. It saves about 13 seconds with a good hover, but like I said, it's really risky, and if if you're doing a race, it's probably not in your best interest to do that, because like if you fall, you just get demotivated. Yeah, I think everyone in this race is gonna get that heart piece after Hera. And another fun fact, on Moldorm with a fighter sword, doesn't matter what you hit him with, like a slash or spin attack, it's always 6 hits for some reason. But with a tempered sword from Moldorm 2 and Ganon's Tower, it does matter. Like a slash is half the damage of a spin, so I don't really understand what the developers were thinking, but yeah.
I'm gonna take this time to go grab some food, so I'm gonna be gone for about 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
Everything hopefully will stay going.
You don't have to add the timer, Ben. We're already synced. Don't worry about it. Oh, well, there you go. It's faster to get the mushroom on the way back to the like back from the Master Sword rather than on your way there. It's just a few frames.
It's also easier to me for the because that dash to the south is kind of hard to do well.
Yeah. So Team Squatty Potty and Unmatched Ruggedness are still pretty close in the whole this whole race. Team High Roller still trailing behind, but hoping for good RNG here. Ben's been practicing, or at least running 100% lately, like the last week, in preparation for this race. He's got a 149 yesterday, I think, like 149.51. It's a really good time for this category. Sub 150 is really good. And ACM's PB is 147. Oh my god, 147 4x, I believe. 41. Yeah. So they're both under 150. And then the other two, they still have good PBs. I think Salatman is 154. Yeah, 154.12. And M-Chan like 153. ACM plays on console, but his stream looks really sharp. So yeah, a lot of people think it's emulator. Like out of these 4 runners, there's only one person who runs on emulator, and that's M-Chan. You can see the input display on stream. But the other 3 are on console.
Did Salatman switch to console?
Uh,
I didn't know that.
Not sure actually. I guess.
It looks like a console game feed.
Yeah. Just gonna look on speedrun.com real quick. Well, according to speedrun.com, it says console, so.
Oh, I think his NMG PB might have been at their like German meetup thing, where he wasn't on his usual setup.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
So he's on emulator too.
Yeah, playing on emulators wastes what, about 14 seconds over the course of an hour 30 minutes run, but in 100% it's probably more like 20, 18, 20. So small disadvantage there, but doesn't matter really. Okay, we have Salatman done with Light World. Hopefully he didn't forget anything. But according to his splits, he's 9 seconds behind his PB. The pyramid heart piece there is really easy to forget because it's just like plain out of the way and you don't necessarily think to go there. And ACM already caught up a little bit on the other two.
Saltman had to be very careful there, transporting Kiki. If you get hit, Kiki actually runs away from you, and you have to pay him again. Loses a lot of time.
Dude, those bongs, man.
World record for bots in a room.
RPG.
Last I looked, he'd been timed out 70 times or something. Or 69.
Yeah, I thought you were supposed to sleep, RPG. What the hell?
So, this dungeon's going to be pretty much the same as an MG. Saltman coming up on the hammer jump now, which is a pretty tough trick. I don't know if M-Chan does hammer jump. I think he does basement rupee route, which is only a few seconds slower in this category. Normally not in typical NMG, hammer jump is saves like 30 seconds or so, but 100% it doesn't save as much. I guess he still gets the 2 300 rupee chests. That surprised me.
Well, you get the 300 from the Thief in the Cave after
Yeah.
Class of Darkness, and you get the red boomerang from one of the rupee chests in Kakariko.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know why he didn't grab those rupees, but I guess he knows what he's doing.
So, Saltman has the pod crystal, and this upcoming segment is the worst segment, 100% probably. It involves 2 mini games for heart pieces that are completely random, and you could potentially see some of the teams that are behind make up some ground here. If the digging game or chess game go poorly for Salad Men.
It's even worse on the Japanese version for chess game. Like they messed up the code, and as a result, you can only find the heart piece in the second chess.
Oh wow,
But-
Salad Man got hit by the Snapdragon. I guess it's not a big, huge deal in this category though.
The bird does 3 hearts of damage. That guy, like the Snapdragon, does 3 also.
Yeah,
They're
that can be a dangerous screen in some categories.
And the screen he's on right now, the one with like the grass and the spears and the bombers, it's really annoying. Yeah, let's see that 18 buffers hammer jump RPG. Yeah, Ben just completely walled himself.
Salad Man missed the glitch warp. There's a way to skip the like little cutscene that plays with the flute guy. If you pick up the ocarina on the warp tile, or the flute, I guess, as it's called in this game. Save several seconds.
Dude, that was a clutch super speed. He dodged a boulder by going far down and almost jumped off the ledge, Ben.
So Salad Man's going to be coming up in the digging game, and this is the biggest load of crap. If you can dig well and get, a high 20s dig count, then you have about a 1/3 chance to get the heart piece. But if you miss, you waste like 40 or 45 seconds or something. It's pretty bad. So we'll see what kind of luck he gets.
Like I remember one of the race I did with Blonde Bunny and Incroyable BB. Like those two, like Incroy and Blonde, were almost tied at digging, not digging game, but one of them soft locked the fake flippers and lost 18 minutes. And then Blunt got really bad RNG, or Incroy got really bad RNG, and Blunt caught up all the way back those 18 minutes.
Yeah, you already missed it once, and you can see how you have to leave the screen, come back, pay the guy again, and then do it all over. You actually can't get the heart piece on your first 20 digs? Or is it 25? I think it's 20. I'm bad at remembering how the chess or the digging game works because I don't run Hundo. Alright, he got it on a second dig, so that's actually not too bad.
Dude, M-Chan is so focused right now.
Yeah, he's going to be coming up on the dig game soon. So. And that game can get really bad, and if you get up to much more than like 5 or 6 digs, you really start to lose so much time. Anything more than 3 is pretty painful. But it's also not over for Silent Man because there's one more minigame he has to play soon. The chess game. And this one has worse odds. It's only a 1 in 8 to get the heart piece. But you don't lose as much time for retrying. Oh, M-Chan got first try dig.
Damn.
Wow.
Whoa, man, rigged. ACM about to do the digging game now?
ACM's definitely made up a lot of time just from his better movement.
Wait, he's getting the heart piece before the flute? That's interesting.
Yeah, that is weird.
Alright, he got the cutscene skip. It's actually pretty easy to do. Even though I fucked it up in my SGDQ run, but let's not talk about that.
So we got ACM coming up on the dig game.
He's clinking a lot.
Yeah, if you don't get a certain number of digs, you don't get your full probability.
And after the chess game, it's gonna be interesting to watch ACMLM's route against Salatman's route. ACM on his third try now.
And Slotman doing the chess game.
Dude, I swear if he gets first try.
Now this game is a 1 in 8 to get it on the second chest you open. It's that's actually a bug in the Japanese 1.0 version of the game. It's one of the few bad things about the 1.0 version. In all other versions, you have better chances.
Yeah, sure, Ben. You can skip some stuff like blue mail if you want.
This is ACM's fourth try coming up, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what chest Saltman's on, but he's had to get through several for sure.
That's gonna be his fifth now.
Oh, okay.
He's getting rupees, which is good. But
Yeah.
Still waiting for the art piece. Meanwhile, ACM's still digging.
Yeah, at least the chess game is fast to retry, but it can still get really bad.
A single arrow chest. What a lucky guy. There's only one arrow chest in the entire game, and it's in House of Darkness basement. Wow, 2 bombs. Okay, so M-Chan and Salatman are tied right now.
Yeah.
Dude, he's racking up the rupees.
And that's the RNG aspect of this category for you. M-Chan just got the heart piece. He's ahead of Saltman.
Dude, he got first try dig and first try chest. How many blue balls did he get? Did anybody see how many blue balls he got?
I don't remember how many blue balls he got. Yeah, but that chest, this is an interesting quirk. That chest is the red boomerang if you don't already have a boomerang, so that's why they skipped the blue boomerang at the beginning of the game. Right, Saltman got the heart piece.
He resetted his timer by accident.
Meanwhile, ACM is on 6th or 7th dig.
He's very unlucky.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Ben will probably catch up because of that. So I guess it's good for the race. Yeah, you know it's bad when you lose 4 minutes the digging game. And still going. It's not done.
Yeah, the digging game is pretty bad. Saltman and M-Chan are at least past all the RNG craziness. There are only a few tough spots from here on out.
They're like
Goberna Cave and Super Bomb stuff. I don't know which strats they do, so...
Salatman's run from yesterday, he tried to go for the bomb teleport and he didn't get it, so I'm not sure what he's going to do in this run.
Yeah, he might be safe.
He has plenty of rupees though, so even if he fails it once, it's not too bad.
Yes, the ACM had got 8 dig tries and lost 4.5 minutes. But that's how slow the digging game is to retry. See, the nice thing about 100% is that you get safety items automatically. So M-Chan was just able to get a bottle and a fairy. Or a fairy and a bottle, I should say. The other way around doesn't make much sense.
Okay, so ACM's past the digging game, but he still has a chess game. Hopefully
Yeah.
he gets a low amount to keep up with the other two.
Well. ACM's gonna be headed to the chess game right after he gets this magic powder.
He gets powdered before Thieves. That's interesting. That's old route, I guess. No, wait. We get powder before Thieves, even in our route. I don't even remember. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if he gets really bad chess luck, Ben could potentially get back in close to him. The team high rollers.
We're supposed to be unparalleled high rollers, but it was just, like too long in RPGs, man. So all these pegs that you have to hammer dash through, it's probably the best example to show why item dashing saves, so much time. It's the one single instance where it saves the most time.
ACM starting the chess game up. Two green rupees. Wow.
Dude, they're like tied on match ruggedness and squatty.
It's very close.
ACM's never lucky.
He's already lost a minute to this game too, so pretty bad luck from him.
Like almost full rupees, full bombs, and full arrows. Yeah. Man.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. Southman and Chan entering Skullwoods.
Okay, that's funny. M-Chan has the red boomerang out. I don't know why, but
He might like to use it in the upcoming Mummy Room. Or not, because he switched.
oh, he switched back. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, using the boomerang here is a common safety strat. Because the mummies can be a giant pain.
Three blue balls, 8 digs, 13 chests for ACM. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's not as bad as it can be, though. I think Andy has the most digs ever with like 20 something.
28, 26.
Something like that.
Then Timon with 60 chests.
Yeah. If ACM had gotten something like that, then Ben would have caught up probably. But it was bad, but not absolutely horrible.
Like, even if you get 7 blue balls and 20 chests, if you get 3 digs instead of 10, it's already way better. Well, 6 chests, not too bad, Scars. Like,
So ECM's route is going to deviate a lot after this dungeon. According to his splits, he does Swamp next, which is a weird route to me. I don't know that I've ever seen that route.
ooh, a death from MC Han, but he has a fairy, so it's not really a death. But he's gonna have to catch another fairy for the King of Burna, because I don't think he does the no fairy strat.
I'm sure a lot of the players will catch a fairy just to be safe,
Yeah.
because the Burna is pretty risky without a fairy. Someone didn't watch Josh's Moth tutorial?
You definitely watched it. You're a moth.
Was my Moth the best one?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Nice.
Like, that was a double hit and 1 poke, 1 slash, and it was really good.
Yeah. I was happy with it. for sure. Got Ben on the digging game now. Good RNG will help his team a lot.
He's getting a lot of red rupees.
But no heart piece yet, so. Been pretty tough luck for everyone but M-Chan.
Yeah, Salatman got second try dig, which is really good, but he got bad chess. And M-Chan,
Yeah.
like I swear, M-Chan always gets good RNG. And when he gets like 5 chests, he complains that it's bad, but in reality, it's not bad.
It's a patched ROM. I know for a while he did RTA on English because he didn't want to deal with chess game being bad.
Like the two teams that were behind the most got the worst RNG so far.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. One interesting thing about the dig game that none of these players are doing is that you can get a spin dash off the stairs right as the digging game starts, so you have super speed and you're able to dig, keeping that state. And according to Crystal, you can get like 2 or 3 extra digs that way, but it's really hard to control and pretty risky. That's his 6th try, I think.
He's doing the patty row or something.
Doing mixing it up with his digs.
Yeah, that's very unlucky. Yeah, I mean, when you get 10 digs, eventually you run out of stuff to say.
Yeah, this is exactly why most runners of this game don't play it much.
It's a lot man on coast there.
Oh,
Okay, well this is interesting. And yeah, okay, well he has a fairy maybe.
yeah, he does. But that means he loses his Burna Fairy, which means he's gonna have to do something different. He's gonna have to hope for a Death Mountain drop, I guess.
And even with bad RNG, ACM still hanging in there. He's about 4 minutes maybe behind. But he's doing a different route, so it's not really 4 minutes.
Ben just finished his 10th try. That's really awful RNG. Like I said, it's a 1 in 3 chance to get the heart piece with good digging, which Ben has good digging. So you got to be pretty unlucky to get 10 tries. And it's not over yet either.
Dude.
Southman gets the fairy drop. That's pretty clutch. Now he can breathe easy. In the Burna Cave. If he hadn't got that fairy drop, he would have been in a lot of trouble, actually, because he got hit on Death Mountain.
Chan going for the dashes. Ooh, this... I don't think it's gonna make it. Well, maybe, we'll see. Nope.
So I think Ben is halfway to the record now on the digging game.
Chan's trying to get spin speed sideways on a ladder. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because Link, like when you press A, the Link will grab the wall even though you don't see the animation. That's what happens. And that's why you can't get the spin speed state.
Yeah, you need your A press to initiate a dash action. Or else it will not work.
Terrible RNG. What the hell?
It's not looking good for Ben in the high rollers.
I wonder what RPG thinks about it.
Now he's just digging in a random pattern because why not?
Okay, so ACM is doing Swamp, then Skullwoods, then Ice, Mire, and T-Rock last.
Yeah, it's an interesting route. That's not the old route, is it?
I don't even know what the old route is.
I thought the old route did Skullwoods last. Well, before Torok. But I don't know. I'm pretty ignorant about 100% history because I've never run the category.
It's a good decision.
And if you want to know why I've never run the category, just look at Ben's game feed right now.
Finally, oh my god. That was what, 16 digs? 18?
I think it was 17, according to someone in chat. Squatty Potty and Unmatched Ruggedness are still pretty close. Certainly within a minute of each other. It's hard to tell where ACM is in.
Yeah.
But they'll link up when the Turtle Rock segment starts, so.
Ben still got chess game to go.
Yeah, it could get even worse.
Like M-Chan might be on PB pace. Salatman, I have no idea because he reset his timer. But he got good digging, like 2 digs and what, 7 chests, like 7, 10, around that. So if he plays good, he could definitely PB. Yeah, digging game HP RTA, you're laughing, but ZFG and OT did a Dampe art piece RTA. Like, he even has the video highlighted.
Sounds like a weird meme.
Okay, so ACM is collecting a bunch of stuff before Skullwoods. The new route collects that stuff after Swamp, like between Swamp and T-Rock. When he's doing it right now. Like the Lake Hylia HP, the Bottle Under the Bridge, Golden Sword, Silver Arrows, the Lumberjack's Heart Piece, Death Mountain Cave Heart Piece, and I think that's it. The Cape, oh yeah, the Cape, and the Graveyard HP.
Yeah, and the advantage of ACM's route is that he gets a pretty much free path in the Burna Cave, because he'll have more hearts when he gets around to doing that.
Yeah. Alright, let's see how many chests he gets.
Hopefully the game is kind to him.
Okay, well that's good.
The second
game-
try.
Yeah, the game rewarded him for chest turns. There's some items that we get in 100% that we almost never use. We get Bombos and we never use it, like, ever. We get the King of Burna, but we only use it once, and it's to escape the cave. And that's it. And the cape we use 3-4 times maybe, but that's it. I just pictured that Ben is in Thiefstown, M-Chan and Salatman are in Swamp, and ACM is like somewhere in the overworld, like near Death Mountain. The Lumberjack Heart Beast, the one inside the tree, you cannot get until you've beaten Aghanim. Because when you beat Aghanim, it changes a lot of stuff on the overworld. It puts guards, like it changes enemies and stuff. It's really weird.
It even changes rupee tree locations.
Yeah.
But yeah, the lumberjacks that were there sawing at the tree in the first part of the game aren't there after you beat Aghanim. And you can bonk the tree. I don't even think there's a known glitched way to get into that cave. Maybe with EG, or probably with EG, yeah, but...
Some trees, like you try to bonk into them before beating Aghanim, there's nothing. And when you beat him, and you bonk in the same tree, there's gonna be an 8 bomb drop. The switch that Salatman just push, if you push it and then you sword beam the jelly right before the water drains out, you'll get a painfully slow animation. like very slow, maybe 5-10 seconds slower. It's really dumb. So yeah, you don't want to sword beam anything before the cutscene.
Yeah, Ben only got 2 chests, or he got second try chests, which is pretty good. The game had mercy on him after that dig party.
Dude, that mod. Okay, who's dead?
There's another person who hasn't watched my tutorial. Good Wild. I expect a 3-hit during your race.
C-Ben for the outer dashes.
Chris, I had a 3-hit and was given a pretty bad pattern to get it to.
Will anybody get a 0 cycle Argus in this run? Okay, Salatman's not going for it.
I know ACM won't go for it,
Yeah.
and I doubt M-Chen goes for it, so I think your only hope will be Ben. Did anyone go for it in all dungeons?
I didn't see.
I didn't go for it.
Wow, Christos.
Okay, Ash, the bomber was like right on top of the spot where you need to do the cliff jump. I don't know who would do the cliff jump in that scenario. You'd be insane. I would have gone for it if I had good RNG. I still can't believe my mistake on the key pokey though. That was dumb.
Yeah, I know, Christos, but still, wow.
Wait, what did he do?
He dashed off Moon Pearl platform.
Like, where the big chest is?
Yeah.
That's a weird move.
What's cool about 100% is for cold stare especially, you can miss a few fire rod shots on the ice shell.
Yeah. You can also use the fire rod as a backup if you miss the quick kill in the corner.
Yeah. Like even if you had bombos for cold stare, it would still be slower than using fire rod because the animation takes forever.
So from just looking at where like ACM still has to do a little bit of item collection and Misery Mire,
Yeah.
whereas M-Chan and Salad Man are... Oh wait, Salad Man's doing bomb teleport. This is a cool trick.
Looks good.
Yep. See what happens there if you initiate a transition, either a screen transition or a warp, right as the bomb timer reaches 0. You can teleport the bomb to you on the new screen. It saves a good bit of time because otherwise you have to slowly carry the bomb around because you can't dash or hop ledges with the super bomb. You see M-Chan is doing the alternate strat here, where he's having to carry the bomb around.
Salat Man still dashed while dragging the super bomb. That's because he hookshot the tree under him, and so the bomb was trying to catch up to him, and when the bomb is not right next to you, you can initiate a dash, and it'll work. Like, he won't drop the bomb.
But yeah, it seems like ACM's a good bit behind M-Chan and Saltman still. Now that the routes are starting to converge some.
He's not doing spin speed out of that cave. That spin speed saves, like, a lot of time.
You might have just forgotten.
By a lot, I mean like 3 seconds. In this game, 3 seconds a lot for just one small trick. Well, as far as I know, ACM always played on 1.0 in recent years.
All these players are on 1.0, I'm pretty sure. See, and ACM still gets the health refill going into Mire. And the reason that's so important is Mire has a lot of strats that involve taking damage to save time. So you really want to have full health coming in. So it's important that that heart piece, that West Mire chest heart piece, is a 4th heart piece for you. So I believe the ice rod is the last item before going into rock, correct?
Yes.
All right. So
Then you have 2 more heart pieces to get. One during T-Rock, like right before the mirror shield, and then the last heart piece before Ganon's Tower on that floating island.
so yeah, both Slutman's definitely got a solid lead. Our team Squatty Potty. Then I'm at Shregadness. The other two are a bit distant right now, especially Ben's team, the High Rollers, because of that unfortunate RNG situation.
Yeah, ACM was pretty bad. Ben's as well.
And Ben's was really bad. That's one of the worst chess games I've seen. Or taking games, I mean.
Yeah.
This chess game is good.
Whoa, Fuzda just finished his first low percent run. Alright. What can go wrong?
Good luck, Parmesan Express. Wait, is that the team he's on? Yeah, that is.
Yeah, Ben was 17th dry dig. That's like what, 8-10 minutes probably timeless? Maybe even more, like who knows? And who even cares at that point? It's just like But yeah, Fuza's a really good player, so I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a good run, even though it's his first run. Because like you said, he practiced for a week, and the little practice that I saw, he was practicing coast area, and by the end, he was getting good fights.
Yeah. Low percent and no EG are probably the two that from here on can swing the most.
Yeah, if you die to Ganon without the Moon Pearl in 80% no EG, you lose like so much time.
Yeah. And low percent, pretty much all the bosses in the Dark World are pretty hard. You lose a lot of time.
Low person one hit KO is not a good idea for a relay. And now ACM is getting the Agina art piece. That's the heart piece that Salatman and M-Chan got way back, like earlier in their runs.
Yeah.
After Desert, but he's getting it now. Agina is the name of that guy, like Shalar's brother. I think.
Shalar.
In 100%, those Pokies, you can actually kill them with 2 sword slashes since you have the gold sword. So, like, if you're trying to spin them and you miss your spin, like, don't charge up another spin, you can just slash them twice. The room that M-Chan is in is pretty funny. The layout of the room is really weird. I think Kev called it the ROM hack room for this reason, and
Yeah.
the execution is also... It's fun to do, because you have to pull the wall for the first mimic. So like what I do is I go near the wall, I menu, switch to the hammer, then you pull the wall to manipulate the mimic's movement, and then you do a hammer dash, and yeah, it's really fun to do.
Saltman coming up on Trinex. And this fight with the gold sword is pretty fun. I don't know if he does the strat or not, actually, but you can go behind Trinex and 1 cycle him. Or 0 cycle, actually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing it. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least he tried.
Yeah.
And when you're going for 0 cycle, if you're too fast, because you can kill the ice head pretty fast, or the fire head, I don't remember. And then you start moving to the right to kill the second head. And if you're too fast when you shoot your fire rod, like when the head didn't even start to move, you won't hit it and like you'll fuck up 0 cycle.
So now, just coming up in the last segment. There's just 1 more heart piece they need, and they need to remember to get red mail. I remember I raced this once and forgot red mail. That was not a good time.
You see him getting trolled by squirrels? Dude, trying to hit that quick warp on top of T-Rock with super speed is tough shit.
So just seen that Southman's PB is a 154. I guess he reset his timer, so there's no way to know, but he should be on PB pace.
Ganon's tower in 100%. If you get a good tower, it's like 8. Well, for him, like 820, I guess, 830. And then
Yeah.
Ganon is 1.5. Well, Christos, a lot of people work to put this event together, and right now, like the stream, Evil Ash is hosting the stream. Then we have a bunch of commentators. Super Scooge was supposed to commentate. I don't know if he's back home. Then we have X Released and myself. And thanks to all the runners. Oh yeah, and I forgot Casnode. Casnode made the layout. Looks awesome.
Thanks, RW. Could have been better, but still happy with it.
Now the room M-Chan is in Ganon's Tower, and the previous room, you know, the room with the crystal switches. You can use the boomerang, but it's harder than in NMG because you have the magic boomerang and it goes faster. So you have to throw it diagonally, or else it doesn't work. Both rooms.
Solid Man had a interesting Ice Harness fight. Normally that fight goes a lot smoother with Silver Arrows because they all die in one hit, but he had a tough time with it.
Oh yeah, ACM almost forgot the heartbeat. That's an easy one to forget.
Ben just messed up the mirror delete on one of the blacks.
Yeah, the mirror block vanish, or whatever you want to call it. It's a Japanese 1.0 exclusive glitch. Along with super speed, fake flippers, and item dashes. And also in J1.0 you can get hit by stuff when you're falling into pits.
The best is getting grabbed by a Wallmaster in Skullwoods.
Yeah, and the
While
only
you're falling
reason
down a
that
pit.
the only reason that should happen is if you die to mod before that. So it's like even more frustrating. Because normally if you get to mod first try and you don't die, the hand is not gonna drop.
Yeah, assuming all the room execution was decent.
Yeah. Salatman decided to kill Lanmo too with Fire Rod. Normally, you want to use Silver Arrows there, but to be fair, using Silver Arrows there is pretty hard.
Yeah. You have to have your shots well timed, or it can be tough. The Silver Arrows have this dumb sparkly effect that makes them really laggy. Might get a taste of it when M-Chen goes into the fight.
For Ganon's Tower Torch Room, you want to use the Fire Rod if you can, but Salatman decided to use the Lantern. Yep, that's that's exactly why you don't want to. Okay, well, early 2 cycle.
Yep, that's the laggy silver arrows for you. If you miss a shot, then get ready for the lag.
Okay, so Ben is about 20 minutes behind right now, unfortunately, and it's almost... most of it is digging game. And we still have Squatty Potty and Unmatched Ruggedness really close to each other. Like 1 minute, probably. 1.5. And yeah, ACM about roughly 7 minutes behind them.
How far is Ben behind?
He's like 20 minutes behind. Because the Turtle Rock segment in 100% is 15 minutes long.
Yeah.
Or 14 if you're really good. But yeah, usually it's 15. And he's still not done with Swamp. And the other ones are already in Ganon's Tower, so yeah. It's like 20 minutes.
He also still needs 5 rupees to pay for the super bomb. But, oh, he just got it there. It's good that he was paying attention. That can happen with really quick chess games. Chess game is normally a good place to get rupees, because you have a pretty good chance of getting 50 or 100 rupee chests. But if you get a really quick one like Ben did, then you can be a little low on rupees to pay for the super bomb. So you have to know backups to handle it when you're in that situation.
And not only digging game wastes the most time out of all the mini games when you like don't get it the first try or every atom, but it costs 80 rupees, so it's like even worse.
Yeah, and usually you don't win that money back through digs.
Okay, Salatman is just done with 100%. He's gonna pass the torch to Wild Anaconda, a Rising Star in NMG, or yeah, Rising Star. He got a PB of 133.01 yesterday, which is really good, considering how recently he just picked up the game or started grinding it, should I say. He improved a lot in the last week, so let's switch to Wild Anaconda.
M-Chan will also be passing along very soon here.
Okay. Now, next one is Tally for NMG for Team Unmatched Ruggedness. Tally is probably the newer player out of all the 24 players in this race. Yeah, what's up, Ultra Blues? I think you don't want to host if you're about to play soon, because if you host and you stream at the same time, it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, just make sure you unhost before you go live.
Okay, so now we have 2 players on the main category of this game. No major glitches. I mean, we don't really have to explain anything. Yeah, it's about 1:30 long. I'm curious to see what Tally's gonna do. I'm not sure what his PB is. I don't know if it's under 2 hours yet. Last runs I've seen him do, he was like 2:07, 2:08. But he's practiced a lot in the last week. Yo, congrats M-Chan on the PB. The minute PB. You got pretty good RNG, so that helps.
For the NMG race, we have some of the...
Wait, you cut out.
Oh, I just said for the... Hold on. Let me just wait for...
Oh, Salad Man PB too. I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
ACM about to finish up with the Ganon fight. All right, so ACM is finishing. I believe he has Zarby 89 taking his place with NMG. Get his stream up. Yeah, Ben's played pretty well. There's not much you can do when you get 17 digs. That's a ton of digs.
All right, we can do some syncing if you guys are ready.
Just gonna pull up the guy after ACM, Zarby.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a second.
I'm probably gonna hop out for a few minutes and grab some lunch because I haven't eaten all day.
Okay. Yeah, okay, we can do the sync.
Let's do a wild anaconda is at 10:57, 58,
Yep.
59,
Good.
11. Let's see.
Tally.
Sally, yeah. It's 8:45, 46, 47, 48.
Yes. That's good.
Darby 3, 56, 57, 58, 59. 4 minutes.
That's good. Yes.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Just turned my head to the right and saw a red screen on Ben's game. Died to chumps, but he had a fairy. Yeah, that was his fairy from Kane of Brian or Berna that he didn't have to use, so it's a good safety. But I mean, dying to chomps is not the most punishing death. It's only 40 seconds, but it's still 40 seconds, and he's Team High Roller is currently in last place.
Team High Roller, you could say, rolled low on the RNG.
Yeah, that was very, very bad RNG. Okay, so Tally's PB is 208.57 according to his splits. But he's definitely capable of getting sub 2, even like 150 something if he gets a good run. Yeah, so NMG, yeah, everybody's familiar with it. It's the most played category in Link to the Past by far. When new players pick up this game for speedrun, it's the first category they play most of the time, along with Master Sword. The most optimized as well. 3 players out of 4 that we have here in Zarbi, Wild Anaconda, and who's the last one? Ulthar Blues. Their PBs, they're really close to each other. It's like 133, 134, I believe, for all 3 of them. So unless they die somewhere to Cold Stare or Moth, or keep dying to the same boss over and over, we shouldn't see that much of a time variance. Hopefully. Gonna eat this Kit Kat real quick. Getting hungry.
This race is brought to you by Kit Kat and Jimmy John's, which I ate earlier.
Nice.
Yeah, so I guess no major glitch is kind of the most popular category, is mostly because it's the most accessible, right? You play the game, you beat the game. You can get a number of safeties if you need to when you're learning, and you don't have the horrible RNG of 100% that we just witnessed.
And it's a non-glitch category too, and no save and quit.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't have to learn these difficult one-frame tricks that can lose you a ton of time if you don't know them. And that's kind of why I'm a fan of like no major glitches in general for speedruns. Makes it very accessible.
Yep. And it seemed for a while, the glitch categories in speedrunning in general were popular, but now the glitchless categories in OT and this game and many other speed games, it's coming back to they're becoming popular again.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of it kind of follows the whole game progression, right? Somebody starts speedrunning a game, you play the whole game, people end up finding glitches, you take shortcuts, and eventually it gets down to the point where there's these difficult glitches that you have to perform to even get it close to a good time. And it's kind of come full circle in that people decide, oh, now we want to play the game again. I miss playing the actual game. I guess A Link to the Past was fortunate in that the EG glitch was known when speedrunning started, so the any percent, back then was what, like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, and now it's down to 136.
Yeah, and
you do one mistake and you can't even you reset, and then you got to go through 30 seconds of text mashing every time.
Yeah, it's It's not too fun. I have not done a run of it, but I've definitely seen a few.
I mean, you can do it one day or once just for the hell of it, but it gets old pretty quick. Yeah, exploration glitch in this game just completely breaks everything because you can just walk under any walls basically and skip right to the Triforce loading zone.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even get a sword or anything now, so it's...
But if you ban exploration glitch but allow every other glitch, then the category is 80% no BG, and this is what you're gonna see in about 2 hours or 3 hours. It's the last category of this race. It's really fun to watch and makes the end game, especially Ganon's Tower, really difficult but really thrilling to watch. I mean, we're gonna talk about it later when it starts. And now Ben is entering the last dungeon. Like having gold sword and silver arrows compared to tempered sword and regular arrows have a few differences in the hand game. Having gold sword speeds up Trinex, assuming you can get the zero cycle. And then for Ganon, instead of 12 slashes, you can only slash him 6 times. 6 times on the first phase, 6 times on the second phase. So it's way easier, but it doesn't make the fight faster. It just makes it easier. And then with silver arrows, you can get faster mimics, especially mimics one. Recently, I think the OK guy found a faster strat with silver arrows. Not by much, just by frames, but it's still fun in this game to find new strats. Because it's so hard to find anything new. It's one of the most analyzed speed game out there. And then Landmolus 2 with silver arrows. Ice Armos with silver arrows. It's a different fight than with regular arrows.
Yeah, you can see how much faster Armos 2 is with silver arrows there. All our no major glitches, or NMG for short, players are making their way through Light World here.
Same old Light World.
The only unfortunate thing about all the no major glitches categories is you do end up always going through Light World.
So Tally got crabbed on his way to fake flippers, and crabs at this point in the game, when you only have 5 and 6 hearts, they do a lot of damage. Like 2 hearts is a lot. So he's only got 4 hearts per Hera. That's still okay, but for Tally, I'm not sure if he's comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's always an option to Death Warp and Hera if you're low on hearts. I used to do that when I was a new player. Get the big key in Death Warp.
You can even Death Warp after the first small key.
Oh yeah, I've done it there as well.
Well, there's different types of out of bounds. There's exploration glitch, which is a bigger out of bounds, if you will, and then there's out of bounds, which is just clipping, clipping through walls. But in EG, you just walk under the wall, like there's no collision.
Oh man, you got squirrel block there.
He might have been able to walk under him.
He's
and
gonna go
gonna
back
get
for old man kisses. Yeah. I don't blame him here. He's already squirrel blocked anyway. Low on hearts. Yeah, and that's what's also cool about this game is you can play as safe or as risky as you want as you're learning it. I've seen both sides of it. Nice Josh Robe room there from Ben.
And now you can see Ben is doing this torch room with Fire Rod, which is the way you should do it in a speed run in 100%, because you have double magic, and you still, like, even after doing the second torch room, you still have enough for Ganon. And in this category, you don't have to do torch glitch, because, you know, you have the silver arrows. Makes the phase 4 of Ganon really fast. Like 4 silver arrows instead of 12 spins.
Two slashes for Moldorm 2.
So if you want, you can keep an eye on Tally and, well, I keep forgetting names. Tally and Zarby, the two bottom screens. We might see Zarby passing up Tally somewhere in the Dark World in this run. And our first place so far in the relay just got the Master Sword in NMG. Wild Anaconda 69. What a great name. Now Ben is just having some fun with Ganon, dashing through him. It's not necessary, but +1 for swag points. It's actually easier to fall off the ledge in Phase 4 in 100%, I believe, because you have to position Link in such a way that when you shoot arrows to Ganon, you push him towards the center of the room. So you gotta be close to the holes there.
Yeah, I see that happen all the time. Especially with new players, they get, you know, silver arrows as kind of a safety to make Ganon easier, and sure enough, it's a lot easier to fall off.
Ooh, okay, I thought he was going to walk into Ganon. But he wouldn't have died anyway, but... Because when you light the torch, Ganon becomes solid, and sometimes he's really close to you and you just walk into him. Well, good game, Ben. That was a really good run, minus the RNG, obviously. And now it's time for Othor Blues to do an MG. Okay, so we got for Team High Rollers in the top left corner, we got Othor Blues. He picked up Link to the Past recently, or a few months ago, and he's already got a good time. I think it's 133, 134. It's really good. And then top right corner for Team Squatty Potty, we have Wild Anaconda. Picked up the game recently as well. I mean, he's played it before, but he picked it up recently and like really started grinding it, practicing it, and already got a good time in 133. Bottom left for Team Unmatched Ruggedness, we got Thali TM, and just speaking about him, he died to a mini Moldorm, I believe. That's unfortunate, but oh well, that happens. Especially in Hera. Hera is like the first hard dungeon of the game where you can really die. And then bottom right for Team Parmesan Express, we got Zarby89 with a PB of 133 or 134 as well. Yo, Ben with the sub 2 and 100%. 158.41.
Pretty good with
I mean, that's
17 digs.
Yeah.
Alright, want to do one more check with the times here?
Yep.
Author Blues is at 2:39, 40, 41, 42.
Okay.
Wild Anaconda, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49.
Yes.
Sally is at 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Yep.
And Zarby, 35, 36, 37, 38.
That's good. Alright, so I didn't see the beginning of Wild's Aghanim fight, so I didn't count. But I saw at least one blue ball. If somebody in chat wants to keep track, that'd be cool.
Just compile all the RNG statistics from this whole relay race.
Really?
Maybe somebody will do that. All the blue balls, all the digs, all the chests, all the warps.
Yeah, Ganon Warps is an RNG that we tend to forget. But it's still significant because every time Ganon warps, it's what, 2 seconds, 1.9, depending on how far he warps. And he can warp technically infinitely, but usually the most that you're gonna get is like 12, 15, or 37 if you're indie. But still, like, if he warps 10 times, that's 20 seconds time loss just to RNG.
Yes, I've seen quite a few of your runs end to that.
Oh, yeah. Especially in this category, since it's so optimized, you really don't want to have more than like, 6, 7 warps. Anything more than that is just bad. So Thali picked up the mushroom as a safety. He's gonna get powder later. That's a good decision.
Yeah, powder is definitely the best safety. Well, maybe, I don't know, it's probably better than Sankheart. But as a new player, because it really comes into play the later dungeons.
Especially for Meyer. Can get a nice heart refill right before Vitreous.
Fire, Turtle Rock as well. There's
Turtle
lots
Rock is a lot of conveniently placed anti-fairy everywhere.
And even Ganon's Tower too, there's some good spots for it as well.
Like 2 anti-fairies, or 1 right before Moldorm 2. I think there's 2. There's 2 anti-fairies?
Oh, there's one bunny one and one
Oh,
regular
yeah, yeah.
anti-fairy. Yeah. Up some sound here. So you got Wild Anaconda here coming up on the bomb jump. I'm not sure if he goes for it or not. It looks like it. Pause buffering to get to a specific pixel, and then a specific second pixel there to line up with the bomb. Pretty nicely done.
So he's 2 hearts down after the hammer jump, but it's no big deal because in the statue room coming up, there's 3 heart pots. And you really want full health for the last part of this dungeon because you want to sword beam a crystal switch. If you don't have sword beams, you would have to switch to boomerang or arrows, boomerang the switch, switch back. It's just like waste menus.
I think when I was a new player, I also would take a death warp there sometimes. That was like really low.
Nine bombs and 5 arrows for Wild Anaconda. I mean, 5 arrows is normal at this point, but 9 bombs. I'm not sure. Did you pick up any extra bomb pots?
I wasn't paying attention, but he might have gotten Sahasrara rupees.
Oh yeah, I think he does. He bombed Lanmolas.
Yeah, he would have extra bombs then. Having a party in the turtle room there. Handled it pretty well though. It's one of the harder rooms in the dungeon to get right. And even when you think you got it right, every once in a while you'll screw it up.
And sometimes the bottom turtles can move down on their first movement. Like they'll move up for one tile and immediately start walking down. There's not much you can do in that situation.
Yeah.
Oh, I picked up 2 bombs in the second room in pod. Okay.
Okay.
Author Blue is gonna be careful now. He could grab the safety hard pod there, so we'll see. I don't think he knows about it. Well, okay. Cross your fingers for the cannonball room.
Yeah, cannonball room's always scary with a half a heart.
Especially when you're walking. Oh, wow,
Oh
okay.
no. Ugh. Yeah, that's the one RNG with those skeletons that can get you. You have to come around to the bottom of the pot to pick it up. And there's so much RNG to that room, the Zelda gamer room as we call it. That even if you've seen them all, it's hard to react to them all perfectly. Ooh. So these Ropas here coming out of House of Darkness that well, the Anaconda's going through, you got hit by one. For the most part, you can do pretty good dashing to avoid them, but every once in a while, one will get you.
So Thali right now is, I can't really read his split, but it's like 2 minutes and 16 seconds ahead, it looks like.
Yeah. Did he go from like plus 2 minutes to
Yeah.
minus? Or is that just a gold split?
Oh, it's
might-
plus 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. That must
Yeah.
be it.
He still has a ton of time to save in Dark World.
Yeah, if it's just a deathless run, he's gonna PB by a large amount. Zarby just finished Light World. I didn't see the RNG, but he's about plus a minute and 25 seconds on his PB. Both our blues try to talk to Shalar, but walk right past it.
That's the old classic talk to his ear. That used to happen a lot more often when, well, he is getting the chests, but when these chests up here were in the normal route, or the optimal route, I would say. Like Thali's going for the double bomb jump here, and he got it. Few extra pause buffers, but that's still pretty good for given his PB time.
Oh yeah, for sure. Must be relieved, because that's one of the hardest tricks that you have on your mind as a new player. When you start going for it, you're always scared like, oh god, am I gonna fail it? How many buffers I'm gonna get?
Yep.
And sometimes you're trying to move, you know, diagonally down 1 pixel and you end up moving 3, and it's really hard to land on the pixel sometimes. And our first player is entering Thieves Town just about now, like 2 seconds. Dude, jumping off ledges is hard.
Yeah, Yeah, there's just something inherently difficult about trying to quick hop off of ledges.
The ledges that are facing, or when Link is facing left, right, or down, it's not too bad. But when you're trying to quick hop of, when Link is facing up, it's more complicated because you have to turn left or right, then hold diagonal towards the ledge and press A, and it's a lot of inputs in a tiny amount of time. That Patrick star was stuck in the statue.
Yep.
And sometimes that Patrick star can like go right in front of the door in the hellway, and there's like it's just sitting there, and you have to wait or try to kill him. It's really annoying.
Yep. Looks like Zarby's doing the double bomb hammer jump as well. Very nice.
Ooh, Dali's getting pinned against the wall.
Uh-oh. Oh no. He just walked right into his claw. Yeah, when he pins you against the wall like that, it's unless you know specifically how to deal with it, it can be pretty difficult.
So Thali is still in the lead by like 10 seconds because Zarby still has to wait for the cutscene, you know, the wall moving.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's really close now. And Zarby just walks into the spike, so he doesn't have Sword Beam to hit the switch. He's gonna have to either menu to Boomerang or the arrows, and then switch back to Hammer.
Yeah, aside from that, they're pretty close.
The Anaconda is having fun on. Whoa, okay, he's having fun in conveyor room.
Yeah, I remember having some fun in that room before. So if you do it just right, you can like get stuck on the very edge of the pit and just get stuck there.
Like instinctively, you're trying to get back on the floor, but you're just wasting more time. You just need to fall. That's the only way out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the blind fight for Wild Anaconda went slightly out of script, but it's... Oh boy. Oh, okay.
You made it. That's all that you have to do. Alright, we got two Helmosaur fights going on right now. Alright. Ellie had a much better second fight there. Zarby's down to the last hit. Oh, no.
Oh boy.
Sniped by the fireball.
Sometimes you can see the deaths coming like 1 or 2 seconds before it happens, and you're like,
Yeah.
damn.
Exactly. Once you've seen it enough, you're like, don't move that way, don't move that way, no.
Yeah, Helmosaur's a pretty hard boss, and it's the first boss of Dark World.
Yeah, Helmosaur is definitely the first real difficult boss, I'd say.
Okay, so Tally went from plus 2 minutes and 16 seconds to minus 6 minutes, I think.
I guess he had more trouble on that in his PV. Yeah, I mean, there's even for Helmasaur, there's other strats that you can do as well. Ooh. I know when I first started, I would use arrows to finish him off if I was low on hearts, because hammer strats can be pretty risky. Slashing is probably better overall.
The Japanese players still arrows Helmasaur, I think. Some of
Use
them.
bombs and arrows.
Yeah.
I've noticed quite a few more Japanese runners that are using closer to our strats nowadays since Pui got such a good time. Including a few that are doing ice before swamp.
If you break Helmasaur's mask while there's fireballs out, you will despawn them. Could be a cool strat.
So of course, once you die in Helmasaur once, the second fight is he always gives you good RNG, right? That's how it works.
Yeah. Spin speed right into a boulder. Okay, 1 heart for Othor Blues. There's still the squirrel right in front of Hera that he could die to, but only RPG does that anyways.
Oh. That's fired.
And he might dead warp after the first key. Okay, there was not even a squirrel there.
Yeah, sometimes I think he moves right and despawns himself or something.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay. Getting some frame drops on Kelly's stream here. Let's change the sound. Is Sally's stream frozen for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Must have gone offline.
Gonna wait a little bit and try to reload the stream in a few seconds, minutes.
Uh-oh. Alright. So it looks like Thali's PC just blue screened.
Oh, okay.
So Timon's talking to him here. He's gonna try to get it back up and load a save state from where he was.
Yeah, that stuff can happen.
Alright, looks like his stream just came back up.
Yeah, I mean, you can find a safe state in Thieves Down somewhere.
Alright, so now this is officially a KRAB approved run. You got the save state hack going.
Yeah, for those who didn't watch K-Rob's Link to Past run at ESA, I'm not sure if he wants us to tell a story, but it's really funny. he soft locked the fake flippers and had to load. He had to use his flash card to load a save state up to that point, and then, you know, failed the hammer jump, instinctively loaded the save state in a run. Okay, Rob, we like you. I love you. That was funny, at least.
That's pretty good. There's a good GIF about it. He was posting that around, so I'm sure he thinks it's pretty funny too.
Yeah, himself. It's important to say he posted it himself. Yeah, I'm gonna try to reload Dali's stream.
Yeah, it just came back up for me. I just left it open. Right, so now the downside for Thali is he does not have, I don't think he has powder or sank heart on this save state.
No.
He's gonna go get the mushroom, I think, yeah. A little slight detour. Haven't been this way since you were a kid, you know. It happens. Oh, no, not that way.
Get the fake Master Sword.
Not that way. Uh-oh.
Oh.
The thief is after
Wow.
him. Oh my gosh. How do you get by him?
Just dash.
There you go. You got it. He lost
Wow.
all his bombs in the process, though. Wow. Alright, we did it. We got the mushroom.
He got bullied. Holy.
Alright, I think he's back on track. He's just gonna have to do the rest of it without the sand cart, unless he wants to make another detour. I guess if you haven't seen the save state hack before, there's a bunch of extra numbers on the top right of the screen there, and it's basically time measurements for each room you go through. So every time he transitions the screen or changes room, those numbers will change. You'll see it says, I guess it does it after you menu as well. Like right there it says 8:28 there. It's 8 minutes 28 frames. Or
8 seconds.
8 seconds, sorry. Yeah. 7 seconds 20 frames. You got a nice input display on there too.
Hello.
Hey.
It looks
Hello.
like some fun stuff has happened since I,
Yeah, well, someone has the save state hack, so yeah. That's
so I'm guessing fake flippers happened.
his computer crashed. He got a blue screen.
Oh.
So now
So
this
yeah,
run
T-
is K-Rob approved. So he had to make a detour to get the mushroom, which was pretty funny because he went the wrong way and the thief trapped him inside the log, and he couldn't get out. So he like
Wow.
he lost all his bombs in the process. And he's also, does he get? I'm guessing he gets gold sword too. He's low on rupees for that. That's what he does.
Yeah.
Well, he still gets the 2-300 chests, right? Hopefully.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
that's true.
Yeah, he's probably all right then.
but the bombs is the real issue. Like usually at this point you have like 7 bombs.
Yeah, hopefully he knows to get this chest in this room here, because it has 3 bombs, and the pots have 2 under them.
He doesn't have a bomb to.
There you go.
Okay.
And he's also rolling deep without the sand cart.
Nice. So I guess
Stream here.
Parmesan Express has overtaken Unmatched Ruggedness in the time I was gone.
Not really. Anaconda is in Ice Palace, and Zarby's in Skullwoods.
Oh yeah, I meant that Zarby had passed Thali,
Oh yeah.
which they started. Zarby started later than Thali did.
Yeah, so Wild Anaconda is about to fight Goldstare here. He had powder, so he got a full refill with the anti-fairy, so makes this a whole lot safer.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Okay.
a little scary there.
Yeah, it's not over yet. A lot of funny stuff can happen in low person and any person OEG. That's why it's kind of cool to have those 2 categories at the end, because you can have league changes. But for low person, we have 4 experienced runners. Well, 3 and Fuzda. Because I've never seen Fuzda run low person, so I guess it's a wild card. We'll see as it goes.
You call an RPG experienced?
Well, he's played low person a lot, and he could get sub 130 in this run. And yeah, his goal is sub 130. He can get it definitely. Did he bonk on the bush or on the skull? It's hard to tell.
Four high rollers, man.
Yeah, it looks like Author Blue's got some, what, like 3 or 4 blue balls maybe?
Yeah. I didn't see what happened to him in Eastern. I guess he...
It was the Zelda gamer room.
Okay.
He was down to half a heart, and the skeleton on the top gave him the dangerous RNG.
Yeah.
Sniped him, and we had a couple of deaths on Helmosaur.
Oh yeah, I see Zarby. What happened to Wild in Skullwoods? Or Ice?
Not sure actually.
Yeah, that was probably the time we were all trying
Yeah.
to get Thali back up and going.
Oh wow, dash right. Wow, okay. Seems like the top spikes have magnet. Okay, he's fine.
See, this is why people need to watch Shush This Moth tutorial, man.
Just a small plug.
Hey, I need to bring up my like to dislike ratio on that video. Because right now 5 people have liked it and 3 people have disliked it.
Oh man, I better get on that then. Gosh, SRL.
I don't know why people would like search out that video to dislike it. It's funny to me.
Okay, so Tally's gonna need bombs for Ice Palace. I don't know how he's gonna do it. He could flute the 7 and open the chest in the swamp dungeon in Light World, but I don't think he knows. Yeah, he's gonna have to do something about it.
Wait, what?
Because Tally only has 1 bomb, and he's gotta do the bomb jump in Skullwoods, and then in Ice Palace you need a bunch of bombs. Like to break the floor and then bomb jump.
You don't have to do the bomb jump in Skullwoods, I guess, but you end up using the bomb anyway, so...
Is there a bomb in that room, though?
Oh yeah, I think there is. Yeah, so you get one, you lose one.
And then you need 1 to open the bomb shack with 300 rupees. He might get a 50-50 bomb under that bush, if he thinks about it. But yeah, man, that's a delicate situation.
So he got all his bombs stolen by RPG.
I believe
Correct.
that is correct, yes. RPG making a early appearance.
Yeah. Trying to sabotage other teams.
So we got 4 runners, 4 different dungeons. One is in Swamp, one in Ice almost, one in Skullwoods, and the other one in Pulse of Darkness. Yeah, okay, people in IRC just told Thali about the bomb situation. Like in the location you can find bombs. Alright, Othar Blue's about to fight Helmasaur. Let's see how that goes. He has full health and 7 hearts, so it should go fine. And looks like Dally died somewhere and now he's out of magic.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, this race is far from over. Anything could happen, and we even have the worst 2 categories for that coming up next.
2 hearts going into Moth. 1 and whoa. My god, dude. He's...
Oh. Oh, he's got a fairy. Okay. Oh, he almost got grabbed there.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yo, we got the double hit. Oh my god, don't die.
Man.
He went for the poke dash too. Holy crap! Rolling deep. Ah.
What's up, guys?
Hey, my
Hello.
man, Super Scudge.
Joining a little bit late. I was a little longer than I expected to be today, but looks like I didn't miss the whole thing, so that's good.
You've missed quite a lot, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. So if you guys haven't given a recap in a while, for me and for anybody that's just joining the stream, do you think you could give a quick recap? Maybe the 5 best and worst moments of the relay so far.
Well, in this run, NMG, Tally got a blue screen on his computer, so he has to use the save state hack. And in this hack, he doesn't have bombs. Well, I mean, he had bombs,
wow.
but he had to go get the mushroom again, and he got bullied by a thief. And
Yeah, I bet it doesn't have the sanctuary heart either.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, you can't really account for that, unfortunately.
Another fun, well, quote-unquote fun, was Ben getting 17 digs.
Oh wow, I did see he got a uncharacteristically bad 100% time.
Malibu can dying to Vitreous, and then the crystal didn't drop on the second time.
Oh wow. Yeah, we gotta be very careful with those glitched categories. Things like that can happen. Gotta
Yeah,
know all
he
the
wasn't aware that
necessary
could happen.
precautions. He must
And,
never have died before then.
Yeah, I didn't realize it till it was too late really for him.
But yeah, those are like the big bad things that went wrong. But a few people have PB'd.
Yeah, M-Chan did.
Yeah, M-Chan did. Salatman did too. And then Chris PB'd in all dungeons.
Oh really? What time did he get?
1:16:19.
That's not bad actually.
Yeah.
Did he cut you?
Yeah.
Nice.
I was on
Oh, there's a good fight.
1:15.
That was the
pace.
perfect fight.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah, Tally just had.
So he must have just watched the tutorial between the last 2 fights.
He tried to powder. He tried to powder the bunny star, but he didn't have enough magic to powder.
Oh yeah.
See, what are the good spots? It was pretty fun watching Malibu Ken hover everything in the game first try.
Yeah, he has some unique hover strats.
Parisian player did some older tech for the all dungeons run as well. We got to see the old fluteless mire,
Oh really?
and
Yeah, Parisian is apparently
That's a classic.
uncomfortable with like dash buffer tech for
Really?
overworld clipping.
Isn't it on a
Yeah.
keyboard?
Yeah.
I guess that's a little different because you have to use 2 separate hands for the 2
Yeah.
inputs. But on a controller, you can actually just use 1 hand for both, which helps with simultaneous inputs.
yeah, and he also
can see
did the
that.
old mirror jump down into Turtle Rock. Not the hard one, but the
Oh
Just
wow, the
just
spin
the
dash is actually a lot easier there.
yeah.
If you don't know the double hop or the mirror warp or any other option.
While Tally getting destroyed
Yeah,
by guards.
that can happen. Those guys can either knock you out of your dash or notice you early and give you a hard time for sure. Luckily, there is a fairy on the next screen that he can grab to heal up.
Yeah,
Yeah, he knew about it too.
are you set up with live streamer, Scooch?
I'm actually not.
Okay,
I could be.
we're all using that.
Otherwise, I'm going to be a few seconds behind.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll just say things that I know are going to happen.
You're
Yeah,
not that much of a wizard now.
Scooch knows a little about this game.
I can just answer questions. Well, I would have expected, I guess the last 2 runs are low percent and any percent no EG. Those are the 2 I would have expected to see the most go wrong. So we still have that to look forward to.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. It's like we haven't even gotten to the runs that could really go wrong.
Well, 3 of the low percent players are very strong. I don't know much about Fuzda's play. I don't know if he was practicing a lot offline, but I didn't see him streaming very much leading up to the event. So hopefully he's not too lazy on the practice. I don't think he is.
I think he did his first run today.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, Sally did the out of bounds Zora. Nice.
Farming bombs.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they have 100%.
He's playing baseball with the Zora.
He's poking
You
him.
can knock his guys over.
Needs to make sure he slashes them instead of pokes them though.
We got Wild Anaconda here coming up to Vitreous.
Yeah, this can be a tricky fight. Less so with Powder, which I think all these players have.
Yeah, Powder is. This is one of the few places where Powder is most helpful. I'd say is right before the Vitreous fight.
Yeah. Without Powder, you'll usually be looking at doing this fight with, like, best case scenario, 7 hearts. And so
depending
one
on
mistake.
how risky you are in the dungeon, or whether or not you need the
Yeah.
Sanctuary Heart. But yeah, it's definitely a scary fight.
Oh, got a 4 bomb drop.
So now I thought he was going into ice with more bombs than you usually have.
Well, that's a better problem to have than the reverse.
For sure. You do need a few in this dungeon. If the bomb jump goes wrong, you may need 1 or 2 extras as well. So which team is in the lead here?
Team Squatty Potty.
Squatty Potty. I didn't have a prediction for who I thought was going to win coming into this.
By about
Hmm.
9 minutes, 7 minutes.
I thought Parmesan was going to be...
Parmesan.
Parmesan Express.
Ah, gotcha. That's an interesting pronunciation of that word.
Well, how do you pronounce it, Sketch?
Parmesan.
Oh.
Yeah. Do we have any Italian to correct us? Probably both saying it horribly wrong.
I've heard it both ways, actually.
That's how we say it here.
That's probably why, because I lived in the South for a while.
Oh, okay. There's a southern thing.
Wow, you got Ivan looking at you.
Well, for Parmesan Express, again, the big question mark is going to be Fuzda's performance. But other than that, very solid team. Not to, bring too much, negative attention there. I don't want to keep talking about how questionable that performance is going to be. In case anybody thinks I have like a personal thing against Fuzda, I actually don't really know him at all.
It's nice because we get to see 4 different dungeons at the same time.
Yeah, hopefully it all goes smoothly for them for the rest of their runs.
I guess the main thing with the cheese team is that Helge is on it. So
Yeah, he can definitely have a.
he's
He's a top noisy player.
yeah.
It is a volatile run, and even for a player of his caliber,
Yeah.
things can go wrong. I don't know if he was planning to do a safe route or just do some safe strats. But even so,
I think he's still doing Omen Pearl.
no pearl.
Yeah.
Most definitely
But
doing
he-
hover and mirror jumps.
Yeah.
I doubt he would get a bottle, but maybe there'd be a chance he would get red mail if he was really feeling uncomfortable.
I think he dislikes red mail for getting
Yeah, the
pattern art
Ooh.
variable stuff.
Right, all that nonsense. But if you do die to Ganon and you don't get the Moon Pearl, you actually have to go to the Tower of Hera and complete most of it to get the Moon Pearl, and then go back to the Ganon fight and start over. So playing it safe is definitely a good option, but not the only option.
The cheese team.
Got some silly team names.
Oh boy. There's a mummy party here.
Oh, wow. Well, he has enough magic to use powder, so hopefully he doesn't get bopped trying to use it. Oh, no, he did.
That seems to be the story of this relay so far.
Hopefully
Yeah,
this
you're
doesn't
right,
happen. Oh well.
You actually have to be kind of quick there. You can't really just be calm and patient with it, because once the bunny beam starts moving, you can't powder it. So if the enemies are aggressive there, you have a choice to make: either defend yourself or go for it.
What's his name? Wild Anaconda gotta be careful here. He decides to go for the safety door, which is a good decision, given the circumstance.
Yeah, so what that is basically a checkpoint in this dungeon. So if he dies after this point, he'll respawn there at the last entrance he used, instead of all the way at the beginning of the dungeon.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice safety.
Also worth noting, if you get that door, you can just walk into the pit and then walk all the way to the chest with the invulnerability frames. If
Arthur accidentally powdered the mini Moldorm, and so he's just got like
oh,
a
no.
vegetable hopping around the room.
And then he got bopped again. Oh man.
He's caught in the Skull Woods loop. There's a few loops you can get caught in this game, different runs. Skull Woods, magic farming, bad mummy room loop is definitely one that a lot of people suffer from. After
there's
2
a lot that
tries,
can
it's
go
usually
wrong.
reset.
Yeah.
Luckily, the mummies do have a high chance to drop magic, so it's not too bad to farm it.
It can also be easy to get wall mastered, especially because like the first time you go through, if everything goes well, you're used to a specific cycle on the wall master.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
on retries, you could run into trouble. Like even you can get caught falling into the hole to Mothula, which is really frustrating.
That's a 1.0 only glitch too. Looks like Thali had a good conclusion to his Ice Palace. A very clean Cold Stair fight. Has some fairies in stock going forward, so I think he'll have some comfort in the next dungeon or two. Also, we just forgot to pick up the crystal for a minute.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually knows what happened to Wild because that was during Thali's blue screen.
Oh, okay. Well, he's making his way to Ganon's Tower now. I'm sure you guys have given a synopsis of all the dungeons by this point.
Yeah, Ganon's Tower is a great dungeon. The best dungeon in the game, really.
Very good, yeah. It's very difficult. I am very bad at Ganon's Tower, and it's like the only dungeon I practice. At least during those last few weeks that I was playing, I would only practice Ganon's Tower, and I couldn't beat like a 740.
It took me a while to beat 730.
Yeah, that's kind of what killed my motivation to play, honestly, was not being able to improve in this dungeon.
Yeah, it doesn't let up hardly. It's just room after room after room. There's something going on.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of places for small time losses and a handful of places for big ones. Depending on how much you try to optimize, you can end up losing yourself a lot more time trying to save frames. Probably I'd say frame savers are more costly in this dungeon maybe than any other one, cumulatively.
Yeah, Wild had a good bit of trouble with the boomerang strats.
Oh wow, that fire snake for
Oh yeah.
For a while, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't wait for it to go by. It's possible you can actually beat that fire snake. That's the way to optimize this room. But that is RNG dependent and also pretty difficult. But yeah, if it gets caught in there while you're trying to hookshot, it can definitely cause problems. If you're aware of it, you can potentially bonk on the block that you push since you pushed it up. But that's also part of the reason why you push it left or right instead of up, is so that it doesn't get blocked and you can let it pass. He's also very low on arrows, but he is cognizant of that fact and picking up backup. You got a minimum of 18 going in here, but more is definitely not a bad thing.
Yeah, this fight can be tricky with the ice physics.
Yeah, ice physics are pretty wonky. Oh, and messing up the fight at all when you only have 19 arrows means he's probably going to be resorting to slashes to finish it off.
Gonna be some interesting Ganon bets.
Yeah, he's going to have a different pattern. I don't know if he's a player who's too familiar enough with the fights to expect a certain pattern. But pokes are really bad with the Tempered Sword. Keep in mind that a poke will do Master Sword damage, and a Master Sword actually does half of what the Fighter Sword does against Armos. So pokes with the Tempered Sword are very bad. Slashes, poke dashes, or spins are all okay. Alright, so Thali's in Swamp Palace now, which is not necessarily an easy, but definitely one of the safer dungeons. So hopefully he gets a little break here to regain his composure for the following dungeons.
And And Zarbi got pretty bad agony in RNG. I think he got 7 blue balls and then died to Helmasaur, but kept pace with his PB until since then.
He's even got a gold
that's a-
split.
He was
Good.
plus 3 minutes and 43 seconds after pod, and he's still like 3:46 now, which is good.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to keep your composure after something like that happens. Looks like you lost some time on Hera too. Maybe a Moldorm fall or a bomb jump.
Wild's cutting it close here after that mimic room.
Yeah,
Ooh.
He'll be visiting the Josh Ferries probably.
yeah, most likely.
Uh,
He might actually not make it through the spike room. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. If that room has a very specific execution, then that allows the spikes to line up in a very specific way. And if it goes off at all, it's almost impossible to get through without getting hit like once or twice. But there are fairies right after that room. There's going to be a bunny beam a little bit later. So again, with the powder and safety conscious play style, should have no problems getting through it if he gets past that point.
Once you die like once in Ganon's Tower, it's really hard to recover or play well after that because, for one thing, you're not full hearts. I think you're down like 6 hearts.
Yeah. And you intentionally take damage very early after the death. Normally you try to get there at full hearts. Sometimes down 1 or 2 is uncommon, but not too bad. But after death, you'll be down enough hearts that it's actually a significant amount that you have to lose intentionally.
Author Blues had a scary cold stare.
Yeah,
Finished him
down to
with
just
4
enough hearts where 1 hit would have killed him.
Yeah.
He's dancing with Argus now. Should have no trouble cleaning up the fight though.
Sword beams for Gauntlet is the worst.
Zarbi is also in a tricky situation. 3 hearts and no magic.
Yeah, I hope he knows where to find some backup magic because it will be required for him to go forward in this dungeon, or possibly get a drop from a pokey. I haven't been watching the prize packs.
The bottom left pot in this room right here, the double pokey room. Oh, you got the drop, so you should be
Oh.
okay. And the fairy.
the-
I got the
God drop.
yeah for sure. So let's be careful killing the last one. Ooh, the 8 bombs. You actually don't want those optimally to save a couple frames in the menu.
Isn't the 10 arrow after the 8 bomb?
It might be. I'm not sure. There might be another small heart in between.
Very
A really
nice.
fast one cycle.
One cycle there.
It was bam, 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 bam.
It's like they all ran into the fire rod shots.
Zarbi back into a tough spot with 3 hearts here.
Yeah, this
And
dungeon has a
It's
lot
going to
of
be 2 after he gets hit.
Yeah,
So
he'll
he
take
also
that.
might take the safe door. Safety
There's
door.
two hard pots in the dark maze there on the right. Like you can stop on the right, and there's
Yeah.
also a full magic pot.
Very rare to see people get those.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting the safety door. Not a bad decision at all.
Not at all.
That red beetle does 2 hearts of damage.
Yeah. The laser does 4, the beetle does 2. There's a lot of ways he could die. Oh, and a
And
very
if
tight laser skip too.
You time it just right, getting knocked off by the laser beam. You can also soft lock.
That mini
Yeah,
Helmasaur
that's
was
true.
close.
Yeah, so Thalia's stream appears to be down. Possibly more technical problems.
Is it just frozen on...
It's back up. It's going again. It's just freezing.
Okay.
Alright, cool. That's good.
Yeah, he's getting ice rod.
He is getting an extra bomb.
Cool. All right, Zarby's finishing up Total Rock at Trinex. Just enough hearts that Trinex could kill him if he's not careful. While Wild Anaconda is also coming up at the end of Ganon's Tower.
Are we going to see a bird toss here from Author Blues?
I think there's a good chance we will.
Nope.
Oh, difficult last couple hits on Trinex for Zarby. But he did survive in the end.
So one dungeon difference between Team Parmesan Express and Team Squatty Potty. Wild Anaconda had a rough Ganon's Tower.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and Team High Rollers is just one behind that, though he's just beginning the dungeon instead of completing it. And the first any percent no major glitches player is beginning the Ganon fight very soon. A fight that a lot of people like for some reason. I mean, it's an exciting and engaging fight that has a lot of depth to it. I just never enjoyed it too much. One of the few things I didn't like to practice, and it definitely showed.
You have to be careful this fight with sword beams too, because you can accidentally hit him with a beam instead of your sword.
Ganon?
Yes.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Lag.
it will do damage to him.
Does it override the slash damage?
Yeah, I think it can, yeah.
Really? If you play the Secrets of the Past ROM hack, you can actually kill Ganon with sword beams. Or with a fighter sword. Takes only 128 hits total. Or actually, no, it's only 96, so it's not nearly that bad.
Yeah, they don't actually damage him.
I suppose it makes sense though, because it does register the collision, so it might register as 0 damage and overwrite the slash, depending on the timing of how the two hit relative to each other.
Wild made it to the 4th phase, which, although it's hard to optimize, you usually won't see a death or anything crazy happen.
Yeah, this is when all the holes are formed, so falling is a possibility. The fire bats do damage boost you in a sometimes unpredictable way. Sometimes you can get knocked back 3 or 4 tiles directly into a hole. But I think most players of his caliber would be comfortable surviving from this point. So who's going to be following up Zarby here? Let me check.
Fuzda and low person.
Who's that?
And
See
Wild
Fuzda
just
in
finishes.
chat. I hope he's preparing himself.
So the first player to start low person is Timon. So good luck to Timon.
Timon is very good at low percent. This race will have 2 very, very good runners with Timon and Blunt Money.
Yeah, Timon and Blunt are both very good. In fact, Timon and Blunt and RPG, I think, all have sub 130 PBs now.
RPG has a 130-30, but he could definitely get a 129.
Yeah.
Yeah, RPG was a player who is, I'd say, surprisingly good at low percent when he was not very good at any percent yet. He was a guy who could do Ganon with the Master Sword without dying more consistently than players with 5 or 10 minute better any percent PBs. But he actually has a pretty competitive any percent time as well. Sadly, he's not able to get this key in the spike room. Not sure what he's going to do. He's either going to find another key or find hearts.
Well, he has
Well, Death War Pipe.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
he's going for the powder. He does still have a fairy. Oh, he does not. Never mind. But now he has enough hearts to do that room. Actually, he could skip that room and go up the left side instead. Won't need the key.
That would be faster.
I think going up the
But I
right
don't know
side
if
is faster if you die after that point. Most
Oh,
people like
okay.
to go up the left side anyway, but I think that's actually just one of those things that nobody either knows or cares, but it's like a couple seconds faster. Plus you can get 1 or 2 hearts going up the right side. So I would recommend it if you die later in the dungeon. It's also worth noting that you can pop it in what you normally expect. So he's aware of that when the time comes later.
Robots guide.
Oh no, must be my bandwidth.
Yeah, I think some of my senses have dropped from my CPU getting used up by all these streams I have open.
How slower low percent escape is. It can actually be faster optimally, but we'll lose a little bit of time on average. It just has more variance based on RNG, but optimally it can be probably a second or so faster because of the lack of the boomerang acquisition.
I don't know how many times Tally died trying to powder stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, really, that happens, but it does happen. I mean, anti-fairies hit for a full heart, and sometimes bunny beams are protected. I hate for Switch streams.
Yeah, I did too.
I'm like, why is it still playing the credits and not switching? Because I have to do that myself.
Yeah.
So Timmons at 340, 341, 342, 343.
That's good. Now Thally's in Mire, but he's already done Swamp.
That's a good point.
Timmons down to a half heart and escape already.
Uh-oh. Oh man, getting some shallow
And
rolling
without
backup
the-
heart.
Yeah, without the boomerang, that is a dangerous room, though, with
Oh,
half
for
heart.
sure. Yeah. So yeah, this is definitely a great opportunity for Squatty Potty to extend their lead, because as we said earlier, Timon's a very good low percent player. Though I do expect to see, I mean, it's pretty common even for top players of this category to die once or twice in a run, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if every one of the low percent players had at least one death.
Yeah, the boss fights in the Dark World past Thieves Town get pretty insane low percent. So pretty much every one of them is hard.
You're a bit robot-y as well there, Josh.
It is possible for somebody to accidentally pick up an extra item in low percent. I think if they pick up the mushroom, their responsibility is to drop it off immediately. That can actually happen not because they forget that they're playing low percent, but because they can actually be damage boosted into it, nearly completely out of their control. So it's extremely unlikely that would be the proper course of action if that does happen.
I think it's Discord messing up, actually, and not any of us.
Could be.
Yeah, I think you're right, because it showed the connection was lower than green, whatever that means.
Looked like a rough escape for Timon, but he still got a 556, which is acceptable.
Yeah, it's not too bad. considering he had to go out of his way to pick up extra hearts. All right, Zarby's going to be entering Ganon very soon at low hearts, so it's going to be a little bit scary. Ganon has 3 different damage types that he can inflict. They do 2, 4, or 8 hearts of damage to Link in this condition. The ones you're most likely to get hit by do 4 hearts. And that is his non-contact damage attacks in the first 2 phases, so his Trident and his spinning Fireball Circle.
Ooh, Zarby. So he has 3 hearts, and the fire bats during phase 1 and phase 2 of Ganon do 4 hearts. Yeah, and down he goes. At least now he respawns with 7 hearts. Or 8. Yeah, 8 because he grabbed Sank Heart. Okay, he's through phase 2. Othar Blue's finishing up Argus, and now he's gonna hit the Turtle Rock. But I think he's gonna get Gold Sword.
Yeah, if he did the dungeons in this order, that would be most likely be the case. So the main differences in the early game and low percent, really just not having the boomerang, which helps in a few places for, I guess, to deal with a wider range of enemy patterns and escape. And Eastern Overworld, maybe. And the other big difference is going to be the rupee route, I guess.
Yes.
And because the rupee route's going to be different, I guess they're going to be getting the bombs from Sahasrala's hut if they get the rupees, which means the bomb route may be a bit different as well.
Yeah, the reason they have to do a different rupee route is because the hut outside or in the lower part of Dark Kakariko Town will actually have the red boomerang if you don't have the blue boomerang yet, which they're not going to have because it's low percent.
Right,
So,
they do not want to accidentally open that chest.
Yeah.
You can get pushed into the mushroom by a bush guard. But if you get the mushroom, you can give it back to the witch. And so just get rid of it in your inventory.
Right. If you get that boomerang, I don't know. You may be ostracized by the community forever.
Alright, so Zarby finished his NMG run. And next up is going to be Fuzda for low person. I am interested in watching that run.
Question mark.
Let me load that stream up.
But he definitely does, his team definitely has a good buffer for him over the 3rd and 4th place teams right now. So he does have a little bit of leniency. Auto Boost did pick up the gold sword and silver arrows, as was predicted. I think that makes him the only NMG player so far to do so. In fact, I think he's going to be the only one of the 4. This gives him a little bit of extra safety in Turtle's Rock and Ganon's Tower, and a lot of extra safety against Ganon. In a casual playthrough, you're pretty much expected to get the silver arrows to kill Ganon. You don't need the gold sword, though it does make the first 2 phases easier. But the silver arrows, unless you use a glitch, are actually required to kill Ganon. The silver arrows actually do 100 damage against most enemies. And the only, as far as I know, the only enemy in the game that they do damage to, but don't kill in one hit, other than Ganon, is the big vitreous eyeball, who has 128 HP. There are a few enemies that actually have 255 HP, but you can't really damage them anyway, like anti-fairies and squirrels.
Yeah, the only way you can kill squirrels is if you use Quake on them while they're like not frozen, while they're moving around. And
Quake or
powder.
magic powder.
Yep.
It's really a shame that that's not actually a useful application of powder in the run, if you do get it as a safety. Because by the time you need to use it to get them out of the way, it's probably because they're already blocking you. Though maybe using Quake to clear off a screen might not be the worst thing on the way to Turtle Rock or something.
And in low person, the health, like the amount of health you have finishing escape, will matter because you don't get Sanctuary Heart.
Yeah.
So if you have like 1 heart, then you will stay at 1 heart for the entire trip to Eastern. You got to be careful about that. Because,
yeah, and you can't even talk to the priest to heal because you'd have to exit and re-enter the sanctuary before that dialogue actually will activate a heal.
And Octorocks do 1 heart of damage. Their rocks do half a heart. So yeah, if you come in contact with an Octorok, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, and some of these top players, you know, like Timon or Blunt Bunny, or definitely RPG, might not normally get the Sanctuary Heart in any percent NMG run, unless they're at very low hearts and want it for the heal, but not because they're so shallow rolling that they need an extra heart for the whole run. Dela's going to be making his way to Trinex now at full hearts, and he has at least 1 fairy in a bottle. So it should be a pretty comfortable fight for him.
Oh, he's doing backdoor Trinex. That's surprising.
Seems like he kind of knows how to do it too.
Ooh, don't run out of magic. Okay, he's good.
Oh yeah. Once Trinex starts moving and the head starts moving independently from his body, it can be real hard to anticipate where to fire. It's not quite as bad with the fire rod, but with the ice rod it's particularly bad because the hitbox on it is so deceptive.
So Fuzda got Northwest Kira there, and it's a real shame in low person because you don't have the boomerangs. You can't throw the boomerang at it and start walking right. You have to walk, link the key, and wait.
Yeah, that's one of the best examples of the stronger influence of RNG during this segment when you don't have the boomerang. with the bombs, Timon actually has the option of doing the bomb strat on La Molas. But I don't think anybody knows how to do that anymore. So what exactly is the variance in the bomb route in low percent? Do you just pick up the same ones and have some extras? Just in case?
You can have, I think, 2 extras for the penguin room in the Ice Palace, and I think that's
right.
it. But you get the 3 chests, the 3 bomb chests for from Shalar.
Right.
Yeah, the
Penguin
bomb
room's the
strat
reason
in the
why you
penguin
do that.
room.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're saying the
seems like
same
it
thing.
Yeah, the penguin room is a pretty good strat, the bomb strat in that room.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have actually thought of that strat on separate occasions. I think me and Zelda both did in a puzzle once. And I think Brahm and me thought of it like 4 years ago, and other people have thought of it in other times. And all of us probably thought we were so clever at the time.
Then Crystal found it like 5 years ago.
It's the sole reason to do low percent, right?
It's a good strat, for sure.
Or if you do Swamp before Ice Palace, you have the hook shot in Ice Palace, and you can kill the penguins with 1 hit. Like 1 hook shot kills the
The
penguin.
hookshot is a very strong weapon against some enemies. In fact, a lot of them. Though you normally don't get to see it used as a weapon. Partly because it's gotten so late, but it's just usually not worth it to menu just to kill 1 enemy.
In randomizer, though, you can get it really early in the game.
For sure.
And it's amazing.
Kills all the enemies and escape.
Yeah.
Alright, so
Shamelessly
Timon did
plugging
not
randomizer.
soft lock at fake flippers. So far, so good. I think he had a rough Mamolas fight, but got out with 13 arrows, which I think should be plenty.
Yeah, 13 arrows at this point is more than enough.
It's too bad we don't see a bomb climb, but I think with the menu, it's not quite worth it.
Oh, that anti-fairy for Tally. Like, you have to drop in the pit, but you'll take a hit, and he's just gonna suck your magic.
Yeah, he'll hit you twice. Actually, why don't people do the bomb strat in the beetle room in low percent? Since you need to have a bomb equipped for the bomb jump anyway.
Maybe we should revisit our strats.
The answer is because it's impossible. I did it like 100 times and cut like the 6 successful ones together for that video. But who knows? I was a brand new player back then. Maybe it's actually a lot easier than I think. So in Hera, you don't have the boomerang, which would normally use to hit a couple switches. So you have the option to use arrows instead, or to just use your sword and not hit the switches from afar. I think the general consensus these days is it's better not to use arrows, though that may depend on your arrow count. But that also has to include extra menus that you have to take into consideration. I'm not sure what's best to do in the tile room either. Do you dash through the last tile and through the door?
What I do is, I don't use arrows at all for switches. In the main lobby, I walk to the left and slash the switch there and just dash up. And in the tile room, I dash out of the room, killing the last tile.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was optimal or just very swaggy. I think maybe using a pot for the last tile would put you closer to the door.
Kev said what is faster, that it was faster, but I don't know. I've never timed it myself.
Yeah, I've done very little looking into this category.
The fastest is ACM strat.
I don't think it would be in low percent though.
Interesting.
If you get the early tile kill, you still have to wait for the second to last one to reach you.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
But I don't know. Maybe it still would be. It's hard to say. But if you try to go for the early tile kill and it doesn't work, then you do actually lose time. Unlike an NMG where it would break even.
Oh, yeah.
Or an any percent NMG, rather.
That makes sense. I forgot you don't have the boomerang to recover.
So yeah, Timon does his bomb jump. This is a style that's gotten a lot of popularity lately. People call it the waffle, but I think it's actually a pooey strat. I think Joe actually figured it out more recently, and then was brought to his attention that Waffle had done it before, so he gave credit to
Which
Waffle.
one was this?
But now everybody does it because you don't have to spend any time setting up the position of the bomb, which is the real
Oh,
time loss. Since the time spent setting up after setting the bomb is obviously while the bomb's counting down, so it's not really time lost. Ooh, the middle hole for Timon. Have you guys talked about the middle hole yet?
no, I don't think it's happened yet.
Well, Moldorm is the only fight where you can leave the boss room legitimately during the fight without any glitches. And it happens unintentionally a lot. You can actually fall out of the fight. If you fall down the middle hole, of course, you fall down 2 floors instead of just 1. So it's more significant time loss. And it was on the last hit. So it was at about the worst time it could have happened during the fight. So that's going to set him pretty mad, probably.
Wow, that Gauntlet 5 Vitality took a lot of damage.
He'll heal up in the next room.
Yeah. Powder is pretty powerful in Gavin's Tower.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, in a lot of the later dungeons, Myra to rocking Gavin's Tower.
Yeah, I'm sure they did that on purpose for whoever
yeah.
was bold enough to powder random things or spend money on the strategy guide.
So do a quick sync thing here. Timon is at 56, 57, 58, 59, 24.
Okay.
And Fusta is at 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay.
Okay.
Author Blues tried to do land molas too with silver arrows, but he missed the last one. It was still a good fight. Early 2 cycle.
And it looks like high rollers might actually catch up to unmatched ruggedness here by the end.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that, actually.
And high rollers have golden sword and silver arrows.
Which makes the Genin fight quite a bit faster.
It's about 30 seconds faster, yeah.
So do you have a rough amount of time that the time difference on Ganon and low percent? I know it can vary a lot based on warp positions in the first 2 phases, especially.
A really good Ganon in low percent would be 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay.
Around that. And a good Ganon in like normal NMG would be like 150.
And about how much time loss is from the 4th phase in low percent?
It's twice as many spins, yeah.
I was wondering what kind of a run a tempered sword skip but get the silver arrows would look like. If you have to be really good at the Dark World bosses and with the Master Sword, but who knows? Might be a fun Taz route.
Yeah, more like 8 hours.
So how's blue ball luck been overall so far in the relay?
I don't think anyone said it really bad, have they? Maybe Zarbi?
I think in the first race, 2 of the 4 got like 7 or 8 blue balls, and Zarbi gets 7
Oh.
in his run. Joe got 1 in his mirror shield run.
Nice. All right, looks like it's actually pretty even between unmatched ruggedness and the high rollers going into Ganon.
I don't know if Thali will want a fairy going into the fight or not.
It may depend on whether or not he has one in a bottle, which I cannot
Yeah.
confirm nor deny.
Yeah, he's going to get a fairy. There's a convenient tree down here that has one.
Okay, just chase the fairy around a little bit.
Sometimes the fairies do not want to get caught. I mean, I don't blame them, honestly.
I think you can net dash that tree from the left and you'll catch it every time.
Probably, yeah. You can usually net dash items or objects that will dispense a fairy, but they do sometimes dispense from different sides. So different sides of the object will work. You can also throw a boomerang or hook shot at some objects from some sides and then bonk them, and you'll get the fairy instantly. But enough of that nonsense. We actually have a death from Timon.
Wow.
In Aghanim's Tower, actually, the Circle of Pots room, which is probably the most different room in this dungeon without the boomerang, which would explain why he had a hard time with it. Still really surprising to see a death there.
Yeah, then you think you have to do this room normally with the 2 assault guards,
Yeah.
but you already have unlocked the door. Muscle memory.
Maybe you'll get a fairy from them if you want to heal up. Then you would be sacrificing it later. Did you explain prize pack manipulation in the NMG runs?
Yeah.
A little bit.
That I won't.
Or we explained the dash kill to...
Yeah. Alright, Author Blues finished his NMG run. Sub 140. So the next one is going to be RPG. The one, the man. Yep, that was a good decision to catch a fairy by Thali.
So RPG is a guy who sort of prepared himself for low percent very on in his time playing this game, because he started skipping the Sanctuary Heart very early in any percent. So he's no stranger to the lack of safety.
Oh, Thali fell. Well, that's going to set him back a lot.
Yeah, he may even opt to pick up another fairy before going back into the fight. All right, on his second try in this dungeon, Timon did make a tag in him.
There's something weird with RPG's game feed.
Oh, yeah. That's weird. I wonder if he did that intentionally.
Probably.
Probably did, yeah. Looks like he just changed the reds. Maybe did, well, the hearts look normal. I have no explanation for that.
It's pretty amazing.
Maybe Hyrule Castle just hired a different interior decorator for this run.
It's really only that looks different so far.
Yeah. All right, Timon made it through Aghanim safely, and based on the sprite on top of the pyramid, he did not forget the Moon Pearl. So that's good.
Oh, Tally got the torch glitch with Fire Rod. He tried to dodge the fire bat, and that
Oh,
put
yeah.
him way too far away from
That
the.
may not have been his plan at all, but it worked. Fuzda's coming into the Tower of Hera at pretty low hearts. Must have got beat up on Death Mountain a little bit. Heart count is important, not just because you don't want to die, but because you do have to do a bomb jump, which is going to cost you one indefinitely.
So Thali fell again.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
That's all right, though. He's got Blunt Bunny coming up next.
And Fuzda falling to the bomb jump.
That's
He
not
bonked-
good.
Yeah, he bonked too early and had time to land before the bomb exploded.
Sometimes when that happens, you can get lucky and be on the top 2 pixels to get the bomb jump anyway. But odds are if you're panicking, you're not going to be able to get in position. So he's going to need to find another heart before the bomb jump. He didn't mirror after falling, so the heart before the mini molder, or right after the mini moldorms, right before the bomb jump, won't have regenerated if he picked it up the first time through. And nothing up here can drop a heart, so you may have to do the intended route to the Moon Pearl, or check every pot. But I'm sure there are no hearts here. Okay, the Kadongos actually could drop from the variety pack. 2 out of 8 drops in that pack are hearts, and there's a 50% chance to drop. So theoretically, a 1 in 8 chance of a drop. But I don't know where the prize packs are. So who knows what the actual odds are.
Yeah, he's gonna do the casual strat.
Might as well.
He's gonna be careful on that magic, Tally.
Yeah, definitely. He's using the lamp, which has 4 times as many uses as the fire rod. You can see how he approaches the spins. It looks a lot different from how most players would. It's just a new player. As a new player, he doesn't really have the same instinct of how to approach in those situations. So that you bait the bat and then move into Ganon. He's putting himself in some more precarious positions as a result.
Yeah, this fight takes a lot of practice for that reason. And others too, but
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be finishing this fight while Fuzda's finishing Moldorm, dashing through him with 1 heart. Not something I would recommend, but on the last hit, it's not quite as dangerous. When he's up at the top, I don't feel like he should move up to the side. That's the main thing I'm seeing, is I would bait it to the side and then move at him from below.
yeah.
That would be what's putting him near the hole when he's
Okay.
falling.
I was scared he would run out of magic, but he finished him.
He's also not always aware when the torch is going to go out and he can't get another spin in.
Right?
So that's just something you learn with experience and lots of practice.
All right. So that means Blunt Bunny's going to be starting up for Team Unmatched Ruggedness. I think he'll probably gain a little time. Timon has had a bit of a rough run so far. And him and Blunt Bunny are on a very similar skill level in this category.
Blunt is definitely one of the best players all around in this relay. So Look forward to seeing him play.
All right, so now everybody's in the same category. Every team is.
In this category and the one after can a lot can go wrong. So no one's really has a safe lead.
There's really a lot of pressure for people to perform for their teams at this point too. Especially we'll be in 90% no EG. Helmasaur is one of the bosses where not getting the Sanctuary Heart has the most significant impact, because you have an even amount of hearts at most, and Helmasaur does an even amount of damage. It's 2 hearts of damage, so the difference between 6 and 7 hearts is 1 extra hit that you could take from him.
Timon had a very good fight though.
I like how you can dash on the spikes and bonk all the way across the room.
Yeah, the Super Bonk. Apparently doing the Super Bonk can potentially save 1 or 2 frames of lag, just like holding a wall can. At least that's what I've been told. Oh, and Fuza got blue rupees from the second tree. I guess he got hit. He's down half a heart, so he must have got hit during the rupee route. Begin the next tree.
You know, just back up at least. You can kill 4 enemies on the way to the courtyard with no extra damage and pull a tree in the courtyard.
Yeah. Though I think that's part of the route, isn't it? It's not really back up.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, in this route you have to pull 3 trees.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so you can skip the Thief Cave after Apostle Darkness.
Well, now he can't, can he? Or I guess he can.
Maybe.
I'm really not sure about the rupee route in this category.
Yeah, I'm not either. I guess no, he still has to pay Kiki 110, so...
Yeah, he's going to be down now, because he didn't get the 80 from that tree.
So it's either Pod Basement Rupee or the Thief Rupee.
If he takes no damage throughout this entire dungeon, there's a really quick backup he can get in the pyramid area. I don't know if he knows about it, though.
Blunt is playing with the 4-letter file name.
Oh no. Up to 1 to 2 seconds or something. I don't know.
Damn.
Actually, Fuzda should be okay at 299. He just needs 310.
I remember Jaden getting one of his PBs with a 4-letter file name, and Crystal was complaining about it the entire run.
I remember Jaden getting his first 124 and he messed up the rupee route.
Yeah, that's his PB, I think.
He used Quake inside Turtle Rock.
And he got the Sanctuary Heart too, right?
Yeah.
Good
Well,
run.
his current PB got the same card. I'm not sure if his
okay.
first 124 got it, but yeah, that's pretty funny. How he can make huge mistakes like that and still get a 124.
3 of the top 5 players have Saint Cart in their PBs, so
Wow, nice.
don't hate on the Saint Cart, everyone. Embrace it.
Yeah, dude, I'm really happy to hear that. Up to this point, if Fuzda hasn't picked up any hearts, then it looks like he hasn't taken any damage. So maybe he could get those backups. Yeah, I think he actually has enough. Unless I'm forgetting something. He doesn't need to pay 10 for the Tempered Sword. He needs 110 for Kiki and then the extra 300 for the flippers. Maybe you don't normally get the backup tree. I mean, maybe it's both trees instead of the Sahasrara rupees or something.
No, he's fine. He's fine. He needs.
Yeah, he's fine now.
200. Yeah.
Maybe you just got a lot from drops or something. I don't know.
And you don't even need to pay 10. I was about to say $10, but 10 rupees to the dwarf for the tempered sword because you can't get the tempered sword in this category.
Yeah, I would highly recommend not paying them any money in this category. I also think that they should get minimum amount of keys in dungeons in this category. They don't do that. At this point, Timon and Team Squatty Potty have a pretty solid lead. Still, while Fuz is just finishing up the light world. The other two are still in the early game.
I'm really curious about what's going on with RPG's color palette.
Yeah, we'll have to get him
It's
in here
just
for
that
an
one
interview
thing.
after his run to ask him
Yeah.
about that.
Maybe, yeah. Do you like throw his card or something? And
I don't think that would
Like,
affect it at all. I mean, if he's playing on console, like, I don't know what could be causing that.
Well,
That's
a
weird.
collar key on Amaret maybe, chroma key. Can you do that?
Maybe, but
that
it would
doesn't
affect his
sound like
hearts, too.
something he would do.
No.
Yeah.
There's other red things that aren't being affected. I don't know. It could just be a particular shade that's being affected, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's definitely funny looking.
I like how he pumps. He just puts all his energy into it.
And you can see it too. See his whole body, or his whole upper body, anyway.
Yeah, he's a very energetic player.
Ooh, Blanc got a red rupee there, but couldn't get it. Or he could, but he was already invested in the Armo strat. Or committed, rather.
I don't know what you call that color. Like a darker red, I guess. That's the color that seems to be affected.
I don't know what you call it. I'm not a
Yeah.
color expert. A chromologist, I guess you call it.
Now, after Thieves Town, which is the dungeon Timon is in, is when low percent really starts to get different from an MG. Because at that point, you would ordinarily temper your sword, which makes things go a lot more quickly and a lot more easily.
Right.
So,
It would also be the last time for him to accidentally pick up an item and break the
Yeah.
rules. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
he definitely wants to avoid getting the red boomerang or tempering his sword, because that's would invalidate his run. I'm not even sure what we would do.
Yeah, I don't know. I might just have to say, don't use the item and pay a fine or something.
Alright, let's do a quick stream sync here. We got Timon at 57, 58, 59, 46 minutes. We got Fusta at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. RPG is at 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. And Blunt Bunny is at 49, 50, 51, 52, 53.
That's good.
I just noticed that while the wall was moving in desert for RPG, the screen was actually completely stationary. Like it balanced out the normal shake of his stream. So it was just perfectly steady.
Got some cheap cables, I think.
Yeah, there's always something going on in RPG stream.
So Ash, why don't you put the audio on RPG stream?
I don't know if that's a good idea.
It's definitely not.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I'll leave it up to Zelda. It's his.
Oh
His
no,
relay.
no, just the thing is, he's probably listening to us, so he would hear the commentary twice.
You'd also hear his lovely, probably people in his chat spamming emotes.
Oh,
He has
yeah.
like custom IRC noises for.
He might be listening to some rap. I don't know.
Who knows? Odds are there's some audio that wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, so RPG didn't soft lock either, so that's good. He did lose a heart so far in the overworld. I was back in the desert overworld. Every heart really counts during this segment leading up to the Tower of Hera.
All right, so Timon is entering the first real hard part of low person, and from
Yeah.
this point on, it's just gonna be hard all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Mothula is a very hard boss fight with Master Sword.
In a recent low percent run, RPG actually died twice on Death Mount. So that's worth keeping in mind as he climbs up there today.
It's not the place that you'd expect someone to die in low person.
Nah. It's going for a lot of spins on Mothula. Oh, wow, very fast fight. I don't really recommend spins except right at the beginning of the fight. Once more spikes are on the field, there's a good chance they're going to bump into your sword and restrict your movement or even cancel your sword charge.
That was close. Who's the? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh.
Helmosaur is definitely it's not too much different as we said in low percent, except for the lack of a sanctuary heart, which can let you take one more heart of damage. But it's not an uncommon place to die, even in a regular 80% run. It's also not one of the worst time losses of all the boss deaths, and you can get back up to full hearts easily along the way by the time you get back to the boss.
Yeah, but Timon's moth was very impressive.
Man,
It's quite a
what
quick
an RPG
fight.
stream.
Yeah,
It's off the walls.
What is going on?
It's like he has some overlay. But it's only affecting some things.
It's like a chroma key or something.
What is going on down
This
at
is a completely
the bottom
different color.
left? Like the bottom left has like numbers and stuff.
That's like his
24%.
Donation.
Yeah, that's his donation thing. He is definitely doing a chroma key something.
Yeah, it has to be. Wow. Well,
Look at the space the floor tiles are leaving behind. Looks really trippy.
Alright, who's the round 2 against Helmosaur?
hopefully he has a little more luck this time. One of the nice things about dying to Helmosaur is you do get to max out on bombs. And you're very comfortable on bombs for the rest of the run.
It's a small consolation prize.
Yeah. If you want to look on the bright side.
Oh boy.
Another bad start to the second phase. If he gets too many fireballs, it's going to be particularly hard.
Oh.
Oh man.
Oh. Oh my. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. So the way his attack patterns work is in the first phase, there's a 50% chance of him using a fireball or a tail attack. But in the second phase, he'll do a tail attack every time, and there will be a 50% chance of him also doing a fireball. So if he does a fireball, he'll be doing both. and it's very hard to dodge both. So if you do get a lot of fireballs in
Yeah.
the second phase, there's a good chance you're going to get knocked around a little bit.
He really kind of has 3 attacks in the second phase. Sometimes it feels like, because he'll fireball, he'll swing his tail, and he'll charge you.
Yeah, he does
So
have a
it's like-
charge. Something about
Yeah.
the charge pattern, though, kind of feels predictable. It's not something I've ever been able to like explain, but I know during the fight, there's a lot of times
Yeah.
when I'm like, okay, he's going to charge me now. Like I know he is, and he does, but I can't really explain how I know it.
And
Some
RPG
rhythmic
item
thing.
Moldor. He tried to dash through him,
Those
but
dashes, man, getting hit a lot
Yeah.
of dashes. Sometimes dashes are more safe, and sometimes they're not. I couldn't really tell you why, but I just, in general, don't recommend dashing very much at all, especially on low hearts.
Yeah. Players really develop a feel for the dashes, but
That's something that comes and goes.
yeah.
I'll go weeks with safe dashes and weeks with unsafe dashes.
Yeah, but myself and most players don't really like to dash with 1 heart because it can be quite risky.
Well, he'll be making his way back up and trying again. Never hitting the safety switch, even on low hearts, even in a relay.
Who's to just get non-stop fireball patterns?
when you take a hit from Helmasaur in the first phase, you start panicking and he's dead
and-
again.
He didn't know what to do when he got pinned.
That was like the worst pattern you could get.
Yeah.
Like pin against the wall plus fireball. There's not much you can do except just tank the hit.
Right. If you're right in the middle of him, it's particularly hard. There are a few things you can do, but usually you have to get to the side, get your sword out, and set yourself up in some way. But by that time, the fireball is going to be splitting.
Yeah, the 3 fights so far were terrible patterns.
Yeah, when he just... Timon's showing off the bomb strat in the penguin room, by the way. Hopefully no one missed that.
We'll get to see it a couple more times.
Yeah.
Ooh, Blunt Bunny missed the whirlpool a little bit. Always a scary feeling when you miss it the first time. You really hope that you don't have to swirl around it too much.
Yeah, when you miss the whirlpool, you try to dodge the Zora's fireball because you know it's coming, and then you go down right and get hit by the exploding balloon.
I think that happened very famously to Timon once.
Timon's about to go into the Cold Stare fight, which is a very tense fight with the Master Sword.
Definitely one of the hardest. There's a lot of setups you can do for the beginning of the fight, but there is a good chance they're going to get separated and you're going to have to chase them down and decide how you want to handle that. Wow. That was actually perfect.
Nice poke dash, yeah. And then he switches to the hammer.
Yeah, that was
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, he died in Aghanim's tower, had a perfect cold stare, so I don't know if I want to make any predictions about anything that's going to happen after this point.
That rolled pretty deep. I
And
must
Futa,
say.
finally cleaning up Helmasaur here.
I gotta go for 10 minutes because food. So be right back.
All right. Wow.
This-
Every time I look at RPG stream, it's like blood flowing through the halls of Hyrule Castle.
You're gonna get to see a lot of it up here in Magnum's Tower. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, RPGs. They're a little low on arrows. If he uses all the arrow strats in this dungeon, I guess he'd be down to
Yeah.
1, which is the minimum that you want. But you would preferably have more.
Timon
One.
coming in the. Yeah, you need 1 for the.
To have enough for Palace of Darkness.
Yeah. 1 on the Switch, 4 on the Mimics.
Right. Well, and then 1 on the other switch. The eye statue, whatever. So you need to pick up 5 in Agnum's Tower plus 1. But we'll see if he
Yeah.
decides to save them anyway. There's a good chance of getting an arrow drop in the dungeon.
Timon's in Swamp here, which is intended to be an earlier dungeon, although it's not usually done that way in speedruns. So the enemies don't really pose much of a threat, which is
For
nice.
sure. Even though you're supposed to have the Master Sword here, it actually makes a pretty big difference on the boss fight to
Yeah.
have it. Ooh, Blunt Bunny fell at the bumper skip. No death at the Circle of Pots room from RPG. So do you think Blunt Bunny's going to be able to catch up with RPG in this run?
I don't know. RPG is pretty good at low percent, I will say.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if he's as consistent as Blunt is. So
At about a dungeon difference now, it most likely would take 1 boss death more from RPG for them to be even. So I will say Blunt will probably gain some time outside of most major mistakes because his form is a little bit better. Or 15 blue balls could make a big difference too. Fuse going for the apple bapple to heal up on the overworld. Perfectly legitimate strategy.
I will say I'm a bit biased towards Blunt since he's on Team Unmatched Ruggedness. So I'm hoping he mounts a
Yeah,
big
you were
comeback.
playing this, didn't you?
Yeah.
I wasn't here for that, unfortunately. How was your run?
It was okay, yeah. I got a 117.
Oh, that's not too bad. I think the last relay, every All Dungeons player got a 121 or a 120. We were all within like a minute of each other. It was crazy. And we all had bad
interesting,
runs.
Nice. I remember that.
Yeah, I fell at the Hera bomb jump twice and had to change my route in the middle.
Yeah, I remember you had trouble getting the Skullwoods wrap from
something that had never
Turok
happened
area.
to me before that. And I had no idea what
Yeah.
to do. So I just had to kind of improvise for a while.
Yeah.
So I got back on track.
It's like RPG didn't have that bad of blue ball luck, I don't think. I wasn't actually counting, but it didn't feel like it
Check
was
his
that long of a
splits to
fight.
see if it looks, to see how much time loss it looked like he had compared to gold, but I cannot read them at all.
Yeah, same. Especially with the 4-way divided player I have right now.
Yeah. Well, Blunt with the mid 24 Master Sword. I'm pretty sure he's not satisfied with that Tower of Hera at all. At least he didn't fall on Moldorm like he has on some recent PBs.
Blame the 4-character file name.
Yeah. That could have accounted for some frame loss up to this point.
Yeah.
1 per time, or well, 1 per character each time it's said, allegedly.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's completely accurate though, because some text scrolls very slowly, character by character, and some it appears line by line. So unless it increases lag by a frame, I don't know if I completely believe it. Also worth noting, Blunt Bunny does the most, or so far I think has done the most efficient kills on the way to the second set of red rupees in this tree here.
Tim and
throws the
Eminem.
bush to not get the guard's attention, and also to reduce
Yeah.
lag from sword beam and from them charging. That's the most optimal way to get those rupees. And Timon is actually within a reasonable position of dying on Argus.
Yeah.
Argus does 2 hearts of damage, so if he did take a hit here, he would actually die. It's unlikely, but it is worth noting at least.
Yeah, that fight's a good bit harder with the Master Sword because each puff takes 2 hits to kill.
You kind of have to dance around with Argus much more similarly to how you would do it in a casual playthrough. And there's one thing speedrunners are bad at. It's casual playthrough games.
Yeah. We like to have everything
Planned in
down to a science,
Yeah.
a specific plan, not having to react to emergent situations. We're bad at that. At least I am.
I know I am too. Who's just that blind? The last boss that's not influenced by the low percent run. As long as the first 2 phases go well, which they have, then the third phase can go a little bit wrong and not be too bad. It's no problem at all. I feel like he's the least likely player to accidentally pick up an item that he doesn't need because he has run any percent the least, so he has the least muscle memory from that category. It's always important not to lose hearts in general. But there's a few particular times, especially in low percent, where it's most important not to. And on the overworld, before Misery Mire is one of the most important. Timon actually did get hit, but was able to find a heart in one of the bushes near the warp on Death Mountain. So he will be entering the dungeon with full hearts, most likely. I think he also did an upward teleport while trying to dodge Tektites. People are saying that he used a glitch or cheated in chat. I thought maybe I had a moment of lag because it seemed like he jumped across the screen, but I think he accidentally did an upward teleport, which can happen when you have super speed. You can actually clip into a wall by accident. If you clip in exactly 8 pixels on 5 of 8 vertical pixels, then you will teleport upward. Luckily, he didn't go out of bounds into the clouds because he wasn't high enough up on the slope, but that actually can happen. And then he would have had to flute to get back to the bottom of the mountain. If he didn't have the flute at that time, he would have to clip back in bounds or save and quit to get to continue. Both of which would have been a nice time loss, so it wouldn't have been too big of a deal, I think, in this scenario to tolerate that.
Timon was close to getting touched by the bird there.
Yeah, pretty close. He'll pick it up and throw it. Of course. Why not?
Bird toss.
If they lose by 2 seconds now, you'll have the bird toss to blame. Alright, Blunt Bunny has made his way to the Dark World now. RPG is just approaching Helmasaur.
Busa had a little bit of rope trouble on the overworld. Those are a lot harder to deal with Master Sword.
Yeah, since the Master Sword doesn't kill them in one hit. And they do two full hearts of damage. They're actually pretty scary enemies. Looks
yeah.
like he did opt for an intentional death warp there. With 1.5 hearts, I don't blame him. The risk of dying on the overworld. He did end up getting hit outside. If he had done that with 1.5 hearts, he would have died. And a death on the overworld is the worst.
Yeah, you will respawn at the pyramid. So I've had it happen to me before, and it's no fun.
RPG had a good Helmasaur. So he will be gaining some time for the High Rollers team. For sure. And that puts him still about a full dungeon ahead of Blunt Bunny. And Timon still has a comfortable lead for Team Squatty Potty. Who's just going to be going into Mothula, probably with pretty low hearts. He could kill the Helmasaur here and the Beetle for a potential heart, or even a fairy drop from the Helmasaur, depending on what drops he got before. And there's a heart there. Okay, he did opt to do that. So 4.5 is the same as 6 in this fight. Well, actually, that's not true, because the spikes only do 1 heart. But he can take greater than 2 hits from Mothula alone. And he has enough magic to use the Fire Rod a few times, but he's going to want to be very, very careful. The Fire Rod does the same amount of damage as the Master Sword Slash, which is 1/8 of his hit points. And a spin with the Master Sword does do more damage against this boss.
You got it.
Nice.
Yeah. That's a pretty hard fight with Master Sword. I'm surprised
Definitely can be.
that's what the developers intended.
Yeah, for sure. And that they didn't care about the spike glitch.
Yeah.
So maybe they expected you to have half magic by this point. And then use the Fire Rod, largely. Or
I
even
think-
like the cape.
I
Wow.
think Cat, or maybe it was you even, said something about that fight, about how there's some code written. that
Yeah, I've noticed that.
just
It's
doesn't function.
mentioned- yeah, Mathon Napkins, the guy who annotated the disassembly,
Yeah.
wrote about that there. I've noticed that too. There was actually meant to be different mechanics to the Mothula fight, where hitting with the Fire
Yeah.
Rod would cause him to fall to the ground. And I guess we would assume that that's when you'd actually be able to hit him with a sword and do a lot of damage to him.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
It's just like completely unaccessed code.
Yeah, Cat was telling me about that the other day, and I found that surprising.
There's some pretty cool unused stuff. The Witch actually has some extra slots for receiving an item from Link, and then giving you a different one. So maybe the pawns that you throw items into will actually replace that function of the Witch. And the Witch also has code to give you the Cane of Burna. Like that's built in. All right, Timon's gonna have a very scary Vitreous because he took a hit from one of the eyeballs. At 4.5 hearts, he got hit by an eyeball, which is 4 hearts. So that was like the skin of his teeth survival there. Very careful. Conclusion of the first phase. Second phase with enough arrows, though, is very safe as long as he doesn't fire too few arrows. Get too confident there. But again, another deathless boss fight for Timon.
Yeah, and in my run earlier, actually, I shot 7 and stopped because I thought I'd shot 8.
Did you menu
And-
right after?
Almost got bounced on. No, in all dungeons, you don't
That's true.
have
You
to
don't-
mirror right after.
You don't well, I guess you never would, because if you don't want to clip, you just save and quit. So you would never have the
Yeah,
mirror.
yeah. I did the clip though, so
Nice.
Did
Well, with every
anything funny
difficult
happen?
boss. sorry.
nothing crazy.
Okay.
It's happened really. No one's died. Again, I don't think. But there have been some close calls. Fusta had a tough moth fight, and Timon just had a tough Vitreous.
Yeah, and Blunt Bunny's on Helmasaur now. of her hammers on the second phase. Kind of careful. So once he loses his sword, he's going to opt for probably a spin and a slash at the end there. Very calm and safe fight from Blunt Bunny. I wouldn't really expect much else. So what are the main differences in Turtle Rock and low percent?
You have to kill the pokies with the fire rod.
Right,
Yeah.
that's a little bit slower than how you would do with the Tempered Sword, but I would say it's actually probably safer and easier. So it's not really a regrettable change in low percent.
And for some people, they might want to mirror out of the roller
Roller
room.
room.
And then,
Yeah,
of
save a
course,
couple hearts.
and of course, Trinex.
Yeah, Trinex will be quite a bit different because of magic preservation.
You might see some variation in the approach that some of these players use. It's very likely we'll see the hammer come into play since it does the same
Yeah.
damage as the Tempered Sword.
One thing they got to be careful about for Trinex is not shooting the ice rod too early, because if you shoot too early, you won't hit the firehead, and then that'll throw you off.
Yeah, the Ice Rod's hitbox is very poor, so it's very hard to hit a moving target. It looks like Timon got to the dungeon with enough hearts to be pretty comfortable. We'll see if he does opt to mirror out of the roller room to save even more hearts, or if he feels comfortable taking the damage boost.
Yeah, mirroring out loses about 3 seconds, but it's quite a bit safer.
There's also a safe way to go through the room with the hook shot, but I don't know if that's even much faster than mirroring.
But if you mirror out, it's not that bad because you got a full magic refill on your way,
Right.
Yeah.
and you need magic for pokies. And RPG. Whoa, RPG.
A little bit of a rough blind fight here. He might actually die.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. I said when Fuzda was doing it that if the first two phases go correctly, then it doesn't really matter what happens on the third phase. You're probably going to get through okay, but it was the second phase, I guess, that went wrong there. And improvising on the third phase in that case is much harder.
Luckily, blind actually isn't the worst fight to die to in terms of getting back to him, but you also can't do that same setup because he will already be spawned in the room. So
At
you
least
have
he
to.
knows to grab those 2 hearts for sword beams.
Yeah. What he'll be doing is a sword beam strat on the refight, which is quite a bit easier than trying to do it normally.
And that's an advantage of skipping Sankheart. I mean, in this category, it's required that you skip it. But if you die to blind and you didn't grab Sankheart, you only need 2 hearts to refill to full health instead of 3.
Right. Really solid first 2 phases with the beam. Some people will focus so hard on trying to hit him that they'll do a very bad job of dodging, ended up taking a lot of damage in the first 2 phases. But he did not do that. Was aggressive in the third phase because he had the leniency to be, and cleaned it up just fine on his second try.
Alright, Fuzda fighting Cold Stare.
I did see him practicing this the other day.
He got hit by ice ASAP.
Yeah, not a great start.
It's going to be a long fight.
You have to be very, very careful chasing him down with the hammer, because the hammer's... The delay and the hitbox on it are both very inconvenient for general combat. So if you're attacking something that's moving towards you, you have to anticipate it.
Oh my god. Okay.
And you have to be very, very careful. It's going to be a lot of hits to kill all 3 of these.
The hammer hitbox feels especially bad to me when you're facing up.
It's very bad because it barely even clears Link's hitbox.
Yeah.
When you're facing to the side, it's a little bit diagonal to you, which you need to use to your advantage. There were a couple of very close calls there. Wow.
Jesus.
Coaster's hitbox can be very unpredictable. Sometimes it'll seem like he's got some distance between you and he'll hit you, and sometimes it'll overlap your sprite a little bit and not hit you. So yeah, that was a very good recovery.
On a few occasions, it looked like he was going to walk straight into one of the puffs.
I thought he got hit a couple times there, actually.
he made it through, and that's probably the scariest part. I know all these runners were talking about how they were nervous for Cold Stare, so because dying to him
very,
is
very dangerous. And very hard
dying
to
to him is
play
time
safe.
loss.
Yeah. Looks like Timon's going to be getting to Trinex with a lot of hearts, so he doesn't really have to worry about dying, but he does still have to worry about magic management. That'll be the more strong concern for him.
And then just switch to hammer.
Yeah, there's a lot of menu in this fight. One thing worth noting is that when a boss is exploding, you can't menu, so he has to make sure that he's very careful to switch to the fire rod. Oh, and he didn't do that actually, and he's missed a few shots. So this is gonna be a very, very careful fight with his head.
Ice on the floor too.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. What I want to do is bait the main head before even trying to attack, and then wait for the ice head to get close to him to use the fire rod, and then get enough hammers. It's close to dying now. Maybe one more hammer, or it's already dead. Okay. The fire rod actually does damage to the ice head, but the ice head doesn't do damage to the fire head. So that comes into play sometimes. Now we just have to do a little dance with Trinex here. Little do-si-do. Bet you know about that because you're from the South, Josh, right? Have you ever actually been to a square dance? Or done square dancing?
We actually had to do some in school.
Yeah, same here. And I'm not even from the South. It was fun. I liked it, actually. It was like geometric, some of the patterns that you had to do. It was fun to learn.
Yeah.
But enough about square dancing.
I think you're a few seconds ahead on Timon's stream there.
What, I'm ahead on one of them?
Yeah, it's
No way.
35, 36, 37, 38.
Okay.
Even.
I thought I was behind on all of them.
Might as well just check them all, I guess. Fuzda is at 50, 51, 52, 53. Blunt Bunny's at 17, 18, 19, 20. RPG is 23, 24, 25, 26.
Alright.
Looks like RPG had a good moth and Blunt Bunny got through blind okay. So we just had 3 players with successful boss fights in quick succession. That feels good. But Timon did get hit by a Lionel in the overworld here. The Master Sword actually doesn't hurt them, so you can't dash straight through them. You have to stop and hammer them in order to get through them.
Or you could use the mirror and use the iframe.
Could do that. I would actually recommend that if you're doing a one-hit KO race for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason, exactly.
But 4 hearts down won't be too critical, probably. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
One thing you definitely don't want to do is rely on hookshot invulnerability.
Blunt Bunny just got a bee from that bush and a rock from another bush, so he got knocked back and had to dodge the bee afterwards. That's really bad rolls there. One thing I've noticed about low percent one-hit KO is that bees seem to spawn a lot more often. And I don't think it's just because some bushes that aren't normally lifted are lifted. I think there's a few places where it wouldn't normally spawn. I'm a bit curious if the guy who made that did that on purpose. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. But it does seem like it's more common.
You notice them a lot more, that's for sure.
Yeah. Nice
And
nice
it's sour.
highlight. The ass just linked.
Yeah. Is that the hookshot Lionels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he thought Tamir, looks like Diffuser forgot to hit the switch, but remembered and went back for it.
Yeah, he noticed.
Wow.
in the-
Nice job
Which
noticing
is-
that.
Yeah. It could have been worse, because usually when that happens, the player will get all the way to Big Key before realizing.
Yeah, that does happen a little too
And
often.
Yeah.
Timon's down magic a little bit. I think he got hit by the anti-fairy before Armos. There is backup magic. If he goes for the low heart strat in this spike room, he'd actually pick up the magic by like automatically. In fact, that might be a good time to do it. Low on hearts and low on magic. Might be a really good time to do that instead.
Yeah, a lot of players aren't very confident in that doing that rune damage list, though. It is kind of tricky.
I guess if you don't practice it, it's
Yeah.
not really intuitive. The anti-fairy pattern can be very problematic if you don't know how to time the switch hits properly. Well, he's a little low on hearts. He has a solid lead. I wouldn't be surprised if he did pick up the fairies. Low percent does not prevent you from doing that. Oh, and he will.
Still a good knock from Blunt. 4 spins.
Yeah, good moss from everybody. Really tough fight. Luckily, everybody had no problem with it so far.
Timon had to visit Josh Fairies.
Don't blame him for that decision. Not if he could be sacrificing a part of his lead if he dies.
Beams and Gauntlet is pretty
Yeah.
terrible, as you can see.
It's also showing why we criticize sword beams so much.
Yeah. They're nice in a few rooms, and that's about it.
So the Master Sword actually doesn't kill red Zazzix in one hit, though he slashed those two once and killed both of them. He actually hit both of them into a spike in order to kill them in one hit. That's the best thing to happen in the Gauntlet, the Master Sword. Simone definitely wants to conserve magic on Mamolas if he can. Fortunately, he's not going to want to use the Master Sword at all, so he's going to use all of his magic. Probably.
Blunt has definitely made up time on RPG since they're on the same segment now, so...
What this means for Timon is he's going to pick up backup magic before going upstairs, and he's not... Well, I think he shouldn't use the Cane of Samaria.
Again, these are... It would be
I'd-
tough to improvise both strats if you didn't know them.
Yeah,
I would use the cane and then just do the slow torch room.
lamp only. You only have one try though, don't you? You only get one magic drop in there,
You get
or are there
two.
two? You get two.
There's 2 small pots, yeah.
Okay. Okay, then it's not too bad. Oh yeah, there's one at the bottom. I wasn't thinking of that one. If you do have to try a second time. I guess that's not too bad. If you know how to do the arrow strats on the whiz robes, those aren't really bad at all either.
Oh no, he
Room
missed the
in Meyer
lamp.
basement.
Oh. He's gonna have to redo it all now.
Luckily, he does have more than 4 usages now. So if he does miss once, he has another try. Oh wait, he didn't. I guess I miscounted.
Just enough.
Hopefully he's careful of the sprite despawn here.
RPG's fighting Cold Stare now.
Yeah, and he's not in the best situation. He's mostly using spins instead of the hammer, which is what I would probably do. From my puzzle experience, I would find it a lot easier and safer than using the hammer.
Okay, he's good. Yeah, boots are required. You need the boots to get the book to open desert and to bonk the key of the torch.
And the Cane of Samaria is also required for one switch that you have to put it on. Otherwise, you'd have to hover ridiculous amounts in low percent.
It's a good thing that you need the hook shot to progress through Swamp and kill Argus, or else you would have to also hover command on 2. Low percent would be impossible.
Yeah. I wonder what some kind of all dungeons no EG low percent would look like. Maybe not too significantly different, actually, because you still need a hook shot, and you still need to use the King Samaria. Yeah, so it wouldn't really be different, would it? Unless you allowed EG glitches. All dungeons, no restrictions, low percent.
We got to figure out 100% glitched first.
Yeah. You and Chris or you, Chris, and Blank can work on that one.
Yeah, Chris has been wanting to work on it.
I'll contribute, but I won't run it probably. So Timo's gonna be coming in again, and
Lots of spins.
yeah, this is the most different fight in low percent. And really a huge turnoff for a lot of runners from running this category. So only spins are going to hurt him with this sword. He's going to need to do 12 on the first 2 phases as normal. Only 1 for each hit on the 3rd phase, and then 24 on the 4th phase. So you'll see him only doing spins and having to be very, very careful, because spins are going to compromise your mobility and have a very low rate of fire.
Blum failed the Ice Mouse bomb jump on the first try, but got it second try.
Oh, that's kind of surprising. Who's just making his way into Mire with less than full hearts. Not ideal. There are a lot of Wiz Robes in this dungeon. Wiz Robes do have a very good chance of dropping hearts. I think it's 6 out of 8 drops in their prize pack with a 50% chance to drop.
And there's like 1 rupee, and yeah.
Yeah, a couple of green rupees maybe. Or something.
Uh-oh, Timon.
At this point, he is 1 hit away from death from the attacks in this phase. Really recommend very liberal usage of the hookshot.
You should be getting close to 12 hits, though, so...
Yeah. If he could have got on the inside of the circle here, from the top left forward position, that would have been good. But he wasn't able to. But I think he'll still be able to get enough hits. Meanwhile, Blunt Bunny's doing Cold Stare. Another very tense moment in the run. Down to 1 heart early. And he's probably going to opt to use the hammer mostly. I think that's the way he prefers to do the fight. I definitely prefer RPG's approach, though, when you're below 4 hearts. Just
wow.
Well, he's having really good hammers so far. He's going to pull his sword out. Finish it up.
There were some close calls in that fight. Hammer makes me nervous. I could never do it that way.
Yeah, I mean, there's some times when it just, you can't predict what's going to happen. You can't predict the movements that you're going to get. If you try to play it too safe and swing early, then the hammer's on the ground and you can't move when he hits you. And if you try to do it late, then he hits you before the hammer could hit him.
Yeah.
It's just very difficult. Anyway, Timon did make it to the 4th phase safely. So aside from some roughness in the early game, he actually has done very well throughout the whole Dark World.
It's pretty tricky to do this last phase too, because you need 24 spins, and he's going to use the fire rod. So
at least until he misses a couple, then he might switch to the lamp. The fire bats in the 4th phase only do 2 hearts of damage, so he wouldn't actually die from 1 hit at this point, unless he hugs Ganon.
Yeah, the main risk in phase 4 is falling off.
Yeah, for sure. Or in this category, running out of magic. You're not careful.
Yeah.
But I think he is mindful enough switching to the lamp. I think he will maintain a solid lead for Team Squatty Potty going into any percent no EG.
Who's Squatty Potty got coming up for OEG?
Thunder Mustache.
Oh, okay.
I don't know much about his any percent no EG run. I don't know what route he does.
What's his Twitch?
TM 9001.
TM 901.
9001, 2 O's.
Now this is a fun category. IMO.
Yo, that huge resolution.
Right, looks like Thunder Mustache's PB in this category is in the low 40s. So he most likely does not do a hovering route, but that does mean he probably does a safer route, which means his consistency is likely to be pretty high.
His splits say 35-31.
Oh, then he just must not have updated his PB on speedrun.com.
Yeah.
In that case, I have no idea what to expect.
I think that's a hover route. It could be a very good hold route. But
It could be. It's most likely hover. I'd say most people don't do mirror jumps and not hover. It's usually the other way around.
yeah,
So it might be hover with safeties or hover with Moon Pearl, maybe end glove.
yeah.
It's hard to say for sure.
And I know a lot of people in the chat probably wondering what is EG. It stands for exploration. Ooh,
Who's
I
that?
just saw that.
I believe that was to Vitreous.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Vitreous. That's a rough death, but hopefully you can get right back into it. His arrow count and everything is still fine, so. But like I was saying, EG stands for Exploration Glitch, which is a glitch where you put Link on the wrong layer, where he's sort of under the map, and you can walk between rooms. All the indoor rooms in the game were actually positioned on the same map, so any percent with EG, you can actually beat the game in under 2 minutes by activating that glitch as quickly as you can and just walking into the Triforce room.
Yeah. There is a easy route of any percent with EG that thousands of players do and submit to the leaderboards.
Yeah.
It's always fun to verify.
It's a nice party trick to show off to your friends for sure.
Oh no, Fusta got beamed by the Wizrobe.
Yeah, he's going to be on pretty low hearts going into Vitreous. Unfortunately, there's no way to really fill up on hearts here outside of having magic powder.
There's
No,
there's a heart pot on the left side before going upstairs, but that's it.
Yeah, and honestly, if you haven't practiced getting it, there's a good chance you're going to take damage trying to get it.
Yeah, because there's an anti-fairy in the way.
But yeah, despite that one glitch being banned, the category does still show off a lot of pretty cool glitches and techniques.
Yeah, one of the most significant things is being able to access Ganon's Tower early means you can skip every single Dark World dungeon.
Yeah.
That was a huge revolutionary new find for the category because it cut out a ton of content.
Okay, he's getting the heart.
This is actually one of the few older categories in the game that has a coming along and lowering the time a lot.
Yeah, along with the actual defeat Ganon RTA with no restrictions. That run has seen some pretty funny iterations, and the one it's at right now is really fancy. Very well optimized.
Fusta is in a very bad situation right now.
Whoa, that lightning. That was like the skinniest lightning I've ever seen and went curved right around him.
If he survives this, I'm gonna be impressed. Okay, well, never.
One thing that maybe not a lot of
Yikes.
people know is that the lightning on Vitreous and the lightning on Aghanim are actually the same. So the lightning on Aghanim actually does 2 hearts of damage, which is pretty significant for that place in the game. Some people screw around a little bit on the fight, and they get a lot of blue balls where they're just frustrated and accidentally hit the lightning and will actually die. I've seen that happen before. It's kind of sad to see, but you gotta laugh at it a little bit too. So Blumpany's gotten through Swamp Palace now. I think he's been closing his gap on RPG pretty steadily throughout this run. Though I do think it will take a death from RPG for him to be able to close the gap entirely. But that's not entirely out of the question at this point. Really, for any of the remaining players to have 1 or 2 deaths still.
Blunt's run is okay. He's plus 46 seconds or plus 47 on his PB after Ice Palace. And looks like he's going to save time on Swamp.
Oh yeah, it's actually not a bad pace run. So the beginning of any percent no EG is going to start similar to most other runs. You're going to do Escape first and then Eastern, with the very small variation from the NMG categories, and then you will save and quit in between. And then after that is where it starts to get kind of funky.
There is an optional clip that you can do to enter Eastern Palace. It saves, what, 4 or 5 seconds if you do it really good. Which is
Yeah, it's
why
just-
nobody does it except Jaden.
Right. I tried it the one time I ran 100% OEG. I think I did the clip really well my first run, and then like died in Eastern, and then the next try I actually couldn't get it to work at all for like several minutes. And then I never ran 100% OEG again.
Yeah, it's a tough clip. Unfortunately, in this category and in all dungeons, although you can actually clip out of Escape and do Eastern first, it ends up being slower.
Yeah, that's really
Because of-
unfortunate.
Yeah.
You tried to find a way to make it faster. There's a few, I mean, there's some benefits too. You get the boots early enough that you get the boots for Escape, and you get to get the 300 rupees before you finish Escape. And those are really convenient.
Ooh.
Reasons why it's a little slower.
Fused almost got jumped on by the big eye.
A little scary even to the end of the fight there, but surviving it this time. Maintaining his lead over the high rollers for now. Also, Thunder Mustache opted to not pick up the Sanctuary Heart after Escape. You could have chosen to get it before doing Eastern or after, depending on when you want to get the free heal.
Yeah, most players want the free heal going into DMA because that is a very trolly.
Oh yeah, I guess we've seen DMA and all that in all dungeons already.
Yeah. Which I think, at least I know I did. I delayed St. Cart. I don't know if Zelna or Ash talked about it. Or Tin or whoever was here. But yeah, that's why you do it, is to get
Right.
the hill going into DMA.
Yeah, DMA can definitely be scary. There's enemies that can hurt you when you can't even really see them.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, RPG's making his way to Vitreous. Starting with the damage boosts, as most people would. Until you get below 4 hearts, and then you want to play it a little bit safer. He has enough arrows that he can pretty much just spam arrows to finish off the little eyes and be extra safe.
3 cycle, I believe.
I think so. One when you doing the fire rod strat in the slug room. I hate that.
He almost went upstairs without grabbing the magic pot. Like, he left the pot. And
That would be bad. But yeah, I don't find the fire rod there to be safe, and it's no faster than just dashing half a tile lower. No faster or safer, in my opinion.
Same, actually.
It was in the God Taz, though. That 80% God Taz. I think that's where people picked it up.
The only thing I like using it for is on the jelly. If the
Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah.
RPG's just finishing up the cutscene from Vitreous, and Blunt Bunny is most of the way through the dungeon, or at least more than halfway, I'd say. So he has gained some ground. Fuza was low on hearts coming into Turtle Rock. I'm not sure where he actually healed up. Probably just a fairy on Death Mountain. That would be the most likely place.
Who's the mirroring out of rollers? Not a bad decision in this.
Definitely not, especially not down some hearts already.
Yeah.
So the rupee route for 90% no EG, I believe, is 10 rupees at any point in the run, right?
Yeah.
You just need to get 10.
Yeah.
So he's good to go. Maintaining a high arrow count can actually help if you like to use arrows for safety. Wait, never mind. That's a different category I'm thinking of. I was going to say on Helmasaur, and then I was like, wait, that doesn't sound right. That's all dungeons.
High arrow count is good in this though, because you have to do Ganon's Tower with a bunch of arrows.
Yeah, I should have said that instead.
Yeah, if anyone wasn't here to watch if anyone wasn't here to watch all dungeons earlier and was wondering what the heck just happened, that is a trick called DMA, which is a way to get on Death Mountain without the power gloves.
I can explain it in detail.
Yeah, go for
as
it.
quickly as I can. All right, so when you do those single frame dash buffers into the walls, you can penetrate the walls and then reactivate the collision detection in a way that'll cause what we call a teleport, which causes you to be pushed several tiles either north or south from your position. In this case, we use an upward teleport to move past the screen transition, which causes the value of the screener on to decrement by 8, which is essentially moving one screen up, but not to trigger the screen transition, which means you don't actually reload the assets of the screen north of where you are. However, because you're still interacting with the objects on the screen that you're on, there's a big open screen transition on the right side of the screen that you can use to move to the right. At that point, you're incrementing the screen by 1, so you're essentially decrementing by 15 overall, which at that point the game recalculates it and puts you at the lower left quadrant of the west screen of Death Mountain with the camera messed up. So at that point you have to resolve the camera in order to get the door to work correctly, and then you use the door to refresh the overworld to get it to load visually correctly. That's DMA in a nutshell.
Looks like he's going for Kiki's kit first here. You actually have 2 options of what you want to do, but
I think Jaden used to pick based on how many hearts he had. If he had low hearts, he would get the Temper Sword first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. Those Moldorms are, for an enemy that has almost no AI at all, they're incredibly hard to deal with.
Yeah.
They will actually target you only on their 7th movement. The other 6 are random. So if you're ever trying to predict their movement, try to keep that in mind.
This trick is pretty interesting. It was discovered by mainly a glitch hunter, Yuzuhara.
Of course.
When it comes to glitch hunting in this game, it doesn't get much better than Yuzuhara. But you can clip into this wall and trigger a downwards teleport, which actually takes you into the Palace of Darkness. which, like I was saying earlier, all the indoor rooms are on the same map. So,
Yep. And in this case, you actually wrap around the EG map from the bottom to the top, which causes sprites to despawn. In this category, you don't have to finish the dungeon, so you can complete it while it's still in this glitch state. There's two factors here. One, you're inside of a cave, and the game has a default key value, which is set to 255. So you essentially underflow the keys, so you have basically unlimited, and there's no sprites. And a fun fact, the collapsing bridge at the hammer jump is actually a sprite, so that bridge will not collapse. So you have unlimited time to do the hammer jump as well.
yeah, and this glitch was pretty significant find when it was found, the Kiki skip. Used to, you would have to get the Moon Pearl, do a form of Death Mountain descent, and then clip into the labyrinth area and pay Kiki the monkey to enter
so
pod
voodoo
normally.
rupees.
Yeah.
So we've been paying all the attention to any percent no EG. Actually, all three of the low percent players are in Turtle Rock at the same time. That's how close it's become.
Just needs to be careful here with ice on the floor.
Still pretty good on magic. Still does need to be safe.
Oh boy. Okay.
All right, on to the second phase.
Yeah, that ice head is a master at juking.
Yeah, for sure.
It does look like TM is opting for a safer route with getting the Moon Pearl.
Yeah, he would only be in the Tower of Hair if he's getting the Moon Pearl. That'll actually make a lot of clips easier. I don't know what the exact time difference is, assuming that you do everything optimal both ways. But I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of players could save time on average getting the Moon Pearl. It is kind of a slow get in the dungeon, largely because of the tile room. There's a lot of waiting, doing nothing, but it's hard to say.
I think Blank said it doesn't lose more than a minute. So
Okay.
because you don't have to die. You
Right.
get Aghanim's Tower.
You get Aghanim too,
You get Aghanim too.
and clips are all a little bit faster. So some of them could be
Yeah.
a lot faster.
Okay, so he's getting the Moon Pearl. A good relay race safe strat. Because then if he dies to Ganon, he doesn't lose a million years.
Right, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So there's still a couple of things that could go wrong for the low percent runners. Man, look at those clouds. RPG straight. But if nothing were to go wrong from this point, it would end up being a very close finish between all three teams, with Squatty Potty holding down a pretty solid lead.
TM doing the Death Mountain descent there.
Right, that's a lot easier with the Moon Pearl, because you can just do a spin dash. Whereas it's a frame perfect single frame clip otherwise. Blunt Bunny
Looks like he's getting
having some.
Muddle and Net
Is
as
Blunt
well.
Bunny getting lost in the maze, or was he trying to do a safe way through? Because he ended up getting hit anyway.
I'm not sure what happened.
I think he
there.
maybe just made one wrong turn. Thundermass Dash is also getting bottles, which means he's definitely going to have more safe Ganon's Tower and Ganon.
Oh, Blunt
He
Bunny.
didn't get any
and-
rupees though, so he is going to only be able to get one bottle.
Blood not opting for safety door here.
No, he's gonna have to be very careful and try next because he's gonna be going in with pretty low hearts. Unless
5
he
hearts. He has 4 right now, but he's gonna grab 1 heart pot on the way there.
Yeah.
So he can afford to take 1 hit from either of the heads.
It's gonna be dangerous. All right, what Thunder Mustache is doing right now is what we call mirror jumps. He's actually gonna do 1 mirror jump actually. Right now he's just sort of leapfrogging deeper into this wall by moving back and forth between the light and dark world to get to a position where he can do a fancy trick called a mirror jump. And what that is he's going to try to mirror from the dark world to the light world and jump off the ledge at the exact same frame. And that's going to allow him to move a single frame left as the mirror transition happens, which will allow him to bypass these rocks and rescue the dwarf without getting the Titan Mitts.
Really good phase 1. Try next for blunt.
He's a careful enough player, I think, that he should have no problem with the second phase, as long as he plays it safe.
Yeah, you got it.
So 2 players at the same time killing Ice Armos, or 2 teams.
It's gotten really close between them, but I think the real time difference is really going to come in Ganon.
Yeah.
So far, Thunder Mustache hasn't gotten the mirror jump successfully, but he hasn't fallen down either. So he's mirrored early every time. If he mirrors late, he'll jump and he'll have to restart this whole setup.
It looks like he just got it.
Yep. Not bad at all. Didn't jump off by accident at all. 3rd try is really good.
So yeah, this allows him to get to the Strog without needing the Titan's Mitt. So.
Yep. So that was one of the points that can potentially be a big time loss. Falling there a couple times, it's a pretty big time loss each time you fall. So he's gotten past that. He has the Moon Pearl. He has the bottle. I'm expecting a pretty, aside from hovers, I think he can have a pretty safe conclusion here. I'm just not familiar with his hover consistency to make a prediction there. Also worth noting is everybody showed up, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody was MIA for this. That's really good.
Was someone MIA for the last one?
I don't think so, but I think some people showed up kind of late, so we weren't sure if they were going to show up or not.
Okay. Yeah.
I think RPG is going to surpass Fuzda in Ganon's Tower in the gauntlet here.
Ooh. When you're in the bottom right corner in Gauntlet 5 and you've killed both the Stalfos and the Zazak, you have to maneuver your way to the door, and it's not exactly the easiest thing to do.
No. Not with the fireball shooter and the Beamos there.
And then even the spark can get in your way sometimes.
Oh yeah. There are hearts under those pots in that room. Nobody really takes advantage of those, but it would be really hard to do so. RPG's out of magic, very low on hearts. If he gets through this dungeon with low hearts, what do you guys think the odds are that he gets a fairy before starting Ganon?
He's not gonna do it.
I think
Oh my god, RPG. Grabbing those safety hearts.
Oh man. All of them. I think you got at least one duplicate though. Sometimes when you hookshot a heart, you actually get healed for 2 hearts. I tested it a little bit. It seems to happen on every 4th frame, so I guess it's just frame roll. maybe the heart overlaps Link's sprite far enough that it registers it as colliding twice. So we get 2 hearts from it. Couldn't give you the exact technical reason it happens, but basically it happens on every 4th frame, no matter what else you're doing.
Thunder mustache hovering.
Wow.
Easy.
Nice. That hover is technically optional. You could choose to bomb jump, but hovering, of course, saves you a heart. Potentially 2 hearts if you fail the bomb jump, or you could potentially lose a lot more if you fail the hovers a few times. But it was good, so I guess that bodes well for his hovering consistency. Also, still at full hearts. He hasn't used a fairy by now, I'm sure.
And getting some extra
I
arrows.
don't remember him collecting the fairy. When did he do that? Maybe it was in town when he got the bottle. That's probably when he did it.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuzda had a sketchy Moldorm. He's fine.
Yeah, so
TM
RPG is almost
actually-
fully healed up by now. Crazy.
TM only has 16 arrows for this fight, so
Yeah. Ooh, should use sword beams, actually. When you get up to the top, you're facing left, I just throw like, I don't know, 8 or 10 sword beams. And that might be enough for the setup to work. We use arrows for the rest. Don't poke with the tempered sword. Okay.
We can't see anything on RPG screen. That blue ball dodge was awesome.
Oh, yeah. He still does need to kill Aghanim. Okay.
They're
Dodging
like,
is nice, but you
tied.
do need to hurt him. All right, so still very close between the High Rollers and Parmesan Express.
Our
Which
4
these
teams are
two-
in Ganon's Tower.
Yeah, it's really nice that everybody's in Ganon's Tower for a moment there. It's really nice that 3 of the teams have gotten so close going into the last player. But I think that the advantage that Squatty Potty has is not going to be surmountable.
Yeah, they had a really good race. Like, nobody had a huge time loss.
yeah.
Because the teams were like pretty well balanced in my opinion. Like I've sent the teams to 4 or 5 person or people, and they all thought they were pretty well balanced.
Yeah, there were a few question marks from some players, but I think they were balanced as well as they could be. All right, Foos is healing up. I think he actually did jump into Ganon and die once, so he's going to heal up before trying again. RPG at 4 hearts within death range from 1 hit.
Okay, so if RPG dies, he's gonna lose a lot of time compared to Fuzda.
Yeah.
Fuzda, yeah.
And it will give Blunt a chance to basically catch up.
Okay, he's through phase 2.
Cute thing that you do an 80% no EG for these Lamolas fights, you actually delay the start of the fight. That'll cause their first spawn to happen simultaneously, so you can hit all 3 of them with 1 spin, which takes out half their HP, since you don't have the Fire Rod. That's a common approach to that fight.
Who's getting hit a lot.
Yeah. This is a very, very hard fight to learn. He's in phase 3 now.
Phase 3 in low percent is annoying because
You can't accidentally poke.
you release your spin, and then he just warps away. Then you have to charge the spin again and
Yeah.
walk slow through the arena.
Yeah, that means it's pretty common to see the Fire Bass in the third phase that you would ideally never see in an NMG run.
It makes it harder to land 2 early spins at the start of phase. Whoa! At the start of phase 4. That bat was close. The swirling bat.
Oh man. Oh.
Oh boy. Okay. Well.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Fire Bats continue to spread out during the cutscene, so you actually can't move as they're approaching you. Sometimes they'll be on top of you when you get control of Link again. So far, Blunt Bunny's been playing it safe, hasn't lost very many hearts, or hasn't really lost any in the fight.
I think he's
And
on
he's
phase.
on phase 3.
Yeah. He had a gold Ganon's tower.
Oh yeah. Very nice.
So did RPG actually. Now that I look, or no,
I have no
RPG
idea
had a gold turtle rock.
what RPG splits are telling me.
I still get confused by them myself. So
Well, Thunder Mustache is actually very near to done with his run.
you just
He's
fell to
fighting
hover
Moldorm.
there.
I guess he wants to kill Moldorm so he doesn't have to worry about him hitting him while he's trying to hover.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine. I've seen some people like to hit him once to like lock him in a position, then go to the other side of the room. That's a good way to do it as well. But RPG finished up his low percent run, so he's gonna make way for Tear.
Tairr.
Yes. Tear is one of the many German players we have actively playing the game these days. The German players have a very strong companionship, strong national pride among them, which is really nice.
Yeah, they had a meetup recently.
Yeah.
So Lotman was at the meetup and he got a 128 in NMG, while
Yeah,
everybody else
a
was
lot of
sleeping.
improvement.
$128.43 by Blunt. That's a really good run. Gold at Ganon and Ganon's Tower.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah, that's really good.
I don't know. Yeah.
312 Ganon's really good.
Yeah, and he gained a lot of time for his team. Most likely, they're still looking at a second place finish at best. Who's following
So
up
I don't
on-
know.
Ivan.
Oh, Ivan.
Yeah. I don't know if we've explained in depth what is really going on with the Moldorm hover.
You want to take that one?
Do you think you can?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, when Link is in a state of dashing, the game doesn't actually check if he's over a pit, and you can move on the first frame that a charge is dashing. So if you were to move on that one frame over a pit, you won't fall while the dash is charging. And luckily, also the first frame after a charge stops being charged, the game accepts no condition change for Link either. So the objective with hovering is essentially to move on the first frame of a dash charge, stop the dash charge for a single frame, and then do the same thing again. In this case, how many times in a row is it? 27?
27. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like 27 movements like that. And the technique here is to actually sort of aggressively stroke your controller across the A button in order to release the button for only one frame. the actual speed of the pressing isn't as important as the fact that you only release it for 1 frame at a
The
time.
spacing between your fingers and the rhythm is more important than speed.
Yeah. Definitely. I actually hover fairly consistently and very slowly.
Yeah. Ever since Jaden's SGQ run, for whatever reason, I hate explaining hover. I just feel like I'm so bad at it, explaining how it works.
Yeah, Fuzda died on phase 4 Ganon. Really sucks.
Yeah. Well, Thunder Mustache had a really good hover earlier. Seems to be getting caught up here. Maybe nerves. Maybe he's feeling the pressure. He could get some hearts from the whiz robes that spawn on this lower floor here.
Yeah.
He happens to be too low. He may still have a fairy. Anyway.
He still has all the time in the world to get
Yeah,
that hover.
really good buffer here. So Ivan is actually one of the first people that was ever good at hovering. And he did any percent no EG, I think shortly after that, to get a top time while the leaderboards were still pretty scarce at the top.
And he's still very good at hovering without even playing the game hardly ever, or practicing the trick, which makes me
Yeah,
sad.
for sure.
Oh,
I
who's
think he's has the second best any percent no EG time of these players.
Yeah,
So I
there's
think it's-
Pincus, Ivan, Thunder Mustache, and Terror in order.
Yeah.
Ivan
So there's a
will
good
be
chance that he'll
doing
be able
the
to take second place.
yeah. Ivan will be doing the full-on
Full out
Uh,
to-
route with
Yeah,
no
it'll be nice
Pearl.
to see different routes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what route Terror runs with.
It's hard to tell based on his splits.
Yeah. Possible he might do hookshot route. Which is actually a pretty, even though it's quite a bit slower, I think it's a pretty cool route. It has a lot of fun stuff with it. Like
Yeah.
Jesus Dash going to
The
flippers.
worst part about it though is definitely rupees,
Yeah,
because you do have to get the flippers to get the hook shot.
yeah. Oh, who's okay. We're in phase 3 at least.
Pretty close attempt that time from Thunder Mustache.
Oh man, that was close. Again in phase 4, Fuzda with 1 heart.
I got some insider information from fellow German player Timon. The Terror does the baby route with Kiki Skip.
Okay.
See if Fuzda can finish the 4th phase with only 1 heart. Some
That
very
was so
precarious.
I don't know how
Like
that
followed
worked
the
out.
fire bat line.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that had to have been pixels away from death.
Don't go so close to the fire, man.
DM stream is frozen for me for some reason. I'm assuming
think-
he's.
I think right now the 2 people to watch are going to definitely be Ivan and Terror, because I think that's going to be the most competitive positions in the near future. Company did a very good job of saving time for his team, closing the gap really.
If Fuzda kills Ganon on this atom, then the next player is going to be Pincus, and Pincus is really good at 80% no AG, so he could potentially catch up to Terror.
Yeah, definitely possible.
Yeah, Pincus might be the only runner we've had in this relay who is world record level for his category. Like, he could get the record in OEG any run, probably.
Right.
At this point. That's how close he is to it. And that's how good he is at the category.
Yeah, but even as a top player, it's still a very, very scary category.
Yeah, for sure.
And a mustache. What was it that Jaden said after the run to make his hands more slick? He should have rubbed his fingers through his hair to make him greasy.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Thunder Mustache needs to do now.
Oh my god, I just want to see Ganon dead on Foosball.
It's gotta be getting close. Have you been counting? He has been missing a lot of spins because he's been really careful with the fire. Ooh,
Okay, got it.
there it is. Time for poor little Pincus.
Congrats, Foosda. That's a really hard category.
So, poor little Pincus is actually a reference to the Jerry Seinfeld show. There was an episode where I think like a dry cleaner named Pincus got killed by a disgruntled professional baseball player or some ridiculous plot like that. And the quote was by Kramer. I'm not going to do a Kramer impression because that would be very, very bad. Otherwise, I would do the line. If anybody has a good Kramer, feel free.
Like we were saying about Pincus, he is very good at this category.
For sure.
I see some resemblance in Pincus' gameplay with Jaden.
Yeah.
He's getting also really good escapes. He does some weird stuff that, you've never seen before.
There is actually some new tech in this category.
Yeah, that too.
Finds by Blank.
I think Pincus will be the only one using that tech.
Oh, really? I don't know too much about it yet, except potentially it could be a big time loss, but it doesn't necessarily have to be each time you fail it.
Can also be
there's
a
a
big
risk for
time
some-
game.
Yeah, like a 20-second game.
Yeah.
I wonder if Thunder Mustache is starting to feel the pressure. I guess if you decided to go for the hook shot, strat, or route, you would still have time.
Maybe.
Like at
He
this
is
You
a-
have to get rupees, flippers.
Yeah.
Would he need to get the mitts? I don't think he need to get the mitts, right? No.
No. He would wait. He would need some pair of gloves to get to the Dark World, or would he be able to get to the Dark World some other way? Oh, he could DMD. Never mind.
Yeah, you just did the... That would be pretty inconvenient, though.
Yeah, for sure. DMD to get to Swamp takes a long time.
Oh my god.
I wonder if I didn't actually see if he forgot to save and quit after Sanctuary. He's
I
prone
think-
to doing
I
that.
think he didn't quit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's on now.
Okay.
This will be it. As long as he can finish the dungeon, then the Ganon hole is open. He never has to think about hovering again in his life. That's
Oh,
the-
man.
So he'll be okay.
He has a fairy, so
Yeah, he should definitely be fine. At least to get to Ganon. And he has several tries on Ganon too, really.
and now in any percent OEG you get to fight Aghanim 1 at the end of Ganon's Tower because you've never beaten Light World or Aghanim 1.
Well, you do if you don't get the Moon Pearl.
Oh, okay, never mind, I'm dumb.
It happens
Yeah,
if you're
TM got the
if you die in the dungeon. Which you have
TM
to
got
do as
the
a bunny.
moon roll. So,
And we will be seeing that from 2 of these players, I believe.
yeah, Terra just clipped into Hera. It's gonna be getting the moon pearl here.
Ivan has made his way up to Death Mountain, but he will not be getting the Moon Pearl here, as far as I know.
I think he prefers to go do mirror jump first.
Right. And then he'll get the Tempered Sword. Or the hammer. That's the other thing.
Yeah, the hammer.
So Thunder Mustache opting to get a fairy before the fight, so he has 5 hearts plus a fairy, and if he dies the fairy's going to replenish all of his hearts. He can take 1 hit from the Fire Bat in the first 2 phases, and 2 hits in the last 2. So it's pretty much his path to victory right here.
Yeah.
This fight is pretty tricky in this category, at least with the route TM is running and the route other people would be running, because you do not have the hook shot. If you notice, pretty much every run we've been abusing the hook shot's invulnerability during the second phase especially.
Yeah.
You don't have that ability here, so
Definitely hard to get a good first 2 phases without the hook shot. In fact, I think he got a 2+2, which isn't great, but he played it safe so he could get through it. Now he'll make it to the 4th phase with a fairy in storage. And that should be good to go. So Ivan's sort of gotten ahead of Terra at this point. Sort of, because he's going to be going for the Tempered Sword, while Terra's still yet to make his way there. But because Terra has the Moon Pearl, he can execute some things faster, and may be able to actually gain back some of that time. Although he's going for the hammer first, which means we won't actually be able to directly compare their positions until they're both in Ganon's Tower. And even then, there's still going to be a small difference because of the Aghanim fight at the end.
the one cool thing about this category is you spend a lot of time, at least the optimal route spends a lot of time, is the bunny, so you hear the bunny's music, which is rarely heard.
I should put that music some random room or like an entire dungeon in my hack. Oh, TM made a classic mistake. In that war position, you want to slash up, not down. Slash down, you'll hit him and knock yourself off.
With the new tech in percent no age, I don't think you get to hear the bunny music as much anymore.
Yeah, that's true. You still get to hear it a little bit, though. You still got to walk through dark Kakariko Town, and while doing Ganon Tower Clip.
Well, Thunder Mustache got the Moon Pearl, so even if he died, it's still not a big time loss compared to skipping Moon Pearl.
Yeah, exactly. That is hopefully not something that we see from any of the players who are going to skip the Moon Pearl, but it is a possibility.
I haven't got first try mirror jump.
Oh, very nice. Ooh, some nice dodges there.
Terra's struggling a little bit with Kiki Skip.
Yeah. It's going to be the hardest clip that he has to do. If you get the Moon Pearl, this is the hardest clip.
Oh,
You don't
on
get the Moon Pearl.
On Pincus Split, it says 27:46, so he PB'd again. I knew he got a 27:57 recently, but didn't know about the 46.
Yeah, he PB'd again.
Yeah, like
That's-
yesterday.
He's within 15 seconds of world record, or 20?
27:26 is the record.
Oh, okay. So he's exactly 20 seconds off.
That's a hard 20 seconds, though.
Yeah. Yes, it is. I think he wants a 26, so
It's definitely not impossible. You're
yeah,
going to need good RNG for that, though.
yeah.
Would Jaden's run have been a 26 with perfect RNG?
I think
he had a
his
lot of
run that he has highlighted would have been really good with
Yeah,
Right.
good RNG.
2 blue balls, like 15 or 12 warps, something like that.
Right,
It's
Yeah.
over 10
looks,
warps for sure.
Oh,
looks
here
like we have a winner.
have a winner.
Yeah.
Team Squatty Potty is emerging victorious in the second annual Link to the Past relay race.
Congrats to them.
Congratulations.
Yep, with a time of 8 hours, 1 minute, and 39 seconds.
Nearly cut the 8. Well, it looks like Ivan's gotten into Palace of Darkness quickly, so his Kiki skip it must have been very good. At this point, I'd say he's in a pretty safe second place.
A lot can go wrong still, though, so.
Sure.
Now we
Tails
got
gotta be there
Pincus getting into the clip section.
We'll see if
If he
he opts to
does-
go for the Tempered Sword or the Hammer first.
He clips pretty fast, as most top players in this category do.
Right. Well, this kind of clip is easy. Anybody can do this fast.
Except Parisian players.
It's not immediately. I don't think it's immediately intuitive to do those fast.
No, I don't think it is at all. I saw Blunt
That
doing
squirrel
it.
block there, and then he just.
Oh,
Uh,
is that
yeah.
actually fully blocked? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a shame. You can't even see it there, but the entrance to the cave was completely blocked off. So
Yeah.
you had to wait like 10 seconds while dodging boulders and squirrels. Oh, yeah, so I saw Blunt doing the boost clips, and he flips his controller like completely upside down, like facing away from him.
Who doing this?
Blunt Bunny does that.
Oh, okay.
It was really weird. It's like he's using some really weird grip. But I mean, you know, if it works, it works.
Yeah, most players do use a grip that allows them to use one hand
Yeah.
for the D-pad.
I saw
and
Jaden do that.
A. Yeah,
Learned it from his hand cam. I mentioned it in my
That's-
tutorial.
yeah. That's
didn't
how I
show
do
it,
them
yeah.
too.
Is that one hand?
Yeah, one hand. Yeah. And I know Pincus uses a grip that allows them to do that as well.
Right, well, he had a lot more luck getting up the mountain this time. 4 hearts getting the mirror. Ivan's in Ganon's tower now. So he's definitely pretty close. Assuming nothing else goes wrong. What's Ivan's PB? He got one recently, didn't he?
Like a 30. Look
It
at
was
this
just
hover.
above mine, so it was like 31 high.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Pretty good.
31.52.
Not bad at all.
Gonna be getting arrows here, I assume. Yeah.
Good idea.
They're
Chest.
getting ball and net. So I think we kind of missed Pinkus doing the new tech.
Whoops. All right. So what he did was when he wrapped the screen around, like he was going to, like you would before you do, I guess, Ganon's tower clip. Since the game thinks you're on a screen below where you are, it thinks there's a screen transition in the middle of the mountain where there normally wouldn't be one. So normally when you interact with that, there's a potential that you'll get the infinite scroll glitch in softlock. So what you kind of have to do is walk up to that pixel, which you can't even really see the transition, but there's, I guess, visual cues for it, and do a mirror transition. So you have to hit the screen transition and mirror at the same frame. That'll actually kind of warp you down the mountain because the game recalculates your position to where it thinks you should be, which is a full screen below where you actually are. It's kind of like the opposite of DMD, except it requires a little more active engagement from the player. See, Ivan got the red mail.
Means he probably will get unfavorable fire bet patterns, but I don't
Oh
know.
my god.
Actually.
Okay. I just want to say that Games Done Quick gave us a host with 3,200 viewers.
Wow.
Game done quick.
That is a huge host. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, you're just seeing the wrap up here of this relay. We have one team that's already finished, Team Squatty Potty. They finished in first place, just over 8 hours. And it looks like Team Unmatched Ruggedness is in second place so far. So Terry's doing a very different route than the other people have in this category. He's going to even dungeons that we haven't seen other players visit. He's visiting Thieves Town so he can get the gloves in order to skip the mirror jumps to get the Tempered Sword. And I imagine he will get the flippers and then go to Swamp Palace so he can get the hook shot to skip the hover.
Now, Gauntlet with 5 hearts is probably the hardest part of Ganon's Tower. You can easily die in any of the rooms there.
Yeah, there's a
Then
lot of
for,
stuff that does damage even with the red mail, a full heart.
And for Landmolus too, you saw Ivan wait a little bit in the room prior to it. That's to make it so all the 3 Landmolus spawn at the same time. So you can hit all 3 of them with one spin attack and then just have to, you know, slash them and hope for good patterns.
Yeah.
What
It'll
you
take 4 slashes or 2 spins to kill him. So if you
Yeah.
can spin all of them, it's only 2 slashes for the remaining. I guess we could get another category explanation for those just joining us for this last category here.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you want to go ahead or
Well, I could explain it, I guess.
okay.
This is any % no exploration glitch. This means complete the game as fast as possible without using the exploration glitch. The exploration glitch, or EG, is the glitch where you put Link on an incorrect layer of the game in order to bypass obstacles. It differentiates from normal out of bounds in that you don't actually directly interact with the objects that you're going through. You simply bypass them entirely because you're on a completely different layer. So they're not going to be doing that. With that glitch, the game can be beaten in under 2 minutes, which is an interesting run to see like once, maybe to run it like one day,
Show it to
and
your
then never
friends.
think about it again. So for this category, they need to complete the final dungeon of the game in order to reach the Ganon fight, which is how they'll finish the game. There's lots of different ways to go about it. Each of these players has done a slightly different route, which is nice to see.
There's a few items you need to progress through Ganon's Tower. You need the hammer, you need the lantern to light the torches on the upper level. Optionally, you need the hookshot to latch on the chest after Moldorm 2, but you could also hover like
They just
other
Ivan.
monsters did, or
Yeah.
just did.
Yes, so
I
you
even
sort of
mapped in
need
the
to
middle of that
collect.
too.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ivan hover easy every time.
Yeah,
See the
very
glitched
good.
hard
bumper
trick.
there.
Yeah, the bumper there is glitched when you leave the Moldorm 2 room. If you can hear the Moldorm sound, it kind of transferred the bumper for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's. It looks like. Oh, did Pinkus die on purpose? Okay, that was Pinkus's intentional death warp. I just saw the red screen and got a little worried. He did not choose to get the Moon Pearl, which is an optional item, which normally means he would stay as a bunny in the Dark World. But because he never killed Aghanim, when you die, the game tries to put you back in the Light World, but it also respawns you at the beginning of the same dungeon you're in. So he's sort of in the Light World now in a Dark World dungeon. And you can particularly identify the hybrid state based on the fact that the pots are Light World pots instead of the Dark World skull pots that you'd normally see in a Dark World dungeon. One of the implications of this is the final boss of this dungeon is actually the same sprite in two different places, and his behavior is determined purely by whether or not the game thinks you're in the Light or the Dark World. So normally at the end of this dungeon you get the Dark World version, but he will get the Light World version instead. As you can see, Ivan fighting right now. That's the Light World version of the fight.
There's also a great consequence of beating this dungeon in the fake Dark World. You will see it shortly.
Oh yeah.
Just, take a look at Ivan's sword during the Ganon fight. It's a fun glitch. His sword and shield, actually.
Yeah. This is a really weird one. I don't know if we've ever actually had an explanation for this or really tried to find one. But they just don't seem to load any palette at all. So they're just pure black.
Yeah.
So Ivan decided to get the red mail in Ganon's Tower, which will make this fight a lot more safe. You can afford to take more hits. And he already took a hit there, but instead of 4 hearts, only 2 hearts.
Yeah. As long as he survives the first 2 phases, I think he'll be fine. Close out the fight. Meanwhile, Pinkus is making his way through Ganon's Tower, not too far behind. Chair's going to be going to get flippers now so he can get the hook shot, so he can actually skip having to do the hover glitch.
Alright, so Pink has decided to skip all the safeties, going all in.
Yep.
He's played this category a lot recently, and he had a lot of good runs. So yeah. Gotta be confident in your abilities.
Oh man, we're seeing the Jesus dash from Tear. This is the walk on water glitch. This is a faster way to get to the flippers if you can activate this glitch from wherever you come from.
Yeah, this is a fun trick. This is probably the thing I miss most
Oh yeah.
from the Soul route.
Just like a death from Pinkus.
Uh,
Did not see where. Based on the
Mimics, maybe?
timing-
or the Spike
Hmm.
Room Master.
Yeah. He was on the top left of the screen. I want to say Spike Room.
And we have our
Okay.
second place finisher.
All right,
Ivan
Ivan.
finishing up 80%.
Pretty good
now.
run from him. This might be a PB, in fact.
This is a PB, yeah.
Wow.
PB by
Yeah, wow.
PB.
18 seconds PB. Nice.
That's our 4th PB.
I think so.
This
You PB'd. Who else PB'd? Ivan?
I didn't PB.
You didn't PB?
Chris PB'd in all dungeons.
Okay.
I think Parisian, maybe, as well.
Let's see what the time was.
Imchan and Salat Man did in 100%.
Right.
All right, so
unmatched
team- Oh yeah, go ahead.
They finished second place. Unfortunately, their ruggedness was matched by one other team. So we got the High Rollers and the Cheese team. We're still unsure if it's Parmesan or Parmesan Express. Waiting for third place.
Yeah, even though it looks like Pincus is quite a bit ahead, and Pincus is very good, things could still go poorly. If he dies at Ganon, that's a lot of time.
To get back to the fight.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to wish bad on anybody, but it would be nice to see that happen just so that we could, see the variation or the consequences. But no, I don't want it to happen because that would be mean for me to say that.
The Wizrobe rooms with the arrows look amazing. It's really hard.
The second one
Yeah.
especially is very hard to one cycle. In fact, I think Pincus is like the first person to do it. Oh, he forgot to slash in the first one. Just like seemed to forget to slash. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
the
think
way I've seen
Jaden-
him do it was with sword beams. I didn't know he could do one cycle with just arrows. It's actually really impressive.
I think
Didn't
Jaden
quite
used
pull
to
it
2-cycle.
The dynamic dodges you have to do on those beams that do 4 hearts makes that super scary. So you have to kind of
Yeah.
juke them as you're killing them. Oh, okay. So Terra's back in the Tower of Hera, and that might seem a little bit weird. But the reason he's here is actually he's going to clip from here to Swamp. He got the flippers earlier. Is this in the normal route? Did he already go to Swamp once? Because if
yeah,
not, he's
he
going to
went
need an
to
extra
Swamp.
key. He probably unlocked
Yeah.
the door, came to Hera so he can clip in. This will let him skip the big key specifically in Swamp because he'll be able to use the big key from the Tower of Hera. Since the game only really knows what items you have or guesses what dungeon you're in based on the entrance you used, he'll still technically be in the Tower of Hera after he clips to another dungeon. So that's what's going to be happening here.
And this is a good bit faster than actually getting Swamp's big key to
Yeah.
get the hook shot.
The whole west side of the dungeon gets skipped.
Yeah.
So
Pincus fell
Pincus
off
is at the hover.
once, but got it second try.
Yep, not too bad.
Still very good indeed.
It's going to have at most 2.5 hearts. You could maybe try to get a heart or fairy from the helmet swords, but I honestly wouldn't even consider that a safe option. Because dealing with this guy is you're probably going to end up taking more damage than you're saving. Or gaining, rather. But he is fighting Aghanim 1 instead of Aghanim 2, so the odds of him taking damage in this fight is actually very low. But this is also a source of RNG, so it's kind of out of his hands whether he gets good RNG or bad here. I believe this is the last item that Terra needs to be able to go to Ganon's Tower.
Should be, yeah.
I believe the hammer is not 100% required in this category. You could opt to get the King of
Cane.
Samaria, but you'd have to go in the east side Ganon's Tower.
Right.
That's harder, and like nobody ever went there, pretty much, except in randomizer.
And you'd have to get Ether to get into Mire. I don't think you can clip in without EG.
Hmm.
So So there's a question in chat about the difference between the clips like Kiki Skip or that one from Hera to Swamp and EG.
Well, those you're moving through a physical obstacle with a specific technique to bypass collision detection. With EG, you're actually putting Link on an incorrect layer of the game to bypass obstacles by simply passing beneath or above them.
That style of clips will usually put you in EG, but under specific circumstances, they will not. Like I think the layer of the room you're in and the layer of the room you're clipping to matters.
Yeah. That's what will determine it for the most part.
Yeah.
All right, so Pincus has passed the first 2 phases of Ganon. I think he's home free from here.
You can see black sword, black shield, green tunic.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Tear is in Ganon's tower. About half a dungeon, I guess, from the end. Maybe a little more.
And we got our third finisher,
All right.
Team
Congratulations.
Parmesan Express.
Parmesan Express, the cheese team for
The
their
cheese
first place
team.
finish.
Yeah.
The black sword is just a color palette glitch that happens if you beat Ganon's Tower in the fake Dark World. That
I
works.
think if you mirror after that, you get the white sprite glitch.
Yeah,
The pure white.
yeah.
That's another cool one, but of course you don't really want to mirror because it takes time to do so. Tear's also collecting a fairy, so he'll have safety for this dungeon. And after he beats the dungeon, there's an easy way to get a fairy before Ganon, so he'll always have at least one in reserve on the Ganon fight after he completes the dungeon. So I expect a pretty clean and consistent finish from him from here.
It's an interesting strat in this room. It's probably easier, though, for sure.
Yeah, there's a few different strats for the room that we call Michael Jackson room, you know, the room with spikes on the ground. The optimal strat requires you to take, 2 hearts of damage walking on the spikes.
Yeah.
And, you know, you have 5 hearts. That's if you grab Sanctuary Heart at the beginning of the run. So you're down to 3 hearts for the rest of Ganon's Tower. That's really risky. And if you skip Sank Heart, you'd have 4 hearts, and minus 2 hearts, you would be down like 2 hearts.
The reason we call that the Michael Jackson room is because sometimes the mimics will moonwalk along the blue and orange floor tiles. It looks really funny. Finger webs for sale. Interesting he didn't delay before coming in here.
Yeah, Ter is the only one of the 4 any percentage runners who got the hook shot. I was expecting Thunder Mustache to do the baby route, as we call it, but I decided to go for hover. Had a rough time hovering. He wasted like 10 minutes, maybe 15, but in the end he got it. He still finished first, but because you know they had such a good lead, such a big lead.
I like the old Japanese food ways of naming the route. You had the sushi lunch, which was the optimal one, and then miso soup, which is the one Ter is doing.
I didn't know about the soup one.
I think Jaden used to run with like a beverage, like way back in the day. It's called like Coca-Cola or something.
He called his. He just had one split when he ran 80% OG, and it was called Sushi Lunch.
Yeah. Famous category name. Of all the category name drama in Link Past, nobody ever complained about that.
I think Waffle dubbed the slower route, the miso soup route.
It's a good name.
Yeah.
And then we have kids get off my lawn for no major glitches.
Ter needs, or no, I guess he doesn't need that key. You can get this one.
Yeah, be careful getting this one. Since he
Yeah.
lets that anti-fairy free.
Ooh.
At least Ganon Death won't be too bad for him because he has mitts.
Right. Yeah, since Aghanim 1 wasn't killed, when you die, you do respawn in the late world. And when you're fighting Ganon, you're not inside of a dungeon, so you respawn on the overworld spawn points. So you'll have to start from Link's house, basically, and find a portal to get back to the Ganon fight.
Wow, this room.
If Pincus or Ivan had died to Ganon, it would have been a big ordeal because they don't have gloves
Right.
or mitts. So they have to go to the Dark World, or go to the Light World, Death Mountain, get the Moon Pearl from Hera, then do what we call Western DMD, which we hadn't seen in any of these runs, but it's a form of DMD where you can end up on the west part of the Dark World, near Pod. But
Yeah, that would be one that implements fake flippers.
I bet you guys were worried that he died for real, huh?
So someone asked how the spike didn't kill him. When you get knocked back into a spike, the spike actually won't damage you. It'll actually require a D-pad input in the direction of the spike for it to hurt you. You can use that to your advantage in the Hellway if you want to bonk to line up with the lower spike to dash to the middle. You can use it
also
in
happens-
parallel world speedruns.
It also happens a lot on the Trinex fight.
Yeah, it happens there kind of automatically. You don't really think about it. Also, I guess when one of the heads is exploding, the other spike, or the spikes won't hurt you. I'm pretty sure about that. You may get a fairy before going into the fight. No.
He's probably thinking I'm last anyway, so.
Might as well give it a shot.
yeah, that is funny how in some categories like this one you never unlock the bird or get the flute.
Right, they still go
That's still there. Yeah. it's not supposed to be in the Dark World anyway, which I
Yeah, it's
always
really
thought was funny.
weird, What's the word? Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah. Exactly. Maybe it's a shout out to the birds carrying Frodo and Sam down from Mount Doom in Lord of the Rings.
Maybe. It's on to phase 4 here. 3.5 hearts with red mail. I think he'll be fine.
A few more hits.
All right. And High Rollers is closing it out in 4th place. Finishing up the relay.
I have no idea what Ivan is playing now.
With a time
No
of
idea what that is.
8 hours, 32 minutes flat.
Not bad. About 30 minutes between the first and last finishers. We have 6 different categories and 20 some odd people playing. It's a very good finish time.
Yep, 6 categories, 24 players, so 4 teams. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, but congratulations, of course, to Team Squatty Potty coming in first.
Followed by Team Unmatched Ruggedness.
You
And
have to
then
change their name.
Team Parmesan Express. And Team High Rollers. Those are some pretty interesting team names, to say the least. And while we have everybody here, I just want to give some thanks. First of all, thanks to Evil Ash 25 for hosting this race on my channel. You did a great job. Thumbs up. And then we have Casnote, who made the layout. Sick layout. Looks amazing. So congrats to you too. Then we have our group of commentators here. Super Scudge, X-Released, Evil Ash, and myself. And thanks to all the viewers. Thanks to all the runners. It was a really, really fun Saturday. Hope you enjoyed the race.
Also, thanks to you, Zelda, for organizing it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to get something like this organized and put together.
All right. Do we have any other closing words?
Just want to give a thanks to the Games Done Quick host and all the people who hosted during this race. I lost count, but there was probably over 50 hosts. That's a lot. I wonder, are we gonna raid somebody or?
Oh, we should.
Yeah, if you find a raid target, just post it in the chat.
We got
Well, I don't follow almost anybody. You must just follow Link to the Past. You know, to the stream and other participants.
Oh, we can host Joe D'Amelio playing Super Castlevania 4.
Nice choice.
Yeah, that's a good.
Just want to make
choice.
sure he's actually playing the game. Okay, he's still playing. Okay,